track. Yeah. I'm right at the front of the grid, right at the front. Yellow. Okay, what about here? Yeah, we're going to get it.
Losing comms? Losing comms?
So you need to get the drivers as we move down. Get them standing by their cars. That's the best thing to do. Otherwise, we're not going to get through anything.
And we finally get the pleasure to say welcome to round 3 of SAES here at Killarney International Raceway. We are 6 hours of Killarney underway, and we're going down for our grid walk to talk to Chloe and some of the competitors for the grid walk.
We're sitting down here, of course, with the post-sitter, Troy. Big congratulations. What's the strategy to stay ahead and dictate the pace?
Look, I don't think at this point there's a strategy. I think there's so many fast cars on the grid, it's going to be whatever we can do to get to stay in the front. I think all the hard work has been done over the weekend.
Yeah, and there we have some of our Class E competitors who are going to be going on for the 1 hour segment of our race. So, of course, the unique factor when it comes to the 6 hour endurance race is we have multiple classes in one. Other than performance levels being a mix, we've also got a mix of distances. So we've also got the 1 hour dash, and the 1 hour dash is going to feature from A to E. And Class E is part of the sprint and dash, which after an hour's point, we're going to see the MSA flag come down to mark the end of the 1 hour segment. But we're going down to Chloe, talking to our front runners on the grid.
All right, we've got Charles Arachis with us now, and he is, of course, a favorite with the hot pink and the blue, really matching the car. How has the Saturday been for you, Sean? What's the plan for the 1 hour dash?
Look, I think, to get in front of the two cars ahead of us, it's going to be difficult with Troy on pole. But, it's an hour, although a sprint race, it's still, you have to make it to the end. So I think it's just being consistent over the 1 hour and putting in those laps. I don't know about the Mustang so much. They put in a great time yesterday. But, let's see what their average pace looks like. So, yeah.
The cool thing about you, I was talking to Devani, you were saying one thing about Charles, gentleman driver, you know that you get safe overtakes, he's not trying to take you out the road. So looking forward to the overtakes on the track.
Look, that obviously we're here to race hard. I think we bring the heat as much as we can, but we have to keep it clean. End of the day, the cars are expensive, and but in any case, have a good day and keep oh-hiing.
Oh, hi, Charles Arachis over there. Absolutely, of course, one of the super drivers that we get to have here. And the interesting thing is that he gets to change his car now and drive the different one. And then we move over here. We've got Rico Barlow Racing. And I see Nick Adcock here. Nick, I haven't seen you the entire weekend. How are you doing? What's the plan? And how are you feeling?
Yes. Well, look, we have been blessed with the most glorious winter day here in the Cape, haven't we? 27 degrees. A bit different to last year, if you remember, when we had kind of monsoon conditions. So, yeah, it's a home race. Looking forward to it. Long one, 6 hours. We're going to have a battle with the 1 hour guys. Then we'll settle into a rhythm, and, we'll see where we're at the end.
What's the plan when you're trying to chase, of course, and make sure that you're in front of the pack and really making sure that you also manage the car because you do have an endurance to go through?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to fight too much with these guys now. They can run their own race, so wherever we are in the first hour, we'll see. We're going to do double stint, so I'll do the first 2 hours, Michael Jensen doing the second 2, and then Charles Visser will do the last 2 hours into the night, because he's got young eyes.
He can see. All the best, Nick.
Thank you.
That is Nick Adcock, Rickavala Racing, Just for Sleep, of course. And well, we've got the plan as to who's starting, who's finishing, and really looking forward to that as we continue going down the grid. I see GNH here. This is, of course, Ricky Giannacara's car. I'm not too sure where Ricky is, but we do know that earlier on he was racing, of course, in the KTM. Unfortunately, it didn't go really well for him. Side, let's try and get this side. I see a driver on my side. Let's see if we can get a word in. Hello, how are you?
Hey, good and you?
Talk to us about the plan. I mean, it is a hot Killarney. How are we feeling and what's the strategy?
Yes, no, I mean, I'll do the opening stint and then Janelle will do the second and the best eyes.
I like that. The cool thing about you guys, you know all too well about Dakar, have done really well. Janelle is also, of course, a champion there. How has that partnership been?
Can you just say that again?
The partnership with Janelle being a Dakar champion, how has that been?
No, I mean, Henk and Janelle has been teammates for many years and they always respect each other a lot. So in this week we, I don't know how it came up, but we phoned Janelle and said, is he keen to come on an endurance race with us? And he jumped in and he was on the pace straight away, so it was great.
All the best. Looking forward to seeing Janelle, of course, as to what he can do. He is a champion. And we've got, of course, Mo Mia here, who's also had quite the interesting day so far. Mo, new livery, your car looks great. First, talk to us about, of course, the Mzansi edition and how you came about the design.
Well, you know, hi Chloe, how are you doing? Firstly, thanks to the Almighty and EXO, etc. for putting on a great show. You know, I decided let's be proudly South African. I don't even know how I missed this trick for a decade. And, you know, just to be our beautiful rainbow nation. And yeah, that is the idea. We still got the tracks on the car. And the important thing, you know, when you scratch the car, it looks okay, right? Because, so that is the...
I mean, 1 hour dash, I mean, the traffic is quite intense. What's the strategy? What's the plan to make sure that, of course, you finish the race, most importantly?
Not to hit anybody. That is the master plan. No, but just to take it easy, right? Nothing to prove. You know, we're here for track time, seat time. You know, it's just to have a jaw. Right? You know, that's the whole point of the GT Cup with the Porsche guys, is just to enjoy it and have fun. And if it's not fun, we pack it up and don't race again.
Talk to us about the conditions, Mo, because from the morning it was a bit cool, it's hot now, the changes and how the car is performing.
Well, look, you know, a lot hotter than the morning, sure. Fortunately, I think everybody here will have new tires on their car, so we'll get some bloody good grip. And as long as we scrub them in okay and we bring them into the window without trying to over push it in the first maybe 2 laps. But you know, with racing car drivers, as soon as the helmet goes on, the visor comes down, all sense of normality and intelligence disappears. And the red mist comes out. But yes, but that's what our plan is.
I'm looking forward to the red mist. All the best.
Have a good one, guys. Cheers.
Mo Mia there. Really looking forward to seeing what he'll get to do with his Porsche. And really, okay, let's see how we can get through that as we continue. Of course, going down the grid. It's really nice there. It's quite warm and hot. Let me see if we can do this together. We got it? Let's go. I don't want to leave you behind. Let's try to get through down the grid. It is quite packed. I see Sun. We actually haven't spoken to Sun. Let's see if we can grab in. Sun, how are you doing?
And you?
Great, thank you. Talk to us, racing along your Sun. And we are in Killarney. How are you feeling and what's the
Good.
plan?
It's always nice. Even the sun is shining today.
Yeah, I see what you did there, Sun.
Yeah, beautiful. Good to be here. Some nice people came to support me.
Yeah.
That's beautiful, yeah. And thanks for coming too. Yeah.
No, we really appreciate it. I mean, 1 hour dash, Mo was talking about one thing that is important is not bumping anyone and trying to finish the race. What's your take on that?
I agree with him, but he must practice it first.
You're funny. That is, of course, some of the banter. 25-year friendship, actually, between Sun Moodley and, of course, Mo Mia. And, well, now we've got Roy Aubrey. I am so sorry, my darling. Can I just quickly grab him? I'm so sorry. Roy, you've had quite the interesting weekend, having to change a few parts in the cars. Talk to us about what you had to change and how the car is feeling.
Well, the car was going superbly in the last heat until I got until they had a coming together with another vehicle. But we eventually, because we battled so much with the misfire, we eventually just changed everything: spark plugs, coil packs, lambda sensors, everything. So whatever it was, we've got it resolved. So the misfire is sorted. But obviously, I had a coming together with one of the other guys in that last heat. So my weekend's been tough. It's been really, really tough. So I'm hoping this 1 hour is going to be like good fun,
I'm sure it will, Roy. How are you planning to handle the traffic? Because it is quite the packed grid.
Well, I think from here, most of the guys are sort of fairly fast. So we'll, it's a 1 hour sprint. I mean, the first time I did it, I asked Charles, I said, so how do you do? Do you go 70 or 80% or whatever it is? He said, you get in the car, you go as fast as you can. So that's what we'll do.
All right, all the best, Roy. We'll get to catch up with you later on. Oh, and it's really great to see him smiling. Let's see, Tasman. Hey, Taz, how you doing? I'm so happy to see you. I'm a great girl.
Yeah, we're back and we're on the front row, so let's hopefully
taking a look at the fantastic shots here on the grid as we prepare for round number 3 and 6 hours of Killarney. We have been enjoying catching up with the drivers there on the grid, just hearing from Roy Aubrey, who we saw having some bit of a spin in the Sports and GT Cup race number 3, which was a chaotic race earlier today. If you haven't seen that one, definitely make some time in your afternoon. It was drama that it's difficult to describe in words, but the script writers for that race were working overtime, if they do exist. Absolutely beautiful scenes here, a stacked full grid here, and one of the novelties, because Prince, if I'm not mistaken, there's no other series in the continent where you get this experience of a grid walk where we can see the best cars in the continent, the best racing cars in terms of an endurance perspective, and the fans giving that opportunity to get up close and personal with the drivers, the teams, and something unique that we offer here at SAES.
Yeah, we're certainly breaking new ground in terms of the mix of talent, the mix of machinery, and the all-around fan experience that we have available to us here for African motorsport, not only South African motorsport. So it's definitely enjoyable to see. Look how packed this grid walk is. Dare I say, this is one of our most densely packed grid walks we've seen over the years. I mean, this is something on the ilk of our SAS 9 hours of Killarney. It's really great to see people of all ages and backgrounds. But we're going to get a better sense of the grid walk with Chloe, who has more insights from our competitors.
Tasman Campos joins us now. Taz, good to see you on the grid. I'm glad the car is fixed. How long did that take?
it didn't take too long. It's not exactly 100%, but we're going racing, and that's what counts.
Ooh, I'm happy about that. So if you're not at 100, are you at 80 or 50?
Let's say 80, but hopefully we can bring it home. It's 45 minutes, so I'm probably going to die inside the car. But we got to make through turn 1 and make it through turn 2, and yeah, let's take it from there.
Jason has a lot of faith in you. What has been the conversation between the two of you guys?
He says, please let me pass, and I said no.
Don't do it. All the best.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Taz. And let me see if I can actually try to get Jason. Jason, you want a favor from Taz?
No. I'm coming for it. I'm gunning for it. I'm a little bit further back because I actually finished the race 1. But yeah, for this race, I'm going to come from far back. I'm going to try to get it by turn 1. So let's see if we can do that.
Oh, you guys in turn 1. All the best, Jason. Really looking forward to, of course, the battle between Taz, Jason, and, of course, the rest of the crew in terms of course, the Class E. I mean, we do know that they are only racing for 45 minutes, so really looking forward to seeing what they can do. This is Jason Campos' car. We did talk to him in just a bit. And over here is David Franco. David did win, of course, a race. I'm trying to see if I can see David. I don't see David, but I see Papa David. So Roberto Franco. Roberto, talk to us. Plans for the race. Good seeing you.
Yeah, great. Good to be here again. And obviously, after last year's 6 hour, which was very, very testing. Yeah. We struggled a lot with the rain, and we both hit the wall in turn 2. We've got a new strategy now. The car's obviously running on slicks, so it'll be a bit faster. We've had a lot of problems with the brakes, so we've just managed to get some second-hand brakes from another car. Hopefully the brakes are sorted, and we'll be able to keep to our original plan. We are going for index of performance, which is obviously a big thing for us, being a smaller car. And Cape Town's Cape Town, it's always got surprises.
It definitely does. I mean, David has also had a really good Saturday. What has been, of course, the conversation with him, and maybe also talk to us about the R8 and now having to shift from driving the R8 in the morning and now here you are in the Polo.
Yes, it's been very, very, very interesting driving the R8, which has got a lot of assistance, traction control, ABS, and now getting into a car that's really tests your skills and how good you are. But front-wheel drive at Killarney is really fun. He did exceptionally well, so I'm going to have to try and keep up with him a little bit. But yeah, it's going to be a very interesting race. Very good to be here. Very happy to see all the Class E cars here. So SAS is growing, which is fantastic. And I'm really, really, really happy that we're able to do this 6 hour again.
We definitely are pretty pleased with that. And just to wrap it up, I mean, talk to us about now the relationship with Rico Barlow. It's really great to see that partnership between the two of y'all.
Yes, Rico Barlow is obviously very well known for endurance racing. And being Cape Town based, we formed a very good partnership. He's really put a lot into getting the car ready for the endurance. And I believe that at the next race round, which is East London OPE, we should have a couple of these running in endurance, which will be a real great, breakthrough if more can come in.
I've seen everybody in the stream saying we love the Polos. They look so cool. And I guess it has that South African flavor, really representing who we are in motorsport.
Exactly. Yeah, VW Motorsport has done an incredible job with these cars. They're extremely reliable, as you know. We've won the championship twice in this very car. And it's such a privilege to be here with these big GT cars and to give them a go. So we're going to have fun out there.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
That is, of course, Roberto Franco saying that he's looking forward to the battle and really giving the battle, of course, to the GT3 cars. I'm going to try and see, because we did miss some drivers here in the grid walk. We are, of course, about to clear it. So let's see who we've missed. But the cool thing, though, is that everybody is so excited and they're really pleased to be here, which is really, really nice to see. I'm actually also going to try and grab a few spectators. Oh, I'm also going to get a hi. How are you guys doing?
Good, and you?
I'm well. How are you finding Killarney?
It's really cool and awesome.
Which car's been your favorite?
The M3. Yeah.
Which one?
The M3.
Oh, yeah. Nice. All right, cool. So we do have, of course, a lot of favorites, and you get to pick, of course, your best. And we're looking forward to seeing it take off turn 1, turn 2. We've heard from Tasman. It's going to be quite interesting, so make sure that you don't miss it. The Avengers have assembled. They're ready. Prince Nduweni, Temba Kumalo. Let's go.
Indeed, as ever, the excitement building up on the grid walk, and we're just getting things set up, getting ready to enjoy effectively multiple classes of racing, multiple durations of races as well, because we do have effectively 3 races in one. One of them, the Class E Sprint and Dash, which ends at the 45-minute mark. So you're going to see a lot of those VW Supercar Polos peeling off towards around that mark. At the 45-minute mark, their race ends. So the car on the lead lap for that class is flagged as the winner. Then they peel off into the pits. Then we go on to the 1 hour dash, which we have the same signal, the MSA flag going down for the winner of that race. But we have more from the entire grid, from Chloe down on the grid walk.
Ricky Giannakara joins us now, matching with a car, hot pink. I love it. You're looking great. How has the Saturday been?
So far, so good. Not too bad. We had the team out earlier in the Sports and GT. So now it's time for the big boys to go out and bring on the 6 hour. We're really looking forward to the 6 hour. We really are.
I've been trying to ask, what happened to the KTM? I asked Gianni, he says, hey, ask Ricky. I asked Adam, I'm like, what happened to the KTM? He says, hey, I don't know, ask Ricky. So, Ricky, what happened to the KTM?
So, unfortunately, it's not a driver error, but I should have felt it. We lost the boost pipe onto the wastegate, so the car overboosted, and we blew the turbos. So, I should have felt it, but I was too excited at the time, and it is what it is. It's a racing incident. I'll hang my head in shame. But no. It was unfortunate thing, but yeah.
You're an honorable driver. I'll take that.
I'll try to be.
To wrap it up, I mean, we've got the endurance race. What's the plan? Who's starting? And I mean, it's really exciting to see the entire family here. Also, Ryan Lowe joining the family.
Very much
I
so,
mean,
yes.
it's really been a great weekend for GNH.
Yeah, it has. I mean, we like to support the series as much as possible, because without competitors, the series is dead. You know, we need the fans to come. We need the support. So as of today, I'm starting the 6 hour, hour and a half stint. Johnny will come into the second half, and it's just the two of us. We're going to share the car like we did in PE. We're looking for a strong result because we alternate. In PE, we had Sweet Corn, the yellow car. Today we got Rocket. Yeah, and you know, it's once again, you know, I say it all the time. This is a family thing, and you know, having brought Ryan into the team, I've got my beautiful wife, I've got my kids, I've got everyone here. It's just, it's an insane day, and nothing better than the beautiful Cape Town weather and sharing the track with all these amazing drivers.
So do you guys play rock, paper, scissors as to which car gets to do the endurance race?
We kind of do, eh? Yeah, we kind of do. Like Johnny said, oh, no, yeah, we used yours last. We're using mine now. We're like, oh, okay. I'm happy if we use his for the next one, but I think we're going to save his car for the 9 hour.
All right, I like that. All the best, Ricky.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I want to find out from you. Talk to me. Which car is your favorite?
100% my dad's.
Your dad. So this one.
Of course, the pink is the way to go.
Did you design it?
No. That was all my dad.
Absolutely love that. One thing about the sport is that it is a family affair. I'm not too sure if we have more time for, of course, more interviews, but we are clearing out the grid here. I have to admit that it is really scorching hot, so it's going to be interesting to see how, of course, the drivers start off, how the tires will perform. But Prince, Timber, you guys need to be standing. When we talk about now the start, that's going to be absolutely incredible. When we say lights out and away we go, it's going to be absolutely exhilarating. And we're really looking forward to, of course, giving you more insight. We'll be talking to the drivers as to what is happening. And, of course, going into the 6 hour endurance race, that's also going to be testing. The interesting thing about the endurance race is that not only do the machines get tested, us too, as well as the spectators, the drivers get tested. So everybody is really going through an endurance race, which is really quite interesting. We're seeing everybody getting ready. Hi, how are you?
Right in you. Yeah,
oh my goodness. Okay, talk to us. How are you finding Killarney? Strange not seeing you race.
Yeah, I came here to coach, so it's good fun, but it's weird being on the other side for a bit. So, but it's nice in a way.
What has been the advice you've been giving your drivers?
Oh, jeez, there's a lot of things, a lot of things.
How do we tackle a Killarney track?
Unfortunately, this track has a lot to do with the horsepower of the cars. This track being quite hot, so tire wear is very important. So a lot of the guys, you have to worry about tire management, and especially for 6 hours, your fuel. A lot of the guys are going to have to, you know, look after the fuel a bit, because the less you can stay out the pits, the better it is.
Definitely, we better. Good seeing you. Take care. He's, of course, one of the coaches and really a driver here. Really great to see him. Also good seeing, of course, Tate Bishop, who has finally also managed to sort out the car. We do know that he had a little bit of issues earlier on, so it's great to see him finally back on the grid. Daniel also getting into the car. The interesting thing, of course, about that RSC Mustang is that the cars around are curious as to how do they handle and really try and get past the car, because it's been doing really, really well from, of course, those straights, really handling quite well. So looking forward to seeing the battle between everybody. Timber, Prince, let's go.
Thank you so much to Chloe Grace for the fantastic work there down for the grid walk. One of my favorite parts of an SAES endurance race weekend, getting to hear from majority of the drivers here on the grid. Pretty cool as well, Prince, catch up with Jonathan Thomas there.
Yeah, seeing him in a different guise, but racing nonetheless. That never changes. Just wearing a different hat. And yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to be on edge, a bit nervous. Eager, of course, to be on track himself, but I'd imagine his input's valuable nonetheless for the Rico Barlow Racing stable, who knows this particular circuit very well, Timber. And that stretch down to turn one, that little drag that we have, sets a very fast and aggressive scene on the Porsche Straight, does it not, Timber?
It really does. This is an overtaking hotspot here at the Killarney circuit. As you can see on the entry into turn one, there is that slip road. We have seen drivers using that whenever they've outbraked themselves into turn one. As you can see, turn one, a long, sweeping corner. Multiple line options as well available for the drivers there at the block coin corner. That is turn number 1. You can see the short circuit there on the infield here. Lots of motorcycle racing and karting racing happening there. We exit turn number 1 onto the Yobe straight. We saw early in the day Martin Prince running wide there on the exit, and you can see that grass and gravel. The Shelby Can-Am did not agree with what was going on out there on the edge of the circuit. Some dust remnants of that incident from earlier on. We now approach, I would say, the second most infamous corner at the circuit here at Killarney. Castrol corner, another sweeping 180-degree turn, but wide, which allows drivers to use different lines going through their another opportunity to block pass. However, turn 1 links into turn 2. So if a driver is going to be making a move up the inside into turn 2, he's going to have started setting it up from Cape Town corner, which we will be rejoining. That we will be coming to in a moment. We are having a look at the grid. As you can see, the grid has been cleared. Teams now doing their final checks, and we about to be going underway. 6 hours of Killarney, 6 hours of Killarney coming up. We have 3 races in one. The Class E 45-minute dash, with the 1 hour dash, which will be completed 15 minutes later, and the 6 hours. Here is your grid for 6 hours of Killarney.
Indeed, Dolenchek leads. Of course, he's part of the 1 hour part of our racing. Gillis in the second of them, Mr. Dali Motorsport in third, Tate Bishop in fourth place, back with that Praga R1. Bikabala Racing, our endurance segment, starting to show itself around fifth place. Sixth is Stephen Humble, JNH Transport in seventh, MJR in eighth place. Great to see them on the grid. Momia side by side with Ian Howell, Ryan Lowe, as well as Yanni Hatsi, all part of our 1 hour part of the racing for the day. When it comes to the 6 hours, Pile, Moodley, Prince, Stander, Franco also in the mix there. Great to see him out onto the circuit. We're going to see a chop and a change there in terms of the driver setup, of course, with both of the Francos being on now, but we're going to see one Franco car later on during the endurance segment as they go on with their tag team for the rest of the racing. So we have our formation lap underway. It's all green. Someone had a bit of a slower start, and this is our Class E segment, which is going to have that 45-minute part of the racing. So do watch out for them. It's been exciting to have them out on the grid. And now they're part of a much bigger group of cars. So their traffic element, your spatial awareness, all of that is being called to the fore and demanded of you at a moment's notice at what is a very, very exciting circuit. And it's about to be very narrow not too long from now. We've got that G57 being weaved to and fro there, and getting ready to lead the pack ahead of Jellison, who's enjoyed himself quite a bit. There is Tate Bishop. Imagine the pressure. How does it feel at this moment in the build-up to a race? I mean, this is endurance racing. It's 45, 1 hour, and a full 6 hours for everyone. But Temba, from a racer's perspective, how do you get yourself into the frame of mind needed to start a race, whether it's short or endurance, because we have different formats in the mix here?
It's the same, Prince, I would believe. I've never had the privilege of being an endurance racer. I have done a handful of endurance races on superbikes, naturally, in the past. The biggest thing I think is the intensity at the start of the race is no different to a sprint. You know, a race start is a race start. That doesn't really change. The adrenaline gets extremely high. I think the biggest thing mentally to prepare for is the endurance element of it, of what you're going to do late in the race when you're getting tired and things get difficult. As we can see on our formation lap into Cape Town corner, the most infamous corner by my estimation here at the Killarney race circuit, we ride on board inside Rocket with the GNH transport team. You can see, Prince, there's adrenaline now speaking about. Beautiful work here from our production team to get us a dual on-board view, seeing the front of the car and the inside as we come through onto the pit straight on the formation lap. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 6 hours of Killarney. And
they lights out, and we go racing. It's 6 hours of Killarney down to turn 1 we go. The Ginetta G57 takes the whole shot. A whole group of cars squeezing down on turn 1. Timber, how quickly did that space disappear?
The space disappeared even faster, I think, than it did in the Class E sprint earlier. Meanwhile, out front, the Ginetta leads. So good to see a Shirale Motorsport car up there at the front with the Porsche of Charles Arangis there running in P3. Daniel Gillison in the IRC Mustang all the way from New Zealand getting stuck in there. And look, is that Bishop there in 4th place? On the charge.
That is Bishop on the charge. How Daniel Gillison must be kicking himself. Arangi's in the mix. He's going to make his presence known, so watch out for that car. There will be many a mention of him for the next hour or so. Certainly no slouch. But that is that front 4 in the 1 hour fight. So do watch out for them. It's going to be very, very exciting. But we've got the lead endurance car in Class A, Rico Ball Racing in 5th place as it stands. And so be sure to watch out for them. Humble also in that 1 hour race in the tow of Rico Ball Racing. There is Dolinshek, Gillison, Stradale Motorsports, Arangis, as well as Bishop in that lead front 4.
Troy Dolinshek leads after 1 lap completed here at Killarney. Troy did speak to us about how reliability is going to be a key factor in the Ginetta G57, one of only 2 cars of that spec in the country. But as we go on lap number 2, you can see Charles Arangis immediately get up the back wheel there of the Mustang, saying, Daniel Gillison, welcome to South Africa. Let's show you how it's done. Looking forward to watching that battle unfold.
Oh, absolutely, because we have seen Daniel do pretty well in relatively calm conditions. He's been the one asking questions every now and again throughout the course of the day when we saw that Ginetta being raced by, of course, Gary Gieswetter. Now, Daniel might have to defend a bit because Charles knows how to throw a Porsche around Killarney International Raceway. So some questions will be asked of Daniel. Let's see what answers he's able to cough up. In the meantime, Dolinshek checking out, as it were, ahead of the 2 with the 1.8 second gap almost immediately. And Tate Bishop flashing his lights saying, do not forget me, to Charles Arangis ahead of him. So we'll be well aware of the prospect of a Praga R1 of late having overcome, I beg your pardon, a shock issue that came into its way as it came together with that particular car at turn 1. Somebody just kicked up some dust at the exit of turn 2. Very, very busy behind this front 4 at the moment. Some things are shaping up and changing. We've got a position change and swap there between 7th and 8th. G&H Transport getting a place ahead of MJR Motorsport. Of course, they're in 2 different classes, so that wouldn't have been too uncomfortable. Jason Campos a bit further afield, also making some places. Howell, as well as Tasman Campos, losing out some places at the start. It matters a lot more to them, given the fact that someone's gone off. I think that is Howell. We just mentioned him having lost a place. That looks like Cape Town corner. Is that no, not Cape Town. Looks like turn 2.
That looks like the entry to the dip, Prince.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get a clearer picture just now. Okay, it's definitely not a Cape Town corner. Let's have a look, see where it went wrong for Howell. It was, yeah. Looks like, there it is. So it started manifesting itself at turn 1. And he came to his own stop there. Seems like a mechanical there.
That is a huge shame there for Ian Howell, not even making it 5 minutes into the 1 hour. So tough break for him. Hopefully that is not a terminal problem and he can get that car going. Unfortunately, that does put him out of contention for any significant honors here in the 1 hour dash. Tate Bishop now closes on Charles Arangis. Charles Arangis yet to find a way through on Daniel Gillison. Now, Prince, Tate Bishop has had ample opportunities to overtake cars today, but we have seen him that it has taken him some time. How do you see this battle unfolding? Because what we do know for certain is that Praga R1 has got a severe turn of pace here around Killarney.
Yeah, 100%. And Tate Bishop is going to have to bide his time. The prospect kind of changes now because as much as he is the lead car effectively in his class, and arguably the entire field is one of the front runners. So their pace is going to have a significant challenge in terms of traffic, and if they're relatively matched in terms of lap time and how they want to approach the circuit, that is Daniel Gillison as well as Stradali Motorsport Solarangis, it's not going to make it as easy for Tate Bishop to get past. We've got yellow flags at that particular part of the circuit now, where Howell went off for. We came to a slow there at turn 1, and I think that a recovery procedure is underway for him to get off the circuit and be recovered in a safe manner as possible. So it's a bit of a cool down now. This has more of an impact, significantly more of an impact. I wanted to actually nitpick and say it has an impact on the 45-minute race or the 1-hour race, but effectively it also affects strategy for the 6-hour picture, because it's the positions in terms of who's going to blink first in terms of pitting and tires also play a huge role here when it comes to race position. But so far, we're going to slow things down a bit in terms of pace for the safe recovery of Howell's Porsche, and then we'll get things back underway immediately. Now, I wonder if this comes as a relief for some or frustration for others. It's really a mixed bag at this point, because a hot and pressurized start for an endurance race for the 6-hour competitors, for example, isn't what you want. You just want to keep it clean as possible. You don't want any knocks. I'd imagine, for example, for the likes of Rico Barler Racing, who are out at the front for Class A in the 6-hour race.
Well said, and honestly 100% agreed there, Prince. I think the drivers and teams that will be experiencing a bit of relief from this pause to our action is the drivers like Tasman Campos, who has said that she's had some time out of racing. It's been 6 years for her. And she did mention on the grid when speaking with Chloe that she is a little bit concerned about the fitness towards the end. So having got the start complete, I think that's critical, because now those initial nerves, jitters, pre-race nerves, jitters are gone. We've gone through the highest intensity point. You know, I've seen on heart rate monitors on motorsport athletes that they tend to reach their peak heart rate right at the start. And that is purely down to nerves, stress, adrenaline, anxiety. So I think for majority of the drivers, they'll be relieved that we've got the start cleanly done. The ones who are returning from not having raced for a while, or just even those who have been racing but haven't done an endurance in some time, may feel a bit of relief from that. I wonder what Troy Dolenchek is thinking. He's got a lot of work lined up ahead for him. So he's another one of the drivers maybe that I'll be thinking about, will be thinking, you know, this is not the end of the world. I've got the pace. And I also wonder what Tate Bishop's thinking, because he'll be believing he has pace to win, but every minute that passes under safety car means that it's a bit less opportunity for him to try and make some maneuvers to try and get in front.
Yeah, effectively it's a race restart, and he's going to want his tire temps, as you can see in his brake temps, to get back into that window. He won't want it cooling down too much. As I said, the finish, the target is a lot closer for some of the competitors than the others, and they're looking at the 1 hour mark, and that will be bearing on his mind. There might be a bit of not again. The first lap is very difficult. It looks, at least from a spectator's point of view, very difficult to navigate in terms of getting around quickly but safely as well. And the latest of our casualties to fall victim to that is Howell. Now, once he's been recovered and we have greens, we're going to be back underway here at Killarney International Raceway. As you get a picture of just how long that 400 to 500 meter long back straight is, it is a flat-out drag, really. It's a drag to Cape Town corner, and quite a contrast as well. After that long straight, you've got a banked right-hander that seems to last forever. And we've seen quite a vast array of talent navigate it quite creatively, finding all sorts of different racing lines around this circuit. Howell still in recovery mode at the moment. And that is the reason for our slowdown. It's not a stoppage, but it's a slowdown of proceedings until Howell and his car recovered safely by our marshals and our track officials. But we have wow, what an exciting bit of cars to see. We were on board for a moment with Roberto Franco. Yeah, we're on board with him for not too long, just a couple of minutes, seconds, I beg your pardon, and you get a sense of the temperature as well when you can't see it visually, but the fact that when you walk outside it's a bit more humid in terms of temperature and conditions, it's a lot less cool than I thought it might have been, so that's only going to build up. You were talking a bit earlier with the likes of Ryan Lowe, who's racing out for the first time here, and temperature was a mention by his coach, someone who was coaching him and helping him set up, that is John O'Thomas. And temperature is definitely a factor when it comes to navigating an endurance race, man, even a sprint race, because it gets so hot in these cars and you don't have all the comfortable trappings at your disposal for you to feel like you're on a Sunday drive. And we're in the pits now with Rico Barlow Racing's Francois Arcturus handling strategy and all things planning ahead. Nivesh, engineer, right next to him. And we've also got a young lady, Gabriella, who's keen on motorsport, keen on pursuing a career in motorsport and being exposed to the inner works of the cutting edge of South African endurance racing. No other way to do it than to dive straight into the deep end. We are still under yellow flag conditions for the time being, if you've just joined us. And we're giving you a second chance to see just how many and just how much of a variety we have in terms of the cars here with us for the SAE 6 hours of Killarney. Conditions are coming to a head, I would say, in terms of temperature. We're expecting 0 chances of rain because last time around there was a completely different picture. And 3 o'clock is in and around the time when we get the hottest temperatures of the day. So we're going to come to the point where we see the shadows extending and the sight being questioned, your sense of sight and vision being tested as we get into the night racing segment. There was, of course, a mandatory night practice that our endurance competitors went over during the practice segment of this weekend yesterday, just to make sure they come to grips with how to set up their cars, but also to, if I was in their shoes, I just want to test my eyes really and see if they work when it's dark at 200 or so kilometers per hour as compared to when it's fully daytime during that period of time, Timber.
Temperature is a key factor there, Prince. And, you know, I was just thinking about, logically you'd think that the stoppage in the racing temporarily will give the drivers an opportunity to cool down. But oftentimes the opposite happens, where you actually feel the heat going up inside the car. Because now you're no longer going at full speed, you're not going flat out. There's a lot of things at slow down speed that you start to notice. And I'm sure the drivers at this moment now realize, like, wow, it's a bit warm today.
Yeah.
It's a bit warm.
Exactly. And what's that rattle? What's that noise?
Exactly.
It plays on your mind, doesn't it?
Exactly. And we're only 12 minutes in, you know, so you don't really want to be thinking about any of that. But another thing, Prince, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. It's been a bizarre day with incidents. You know, we've seen multiple incidents throughout the day, especially during the sprint races. For those who would have joined us, you would have seen that numerous crashes, numerous technical failures. Mike Verrier's BMW Z4 was overheating earlier on, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility that teams could encounter some of those problems here. But just in line with that train of thought, this is my 1-year anniversary of commentating here at SAES, and I don't think I've ever seen a car retire from a race that early with a tech problem.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, I'd fib actually, because I've seen a couple. So welcome. In fact, you know what? That actually is a testament to how far our teams and competitors have developed and acclimatized to the endurance racing scene. Because it's quite a test on the equipment. It's quite a test on them as individuals physically, and the fact that we haven't seen such early exits from a race actually speaks volumes of just how much our competitors have come when it comes to taking the test and taking on the challenge of endurance racing. 6 hours is not an easy period of time to be racing for. So that is what is it? Happy anniversary for you, Temba. I was going to break into song, but that was not going to land well. It's way too soon to start with the strange off ramps in terms of our commentary.
Please save that for the final hour.
We'll save that. Thank you. Thanks for the notes. I needed that. But we've got a situation of twin. I'm looking at the VWs, twin Franco cars, as it were, as both David and father Roberto are competing in the Class E segment, but one of them, of course, will be doing endurance. So one of the Francos is going to peel out while the other remains on the circuit for the duration of the 6 hour, and then you're going to see a tag between the two of them. It's ever a feature in our series, and it was always great to have them as they dovetail into the GSW team, that is the Francos, dovetail into the Rico Barlow Racing setup, as you've got a technical working relationship between the two of them, which is great to see the synergy there as we continue to grow the series and swell the number of entries. It's been really great. A warm welcome that we've received here in the Western Cape. It's really quite a nice little motorsport handshake underway there. And an interesting dynamic we have with the GNH Rocket that just passed there, that pink Lamborghini. It's going to be a bit of a tag between the two cars where GNH are concerned. They're going to keep entering, but using in alternating turns in terms of the cars being used. One is going to be the R8, and the other it's going to be the Lamborghini. So this time around, it's the R8 and Ricky at the helm, ever the ready to have a say on endurance racing, which is nice to see, as we've seen GNH a lot of the time in the sprint racing format.
It really is good to see, and shout out to the GNH team, because they really put an effort to turn up, and turning up with a variety of cars adds excitement to the series. I think fans and even within the paddock, the teams amongst themselves, I think a lot of guys have fun debating which direction GNH Transport is going to go, and they're very blessed to have those options to decide. We've spent some time, you and I, in the pits with Ricky, and it's just, he's so chilled, you know, which is a very cool thing. It's a very chilled setup there at GNH Transport. Speaking of, you know, he told us an interesting story about Ryan Lowe and the journey that brought him to the race today. Ryan, unfortunately, is not in the race. He was due to compete in the 1 hour dash, but we unfortunately saw him retiring in the final Sports and GT Cup final race. So, Print, can you give us a bit more insight into what brought Ryan Lowe here today, and a bit as well about the initiatives that GNH are trying to take, you know, to get more cars in that GNH stable?
Yeah, I think if anything, it's symbolic of, it's an example of just how simple it can be to actually get into racing, because it's a matter of a conversation, and that's where it all started between Ricky Janakaro as well as Ryan Lowe. And one thing led to another, match of passions in terms of motorsports, and next thing you know, Ryan was had a Lamborghini Gallardo in his hands. Out of the same motorsport community, the same endurance racing community, there was a Gallardo available for him to acquire and actually start racing, and literally in a matter of weeks. It's kind of a similar story actually to Daniel Jellison, who also had 10 days notice that he was racing, albeit I guess in the case of Ryan, it's ownership of a car. But talk about knowing what you want and just going for it. But seems like an absolute pleasurable person and pleasant person, I beg your pardon, to be around. And we're definitely happy to see him joining the fray here at SAES. We've got a mix. We've got Hein Latachan and Henk Latachan joining us back in the championship. Well, this part of the racing has a good chunk of this year's racing actually haven't been around. Of course, commitments outside of the circuit have taken them in and around the world, so they couldn't quite have a full championship commitments to the calendar, but it's great to see them around. We went on board a couple of times with them. We will be enjoying plenty more of those ICAM shots with the number of our cars out on the grid at the moment. And if you have just joined us, we still have plenty more racing. The temperature's on cool down right now, and that's only because we had an incident in a car that needs to be recovered. That is the Porsche 911 of Wayne Hoffman. And once that car has been recovered, we're going to be racing at full pace. Now, the significance of this moment, Timba, is that it's a matter of the ratio of time. It's different for someone doing 6 hours to cool down for 6 minutes. But we've nearly gone 20 minutes into racing, and we've got a 45-minute race and a 1 hour race that is a part of this. That is in Class E sprint and dash, as well as the 1 hour dash. So that's going to be interesting.
It smells like a SPRINT. So we are blessed here with even more action, because that's just going to up the stakes now for our 45-minute dash drivers, because they essentially are going to have, so far, you know, it's going to be less than 20 minutes, considering the safety car is yet to come in, and it doesn't yet look like Howell's car is entirely recovered. So that's something to keep an eye on. We already saw earlier today, because lying in 13th and 14th place, but leading in Class E, are Jason Campos and David Franco. And we did see David Franco take advantage of a restart to maximum effect in their sprint race earlier today to come across. And without any disrespect intended, you know, he did catch Jason Campos napping there a little bit, because Jason Campos led on the restart, but David Franco put in that superb line through turn 2, 3, through the dip, and then he set himself up for that overtake into turn 5. And then we saw once Franco got clear air in front, he was able to lap comfortably in the high 118s and pull away. Nick Vastantis will be looking to, I think he'll be one who's disappointed, because he didn't get to do the sprint race. He didn't make it past one corner earlier today, as we see that car of Ian Howell being recovered. And Judd Berthold as well, he did manage to complete the sprint race. So it's going to be fascinating. Those drivers all in order, as we can see on our timing screens. And I think that's going to be a fun and exciting one as we, come through this first hour here at Killarney.
Yeah, a case of redemption for the likes of the Stannis as well as Tasman Campos. So do watch out for them and how they go about it, because their target is a lot closer and within reach as compared to the rest. They're pretty much halfway through race distance now, and half of their race has been under yellow flags. So, bittersweet. We'll see. Remains to be seen. It's going to be a busy one, that's for sure. And we are almost done with the clearing of Wayne Hoffman's Porsche 911. We just saw it on the recovery vehicle getting cleared off the circuit. It's a great job by the marshals to be at the ready and on the scene with a moment's notice to safely recover one of our competitors. And we're now almost done with the yellow flags. And not too long from now, we're back at full tilt. And it's 20 minutes. Remember, we're almost halfway through one of these races, and that is the sprint and dash. We're going to see those Super Cup VWs vying it out for the win. And at the moment, as Themba said, Jason Campos leads that class. And yellow flag effectively neutralizes. It's going to be a restart. Effectively, it's a race restart, a rolling restart for them. So do watch out. It's about to get dicey from about 13th place on the grid all the way down to 17th. Do watch out for them. And I think Nick Verstanis is really going to be one to watch out for, given how the previous couple of heats have gone for him.
The countdown begins for our racing to resume. Great to see that car is being recovered, and we will, not too long from now, in a few minutes, be back under green flag conditions, and the racing can continue. I'm really excited to see that battle between Yillison, Arangis, Bishop, Dolenchek out front. Another thing, Prince, is that those four drivers at the front of the 1 hour dash and the overall so far, they don't have an insane amount of experience racing together, especially in that close, if I can call it, hand-to-hand combat. So it's going to be fascinating to see how those strategies unfold between the drivers. It's going to be interesting to see the levels of aggression that will be put on display. I feel like Bishop is going to have to get his elbows out some point if he's going to get ahead of Aranji. Aranji is one of the most experienced drivers we have here at SAES, and it sounds like we are going back racing. Prince, take it away. Green flag conditions.
Back to greens, and Dolenchek says, did you remember what I was doing last time around? You saw me. Yeah, I was leading the race. And he continues on that very frequency. Out into turn 2 he goes. He's got quite a gap ahead of him. We've got the battle I was telling you forming behind, long way behind Troy. And he's got Jellison. There he is, Stradale Motorsports, Arangis, Jellison, Bishop. So far ahead of him. Look at how much of a gap Dolenchek was able to find. Incredible pace in that G57. At a moment's notice, he just dials it up and checks out. And we have now Tate Bishop, as ever, has already cleared Jellison in that RSC Mustang. And now it's Arangis. Very smart of Tate Bishop to get past Daniel Jellison as quick as possible so as not to interrupt what he knows is a closing window as far as the 1 hour dash is concerned. Stradale Motorsports, Arangis down the middle into Cape Town corner to make sure not to open up too much of a gap for Bishop. But this is far from over. It's not going to be an easy one to keep back, Shaw. Let's see what answers you have for that Praga R1. In the meantime, our endurance class race lead, Rico Bala Racing, is watching, filing in behind neatly, knowing that it's about the bigger picture. But of course, their bigger picture will be slightly affected as well, in the sense that maybe an extended stint, fuel consumption didn't go as high as expected in hour 1. That's going to bode well for effectively all of the endurance races. So that's going to change things up slightly as far as strategy is concerned. But so far, as of green flags again, a couple of competitors losing a place. Jellison in the 1 hour dash, as well as Hoffman, of course, who's fallen away. The reason for that yellow flag, as well as Franco in Class E in our sprint and dash.
Prince, that surely has to be one of the best ever race restarts in recorded modern history. I don't know how Troy Dolenchek got that right, but he restarted the race with a 7.6 second lead. I think it is safe to say that he did catch the other drivers napping, especially Charles Arangis, who was the driver directly behind him, who had the quickest opportunity to react to that. But Troy, using all the experience him and Gary Kieswetter have gathered, and the APT racing team, with that Janetta G57. And I mean, Prince, like, I don't want to hype it up too much, but he was an entire camera shot ahead at the end of the first lap of that restart. So kudos to him while all of that was going on. And we were quite impressed by him. We did see Yillison dropping down to fourth position. Tate Bishop now will be hungry to get through on Charles Oranges, because we both believe that he'll be thinking that with clear track he can stretch the legs of the Praga R1, let that car get into its full performance window. The lightest car racing here at the SAE 6 Hours of Killarney, 2 litre, 643 kilograms, producing 365 horsepower. So he's in the slipstream and looks like he's maybe going for move into Cape Town corner.
Yeah, he wants him some clean air, and he's going to make Charles Lorenz. He's very aware of that. Very light, nimble, and aerodynamically optimized car. Different behavior altogether as compared to a different philosophy with that rear engine Porsche. So now we're looking at this ebb and flow, this dynamic forming in front, right in front of Gillison. So he's going to be patiently watching to see what happens there. In the meantime, Humble is sitting quite some way off. He's about 3 seconds from that battle with the Rico Baller Racing Nova Proto 2 in between them. We just got a shot of Klimper Zaidnote there, who's ever hands-on with the setting up of their Praga R1, doing the data analysis and technical setup of the car, working very hard to get it back out onto the circuit. We saw them. There was a shot of him just getting stuck in when they had that issue with the shocks, but great to see that their hard work has paid off as the car's back out onto the circuit, hunting for clear air. That clear air is quite the currency with these aerodynamically optimized prototype cars.
Indeed, and speaking of that, we were speaking with the Angry Racing team earlier today, and they gave us a bit of a crazy statistic about that car, but they said they've calculated that at over 200 kilometers an hour, the Praga R1 is generating over 1,000 kilograms of downforce. So Bishop would be very happy to get some clear air there for him.
Yeah, we're on board right now with that SAC Commercial Parts Porsche of Hein Latechan. And right behind him is the MJR Motorsport 911. If you don't recognize MJR's Porsche, that's because he's Maurice Jackson and the team have, of course, changed their livery. So great to see the fresh look and feel going into the 6 hour. Into the pits, the number 75 Lambo of J&H Racing. What is going on with Ricky Giannacaro's Lamborghini? We'll know not too long from now. Chloe at the ready to find out one of her favorite cars. In the meantime, it is that Troy Dolinshek getting past some traffic there. So he doesn't want to get stuck for too long. At least he's got that 10-second cushion, but traffic can change the picture of things. What is going on with that Lamborghini? I was not expecting to see that shot. As ever, Tate Bishop asks questions of Shalaranjis, and he's able to keep him at bay thus far.
Tate Bishop gets quite close to the rear of the Porsche on the exit of Sarel Sweep. But then we do see him pulling out for clear air on the back straight, and it doesn't look like he's getting a lot of benefit from a slipstream up until that point when he does pull out for the clear air. So I am just wondering that if Tate Bishop is planning an overtake, where is he planning to execute it? And if part of that plan is to catch Charles Oranges unawares at perhaps a corner where he won't be expecting the overtake, but we know Tate Bishop, one of the younger and a seriously hungry driver here at the SAES. So curious to see what he has in store for us. And here's some battling further down the pack. This looks like Class E.
Indeed, that sprint, of course, still being led by Jason Campos. Tasman Campos right behind him. Franco in third place, middle of the pack. Nick Verstanis right behind them in fourth place. And Berthold, who both he and Verstanis lost out on a sweeter end to one of their heats, so they want some redemption to come in its full enjoyable glory going into what is a very close approaching end of their race. Because remember, at the 45-minute mark, our sprinters are going to peel off, and it looks like Jason Campos might be taking those honors for the sprint and dash.
It's a family affair in the dash. Campos Racing leads with Jason Campos ahead of Tasman Campos. David Franco has now dropped to third position, and we have seen all the Class E cars together, except for Sebastian Boyd, who is finally making some forward progress. He is ahead of Martin Prince. Prince, do you think that Marty Prince and Clinton will have had enough time to get that Shelby Can-Am put together before this race after the incident we saw in the sprints? Or was he perhaps out there in a different car?
You know what? Firstly, I'm looking out for your turn of phrase, which was quite interesting. From Martin Prince straight to Prince. Ooh, in the meantime, Ricky Janakro was back on. He peeled into the pits and I don't think he actually stopped at the GNH Transport pits. He just actually went straight on. It must have been some sort of software issue, maybe a mapping problem, something that clearly was solvable while the car was moving, and he was able to overcome that. We're trying to get a picture now of what exactly was going on, but I know Chloe's going to be there as we are at the 30-minute mark at the moment, as there's that RSC Mustang going down the start finish straight, and we have Prince in that Porsche 911. Timing is perfect because Temba was asking himself where Prince would be popping up and in which equipment. He's in that 911, which he's also been jumping in and out of in other classes of racing. So fortunately for him, he's not going to stay off the circuit he's not going to stay off the circuit for too long, rather, and been taken off unfortunately by a bit of a mistake at turn 1. But yeah, Ricky Janakro is back on, seems to have overcome that issue, so he's going to be dicing now to get back into the fray and back into the full swing of things for the 6 hours. So many things could happen in the first hour. We've already had one full-on yellow flag and a bit of an oopsie or a questionable moment there for Janakro, but thankfully nothing that would damage their race. But now Tate Bishop has a lot of questions to be asked of him. He's got traffic, he's got a car on the lead lap with him. We're on board with Ricky now as he defends effectively from Solarangis. But remember, 2 different races between the 2 of them, so the defense will be polite and gentlemanly in fashion. But Arangis as well as Bishop are going to try their best to clear the traffic ahead of them right now. So many different cars and classes, and they're all trying to share. Is share the word when you're in competition? I don't think they're trying to share. They're trying to grab what they think is their right in terms of Killarney International Raceway. And there is that number 5 Porsche that we were on board with Hein Lattegan.
Sharing is definitely not caring in the world of motorsports, especially when it comes to drivers on track. Prince, after you did a great job there picking up that detail there about Ginacaro inside the pink walls of Rocket, his best lap in the race so far is a 1:12.8, and on that particular lap he lost 9 seconds, dropping to a 1:21, and then from the 1:21 he immediately went back to a 13.1, which is only 0.3 off of his quickest lap. So a temporary problem, it seems, there for the GNH Transport car, but good to see it back underway. Unfortunately, he does now find himself a lap down on the race leader, but we will be keeping an eye out on Ricky Janakaro on inside Rocket just to see how he progresses there, and if that problem does reoccur later in the race, because we know the GNH team will be hoping that it's a quick fix and that whatever they were able to do on that lap to resolve it, that may be a lasting and permanent resolution. Back with Troy Dolenchek, our race leader. Troy's fresh. Some of the other drivers have been racing early on today, but Troy has not done any racing so far today. Gary Kieswetter inside the car for the sprint races, and I had a lovely chat with Troy this morning, and you could just sense the energy, how amped he is to get going. Prince, 20 years old, but been racing for 15 years, so maximizing all of that experience out front and looking really, really good, and now comfortably maintaining that gap at 10 seconds to the Stradale car. So it seems like Troy really put his head down on that restart. In one lap established a 7-second buffer. He's chipped away at it, got the gap up to 10.8 seconds, and now just seems comfortable stabilizing it with less than half an hour remaining in the 1 hour dash.
Yeah, clear is currency again with these aerodynamically optimized cars. But now here's the thing, traffic would neutralize that if his thinking was that, okay, I need to maximize on the clear air, because not too long after that he's going to be looking at back markers, he's going to be looking at all of these other factors in between, as is the picture that we have now. In and out of frame there quickly, but we're back on now with Daniel Gillison, who looks comfortable in that RSC Mustang. He's got some breathing room. He's going to be really happy with that, considering how much of more of a challenge it is to be getting past cars in another class. At the moment, he's lapping around the 113s, the low 113s, but he's got a best time of 111. So he's in a decent enough rhythm. That is where you want to hear your name being mentioned, in and around those times. More so when you're effectively a rookie at this particular circuit. So great to see he's coming to grips with the unique challenge that is the Killarney International Raceway, where majority of right-handers, your clockwise circuit now, one of my favorite turns, when you change from one frame to the next, and the first thing you see is that banked corner of Cape Town corner, and you get almost a top-down view of the car that's there at that particular time. And in that moment, it was Tate Bishop's R1. And you can almost see through the car in the way it's built. It's almost an open-wheeled single-seater in the way that it's designed.
Big slides there on the exit for turn 1 for Tate Bishop. Lights continue to flash there in the Praga R1. And there's a BMW in the pits. That is the car,
McCarthy.
60 of...
McCarthy's in the pits. What is going on? Something's amiss there. Something's amiss for McCarthy. The Class B car, let's see what is going to unfold now. The Sujin BMW being intended to by the team. Oh, no, that is too soon for this to be happening. What's going on, Mr. McCarthy? We'll have Chloe at the ready to understand exactly what the issue is, but that's endurance racing. Tests abound, and now the next test is traffic, where Arangis as well as Bishop are concerned. Going around Cape Town corner, lots of space given there by the back marker. In the meantime, some position changes for the likes of Berthold, but that is in a different class being battled there. Moodley getting past Berthold and getting a place past him. In the meantime, things still stand the same where the Class E Sprint and Dash is concerned. Campos leads from Campos. Jason Campos leading Tasman Campos. Then in third place, you've got Franco about a second, almost 2 seconds from Tasman Campos, and Nick Vistan is some way off between him and Berthold sits Moodley, who recently overtook Berthold. So that's Sean McCarthy cars now being... The team's going to try and work on it as quick as possible, but you've got time. You do have time. It is endurance. Try your best, gentlemen. Fingers crossed. Now looks like they're going to get it back into the pits for the sake of being able to have more mechanics access the car, because you are limited in terms of the number of mechanics that can actually touch the car outside of the garage. So now that it's been taken in, more can be available to attend to it. But in the meantime, and as it stands, it has been the picture from lights off to this very moment. Troy Dolinchik, lap after lap, in and around the 1 minute 10, 1 minute 11 mark, 1 minute 9. Other than traffic, he's been doing very well to get into a rhythm, Timber.
Really, really well. Gap out to 11 seconds out front. And touching on Troy as we have a look there at Hein Lattergan on the 5. We've been running on board with him earlier today. He is in a battle with, who's that behind him? I'm trying to have a look for that car there. It's Marius Jackson behind him. So Marius Jackson less than half a second behind Lattergan. Is Jackson going for a move there? Not quite at the stage of the race, but I was just saying that it's a shame to see that Sujin Property Investments BMW in the pits, because according to our entry list, Sean, we are scheduled to see Troy Dolinchik in that car later in the 6 hours. So if Troy can catch us out of that, he'll be hoping that Sean and the Sujin team can get to the bottom of that problem so he can continue his participation as Marius Jackson comes through to lap our Class E battle. Jason Campos leads out at the moment ahead of Tasman Campos. I believe that is Jason that we just saw them overlapping on the screen.
That was Stannis and Berthold, who were late on the brakes, right behind the Porsches ahead of them. I think that was MJR as well as Hein Lattergan's 911 too. Campos is off in the distance. He's already starting the home straight. So yeah, plenty of a mix there. You have to really keep on your toes to try and see who's who in the zoo.
I will be having words with the Campos racing team because it's not fair on commentators, photographers, and all media to have multiple cars in the same team with identical liveries and the same number plastered all over them, and then on the corner is just the race number of the driver. But that is a battle for another day. Good to have you here alongside me, Prince, just to help stabilize the ship when things get slightly wobbly.
Yeah, wobbly it will get. Touch, yeah. Let's hope it stays as stable as it's been so far. But yeah, I'd imagine the Campos team would be like, just look for the fastest looking car, you'll know it's me. At least one of them would say that. At least any racing driver would. In the meantime, it is that G57 navigating past the Franco VW. There's a couple of Porsches in front of them now. Somebody just kicked some dust up. Nick Verstanis making some way for, I think that was the SAC commercial past Porsche of Hein Latachan. Soon enough, he's going to have to make way for a very fast Ginetta G57. The Pilbeam MP84 there of Mr. Humble. Going humbly about it, really. Sixth place quietly so, no interruption ahead, none before. Doing quite well to keep his nose clean, and he's done so all day long, actually, because even in the sprints, that's pretty much what he's done. Keep it clean, don't get involved in something unnecessary, and you're getting to the checker flag in a decent position.
He has. I do recall one minor spin for him at turn 2, if I'm not mistaken, in one of the sprint races. But other than that, it has been a really solid day from Steve Humble. He has humbly gone about his business in a diligent manner and looking really comfortable out there. We can see Roy Aubrey has lost a position now as the GNH transport car makes a comeback. Commentators curse.
No. Come on.
Oh my goodness. I don't laugh because the spin is funny. I just can't believe it that
come on.
You know, I'm charging that one to you, Prince. You opened the door to it. But good to see Stephen Humble rejoining on the Tiger. Sideways, eventually backwards on the Tigerberg Straight. I'm sure we will be getting a replay of that incident soon of what happened to Steve Humble there. But a great recovery from him to get himself going. Here it is.
Yeah, there you go. The back just went away from at the exit of 3, going on to Sorrel Sweep. No, yeah, back to front. It's a typical story when it comes to rear-wheel driven cars. And how on its nose it was, well, there you go.
I don't laugh because the spin is funny. I just can't believe
there,
it. That,
no bodywork.
I'm charging that one to you, Prince. You open
back onto it just as it was, really. Picture, it's a mirror image of what we saw at turn 2. He just neatened it up and got back on his way. Really, it's a race against yourself, and sometimes that's the best kind of race to have, honestly.
He wasn't able to keep it pointing in the right direction, but I do give Steve Humble a lot of credit because that slide started extremely early at the dam step, and he held it for an incredibly long time. But at the last moment when it looked like, oh, he's gotten away with it, it got away from him. Let's watch him his next lap around through dam stump. Certainly taking it a little bit easier through there. It didn't affect him too much. I don't believe he lost any positions through that spin there. So he will continue on his way. We are quickly running out of time in our Class E dash as we approach the 45-minute mark from when this race began. Jason Campos still leads out front ahead of Taz Campos and Dave Franco.
Yep, still leads, and he's quietly gone about it as well, just as Steve Humble, to be honest with you, and he'd be happy about that. At the moment, he's in the wake of Roy Aubrey, and don't let that mislead you. It's quite a wake, of course. Those are two different kinds of cars. One's a VW, the other's a Porsche. So, but there he is, Campos in frame, if you see him there. That's the leader of the Class E Sprint and Dash, and he'll be very aware that there's 1 minute or so remaining for that particular class of car. But they're going to have a couple of cool down laps as far as I understand, so do not be alarmed if you see him still on the circuit after the 45-minute mark. But also assuming that things finish as they stand, because you just never know what's going to happen in endurance racing. So far, we've had Charles navigate a tight initial phase of the race, where it was him and Daniel Gillison, as well as Bishop and Dolinshek. Bishop has since fallen 3.7 or so seconds adrift from Arangis. as Arangis gets his way around Prince at turn 3, and going on now to the approach of Sarl's sweep. And he's got some air, some breathing room, and a couple of Porsches ahead of him, so he's going to be glad about that, at least for the time being, as he can now get into an established rhythm, keeping it clean and off the curbs at that right-hander just before the home straight. And there is, as ever, MJR Motorsports 81 car approaching the SAC Commercial Parts Porsche that is in the endurance race for the long haul. Going for the long haul are Hein Lateghan and team.
Charles Arangis has finally given himself some breathing room ahead of Tate Bishop. Tate Bishop now 3.751 seconds behind Charles Arangis in their battle for second position in the 1 hour dash. We're going to take a look at some of the lap times of our drivers as we rejoin Ricky Giannacaro in the GNH Transport car, starting his comeback charge, making his way forward there through the field. He just made an overtake into Cape Town corner. I think that will have been Wayne Hoffman that he's just come through on. We'll see as they cross the finish line. Is that the 27 car?
Yeah, he's back.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Wayne Hoffman giving us some good news this morning, just to touch on him, welcoming his 5th child who is here watching him race today for the first time. We did see an off for him at turn 2 yesterday, as we see the Nova NPO2 coming through the pack there. We haven't spoken too much about the Rico Bala Racing car, but we will have plenty time to focus on that car and that team to give it more attention. Nick Adcock currently behind the wheel at the stage for Rico Bala, but William Hoffman was just saying he had a spin at turn 2 yesterday. It charged it down to over ambitiousness there into the second. Wow, battle on track, 4th position.
That is Tate Bishop recovering. He was 3.7 seconds behind Charles Arangis not too long ago, and there he is now passing Charles Arangis. There it is. It was a tap between MJR and Stradale Motorsports. Charles Arangis, that was ugly. That was not good. That's how Charles lost that gap. That's how that gap formed, I beg your pardon, between him and Dolinshek coming together at the exit of Cape Town corner. Oof, that was not pretty. And that's how that position change came and went.
Prince, that looked curious. Curious.
You're looking for the word there. That was curious.
That's the word. I'll settle on just analyzing just from a racing perspective. It simply looked like 2 cars going for the same piece of tarmac.
Yeah.
And as we know, that never tends to work out. Charles Arangis is doing a really good job there to keep the car pointing in a straight line. Not a place here at Killarney that you often see cars or bikes going off, and that has made Tate Bishop's life a lot easier because he now finally in the Praga R1 has clear air. He can finally stretch the legs of that car. He can finally chase those 107 lap times. He only has 12 minutes to attempt to catch what is now a 23-second gap over Troy Dolinshek, and that may be too much to ask from the Praga R1 and too much to ask from Tate Bishop. We will, regardless, keep an eye on the lap times just to see what progress he can make, because I think more than anything now, Tate will just try and get himself as far ahead as possible of the Stradale Motorsport car of Charles Arangis, and at the very least try and secure a comfortable P2 as we have a car in the pits.
Ooh, what's going on there? Something's amiss now. As we also try and keep an eye on our Porsches on track now. That is Mr. Aubrey. We haven't spoken about him in a while. We've also got the Francos getting around. Hoffman also keeping it clean, has kept his nose out of trouble. Ooh, something is afoot with
That
the
looks like
Bigfoot
Mudley,
Porsche.
Prince. Looks like the 55 of San Mudley.
Yeah, what's going on, son? He's had a clean day. He hasn't had much trouble. In the meantime, Giannacaro getting around the circuit. He's back into a rhythm now since he peeled into the pits a la San Mudley as it stands, or as of late. And we can see from across our commentary booth what's going on with San Mudley. We don't quite have a picture of how the mechanic's going to deal with this issue or where exactly it is. It doesn't seem like an obvious one. In the meantime, we are here at Cape Town Corner's exit with Ricky Giannacaro now on board with him as we have that wonderful in-shot how much concentration you need as the temperatures just build up, bearing down on the closing hour of racing. It's not an easy feat at all. The physical forces that you have to face, X amount of times, gravity, your head's heavier, your arms are heavier, everything is just squeezing and compressing your body. And it is Ricky Janakara at the moment putting in his first hour and his contribution, a minimum of 33%, and a minimum of 45 minutes is what we've seen where the sprint is concerned. Remember, we spoke about the sprint. We're going to see some of our Class E cars peeling into the pits as their race has come and gone. In the meantime, the RSC Mustang of Daniel Gillison still going about it. He's looking at the hour, 10 minutes remaining on the hour mark. Yeah, it looks like Sun Moodley's Porsche has been taken into the pits now so it can be attended to. I wonder what the issue there is with Sun. I spoke to him earlier and he wasn't too happy with the way the car was performing. He just felt slow overall. We have Hoffman just came off a turn, looks like turn 1. Exit of turn 1, he's back out again. Okay, he recovered himself well there. Coming out unscathed other than ego in that particular moment. And he's back out on circuit. We're on there with in-framers Aubrey. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, the back tried to meet the front, and Hoffman couldn't have been happy about that. Thankfully for him, he rolled off. The momentum helped him roll off and get into a safer position, so there wasn't any contact with cars coming on from turn 1.
That looks like Ian Howell having no joy at turn number 1 there in the 82 911. He came off at turn 1 right at the start of the hour, and once again, unfortunately, finds himself coming off right at the end of the hour there for Ian Howell. So I think this is a 1 hour dash that he will be quick to forget, because Black Coin Corner has not been very kind to him today.
Yeah, I beg your pardon, that is Howell. Do pardon my mishap there. And we have the Nova Proto 2, and you see it going around Cape Town corner now, and you get a picture of just how textured, let's say, the circuit is, and it's something that this particular kind of car does not enjoy. And it wants citrus paribus, it wants perfect conditions. So that is an interesting dynamic to navigate. We've got something is a little bit too shaky there on the front right quarter of that car. We've got a winglet that looks like it's dancing a bit too much on the front of the Nova, and that definitely will have an impact on the stability of that car. You can see it's looking a lot looser than the left-hand side. Do watch out for that piece of bodywork on the front right. There it is again. Can you see how much air has an impact, how much force of air there is going onto this car? You don't have a picture of it until something moves and goes out of shape. That's when you understand just how much speed there is in terms of the air that's meeting this car, and how much of a force the car is exposed to, and how much pressure that the suspension has to uphold and the shocks have to absorb. So something is amiss there with that Nova, and the front right is not going to feel great, that's for sure.
Congratulations to the production team for the amazing work. And Prince, I'm actually very grateful that we get to see the shot, because, you use the word textured, which is in the Hall of Fame of euphemisms that I've ever heard for describing a racetrack.
To be fair, I heard you describe that incident between the MJR 81 and Charles Rangi's 86 Porsche as curious.
I will become less curious once I've spoken to both the drivers. For now, with the information we've had and one replay viewing, I'll call it curious.
Fair enough.
But Prince describing the track as textured, what he was alluding to is the bumpiness. And is that a surprise for us there to see the Nova NPO2 coming into the pits?
Look, yes and no. Of course, it may be damage related. No one is attending to the front right quarter, which we saw there seemed to be an issue with the bodywork. It is a splash and dash, as it seems. And we're in and around the 1 hour mark, which is where you would expect. There we go. We've got in front of the Nova. Timber, you seem to have spotted something. What do you see?
Troy Dolinchik's name is dropping down the order. Troy Dolinchik is down into 5th position. I'm not sure why that is, but according to the live timing, Tate Bishop is your new race leader with 6 minutes to go in the hour. Probably problems there for the Janetta G57 and the APT team.
What is going on? Our race lead, our comfortable race lead, our race lead that found a 7-second cushion at the restart, has now fallen down the order and continues to fall down the order. Oh, there's definitely an issue. Something is amiss with the Janetta G57. We don't know where exactly on the circuit that is happening. But in the meantime, something on many parts, on many fronts, and in many different classes. We've got the Nova, which went into the pits for a splash and dash. And the fuel segment of the car, the refuel was attended to just before the 1 hour mark, which is where you can expect that to happen. However, that front right quarter wasn't attended to, so clearly the car is manageable, which is impressive, an impressive feat, and also not entirely surprising, as it doesn't make up the majority of the forces that the aerodynamic forces, at least, that the car is going to be exposed to. Then we've got Troy Dolinchek, you pointed out, Timber, in the garage, being worked on.
No ways.
Oh, what a pity. At this mark, this car was competing quite impressively all weekend long in the 1 hour. Oh, no, in the 1 hour segment, and at the close to the end of the race, really, it was just a little bit longer. Just needs to hold on a little bit longer as we bear down on the 1 hour mark. We're close to having just 5 hours and some change left, and something is amiss with the G57. As Howell also had a bit of a moment, but he's recovered quite well and is back out onto the circuit. Oh, man.
Unbelievable scenes, Prince. I'm in shock, you know, and in my head, I can literally see Troy's face this morning when he was telling me that we've just been trying our best to work on reliability for the car, and to have led the 1 hour dash for 54 minutes and coming up just short right at the end will be heartbreak for Troy, Gary Kieswetter and the APT racing team. The Janetta G57 unable to get it all the way across the line, and Tate Bishop now finds himself 6.8 seconds ahead of Charles and Prince. I'm pretty sure that curious incident from earlier the race is going to trigger some emotions for the Stradale team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I see that going both ways. Yeah, interpretation is a tricky one when it comes to racing, and the angles and all of that nature when the red mist comes into play here. But we're on board now with Hein Latachan. We've had the pleasure of having the iCam on board with him to get a sense of perspective now going into turn 2. As he gets onto the anchors, look at the steering inputs and how barely any corrections needed. Oh, there it is. Pardon me. Yeah, I said it too soon. I should stop this, actually. You saw what happened with Stephen Humble, who just came into frame. Last time we called something too fast and too soon. But that was really fun to be on board with Hein Latachan. It's been a great pleasure. And must beg your pardon, we've had a couple of mix-ups in terms of timing and the naming, but that number 27 Porsche we have on circuit at the moment belongs to Wayne Hoffman. He still is on circuit, pardon the mix-up there. But now there's Dr. Roy Aubrey, and out onto the circuit now, 10th place in the 1 hour race. He's had I'd imagine, relievingly quiet race, considering how much has gone on in between the lights off and this moment of the race. Now remember, we have the 1 hour dash, the race within the race. The first race within the race has come and gone with the Class E cars. At the 45-minute mark, the likes of Jason Campos went across the start finish and took honors for the Class E sprint and dash. And then now we have the 1 hour dash, the next race to finish. You'll see those competitors peeling off and finishing their race, and it's going to be the MSA flag that you see waving to signal the finish of that exact race. And then after that, it's 6 hours, or 5 hours, I beg your pardon, remaining for the 6 hour race. And it's going to be going off into the sunset for our endurance racers. But as it stands, it is still... Oh, there we go. We're back in the garage with Troy Dolinchek and Gary Kieswetter's G57 as they talk over what would have been an exciting weekend initially. A bit of a coming together at turn 1 early on in the day in the sprint races with the R1, the Praga R1 of Tate Bishop. And now this moment looks like it was all on Troy Dolinchek's own sum, as it were, where this issue now came into the picture. We've also seen that Janakaro Audi, I beg your pardon, Huracan. Some people would chuckle tongue-in-cheek because of me making an Audi reference there to a Lamborghini for reasons known to many. Them coming out of the VW stable of manufacturing. But we're seeing the Cape Town corner there at the exit of Cape Town corner with the Franco VW, which has gone on smoothly now entering the endurance segment of the race. So we're going to see Roberto hopping into the car a bit later. But it's been good to see Rico Baller Racing having quite an array of talents, showing their stuff and showing what they're capable of here at Killarney International Raceway. There's so much to absorb that's happened, because at the moment we're going to give you a rundown not too long from now, the results for Class E's sprint and dash, which ended at the 45-minute mark. But in the meantime, we're trying to keep an eye on the race lead for that 1 hour dash that we've come to enjoy. And we're waiting for that MSA flag to go down, and I think we're almost there, as Tate Bishop has had the lead. Aranji's in second, Daniel Gillison in third place, and that is your podium as it has sat for the past 4 or 5 minutes or so.
5 seconds to go until an hour has been completed here at Killarney Raceway. 3, 2, 1, 0, and the first hour is complete. We will now be turning our attention to the endurance race, as the remaining cars staying for the full 6 hours will continue. Congratulations to our SAE Dash, Class E Dash drivers, plus our 1 hour sprint dash drivers who've done a fantastic effort here today. Prince, a bit of housekeeping. There's a couple of details that I'd like to go over. Firstly, shout out Stephen Koenig, who has provided us with the official results for the Class E sprint and dash, where Jason Campos officially took victory 6 seconds ahead of Tasman Campos. The second family affair 1-2 we've seen today here at Killarney, which is pretty cool. David Franco came through to complete the podium, only 3.8 seconds behind Tasman on the 96. Nick Vastantis was fourth ahead of Judd Berthold, and Seb Boyd completed your field in the Class E sprint and dash. Berthold and Vastantis were only separated by 0.3 of a second at the end of that race, so that action was non-stop until the very end. There is the MSA flag, which signals the end of the race for our 1 hour dash competitors. Our Class E sprint and dash competitors also got that MSA flag to signal the end of the 45. As that race came to a close as well, we had noted that Mo Mia was unable to complete the race, or at least his race finished within the pit lane. Sean McCarthy in the Sujin Investments car was not able to get himself back out there. Unfortunately, his race came to a premature end. Ian Howell, we saw having those numerous problems there at turn number 1. He also finished the race in the pits. We saw Sun Moodley on screen in the pit lane, and Roberto Franco Prince has also been in the pits. And the last one, and the fastest lap of the race, holder Troy Dolenchek, unfortunately with that heartbreak for the APT racing team.
Yeah, fortunately for them, but fortunate for the likes of Gillison, who in his debut has scored himself a couple of podiums here in South African racing. It's Bishop Aranji's Gillison taking it and bringing it home there. Marius Jackson involved in that curious incident at the exit of Cape Town corner. Hoffman, there we go, peeling into the pits there. Another of the 1 hour dash competitors we've enjoyed seeing out onto the circuit. Aubrey, Prince, Dolensek, unfortunately for the APT racing team, they're succumbing to some mechanical issue there. We will be curious to hear exactly what went down. It's not great to see. I mean, it was at the dying stages of the race. There's literally a couple of minutes remaining for them rather to finish their race, and so sad to see that they couldn't finish in a way they would have wanted to. But that's the way of racing, and that's how it goes. And the machine keeps chugging along. And there we are with Roberto. I beg your pardon, David. And there was your 1 hour dash winner, Tate Bishop, out on in the pits. I beg your pardon. And they'd be happy with the performance of the car. They've been able to overcome a shock issue. There's that spin out. There was a spin out there. I see. It was Jackson who spun out at the entry of Cape Town corner, and as he rejoined, 3, 2, 1. Okay, clean, no interruption there. So Maurice Jackson spun out and had to rejoin with no interruption. So he thankfully doesn't have much of a headache. He continue on with the race.
a bit of a redemption arc there as well for Tate Bishop, because we saw him retiring in his final sprint race of the day and finding himself in the right place and the right time to benefit for the DNF for Dolinchek. So it almost worked out equally between the Angry Racing team and the APT Racing team, because it was like, I DNF, you take a win, you DNF, I take a win. You know, I don't know if that's too far of a joke to make, but just to say, Tate Bishop, you know, we would have obviously been disappointed, and he did seem disappointed post that race, because he was leading, and I'm certain he was confident that he was going to come through to take the checkered flag with that one. Prince, good to see Roberto Franco back out on track. He had spent some time in the pits. David Franco, if we're not mistaken, would have been out on track, also taking part in the 1 hour dash. His 1 hour dash race is finished, but his SAE 6 hours of Killarney is far from over, with 4 hours and 54 minutes to go. Here is the beautiful onboard footage from the iCam car with car number 5, Hein Latachan. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers at home, I want you to watch the movement of the driver. You can see hands sawing at the steering wheel there at Castrol Corner, managing some oversteer. But Killarney is notoriously a textured circuit with bumps in certain parts around. I've raced a superbike around here. I've never had the privilege of being in a car as we catch up with the Rico Barlow racing car out front. But it's difficult to explain in words how bumpy this track is. But we perfectly have the Nova NPO2 with that piece of air on the front that keeps flapping around, which for me, in my opinion, perfectly personifies how bumpy this track is. So if you want to have an idea of how bumpy Killarney is, if you've not had the privilege of going around and take a look at that right front flap that is dancing on the front right corner of the Nova NPO2 as we rejoin Rocket down the back straight in excess of 250 kilometers an hour. You can see the Lamborghini as well with movement dancing on the brakes there. So that's something that our drivers will be used to managing here at Killarney. But Prince, I would like to think that in endurance racing, you know, a bumpy circuit is something to manage, and that is manageable. But when tires are driven, when cars have taken strain for many, many hours, hitting one bump in the wrong way could trigger a mistake from a driver or potentially a mechanical.
Yeah, 100%. The more the equipment takes on wear and tear in the battle of time and the nature of the circuit, you've got an increased amount of responsibility in terms of the driver's concentration. I think the driver plays a huge role in being sensitive to what the car is saying and telling them, and just how much they have to, I suppose, make up for where the car is not quite holding it together, or just behaving a lot less similar to the initial phase of their stint, where the car was heavier, starting with the car having a full tank as compared to when it's lighter, the condition of the tires, the temperatures transforming. And at this stage, I'd imagine cooling down maybe too soon to start speaking about that. We've got quite a bit of light out at the moment, so maybe the cooling down of temperatures is not quite yet in the mix of the conversation, but we will soon see extending shadows. But yeah, it definitely is a transfer, I would say, Timber, from the mechanical to the person that sits in the car and has to now translate what the car is telling them and communicating with them during the course of an endurance race. We continue then with Hein Latachan, who knows quite well how to take on an endurance race, let alone a series, as we've had this team contribute to in its many guises and its different liveries contribute to the series in quite an entertaining and appreciated manner, as they've been the patient, slow build-up kind of outfit a lot of the time, and it's great to see them back on the circuit in endurance trim, that's for sure.
Rico Barlow Racing leads ahead of SAC Commercial Parts. G&H Transport on the comeback charge after that one individual slow lap where we saw Ricky Giannaccaro losing 9 seconds. That was early within the hour, which is really a shame to see there, because they were a lot closer. There is
That's Hoffman's 911.
Indeed. I think it's Howell again on the 82. Okay, these are just catching up with some of our 1 hour dash cars in their park.
The 82, I beg your pardon, yep.
in their park for May. So those guys are done racing for the day today. We rejoin the Nova NPO2 out front, 28.715. Going to take a look at the lap time. Just take a look at some race pace. Out front, Nick Adcock is in the car for Nova NPO2. His teammate, Charles Visser, can't wait to see him out on track later this evening. And Michael Jensen, the Danish driver, who is here visiting us in South Africa. Looking forward to seeing those guys. So far for the NPO2 in the hands of Nick Adcock here at Killarney. After 1 hour and 9 minutes completed, they have a best time of a 1:11.440. Last time round, the Nova came through on a 12.772. And I'm just going to take a look at the pace over the last sequence of laps. Prince, have a listen to this. Tell me if this sounds consistent or not to you from Nick Adcock. We're going to go over a 10-lap sequence from lap 40 to from lap 41 to lap 49. 112.7, 12.8, 12.2, 12.6, 12.0, 12.5, 12.7, 12.7, 12.7.
All right. Clear statement. Clear enough statement as to what it takes in endurance racing. But that is incredible. Again, we're speaking about the concentration that is needed going into any racing scenario in sprint, let alone endurance. And that is the perfect example. Being able to be that consistent, it effectively means he's doing the exact same thing at the exact same point over and over and over again. And to have only a couple of thousandths of a second found wanting when it comes to that is an incredible ability to develop. And I say develop quite deliberately because I think it is something that anyone can take on. Should they be willing to dive deep and get into the motorsport scene, as we've seen with the likes of Ryan Lowe. We've spoken ad infinitum about him and a couple of other competitors who really do not necessarily come from a long racing history or heritage, and they dive straight into it, like the likes of Connor Kilbride, for example, who was racing his E46 earlier on today, as we're on board now with Ayn Latachan, who's going to be preparing either to defend or let rocket by a lot more gentlemanly in fashion, as Ricky Janakaro gets around him with no fuss at turn 1 around the outside. And around the outside is a turn of phrase we've enjoyed during the course of today's racing, haven't we, Temba?
We really have. And there was a moment that just occurred. I don't think you would have noticed it, Prince, but there was a moment that just occurred as we watched Latachan and Janakaro going side by side down the pit straight. Our commentary booth is sat on top of the pit complex on the left-hand side of the pit straight. And as those cars passed us side by side, for the first time the entire day, the window behind you was vibrating.
Oh, wow.
Which was pretty cool. So the sound waves of those two cars together, I forgot what the scientific term is, but they were fusing like Goku and Vegeta to get the sound waves out there. I'm sure Ricky will appreciate that joke when he watches the stream back later. Big Super Mario fan, I know as well. He is. I'm sure he watched Dragon Ball Z at some stage in his career. However, the GNH Transport car is about to cross the finish line and officially on the timing go up into second position. The Sujin Property Investments BMW E46 M3 is still in the pits. Now 25 laps down. We're waiting to see if that car is retired or will be able to rejoin this race. On your timing screens where you'll see the second Rico Barlow Racing car with it's written 6E class there, but that's David Franco.
Yeah.
That is the Franco family. The GSW Super Cup Polo that our audience and fans will be familiar with seeing. So pretty cool story there, because we had two Francos on track at the same time, technically competing against one another, and are now working together in the same race.
Yeah, very interesting. Also considering the off-track chats we've had with both David and Roberto in terms of the R8 that's recently joined the stable, the GSW Enrico Barlow Racing stable, and the dynamic of we're both fast, aren't we? And David effectively waiting his turn around to get around the circuit with the R8. So yeah, it'll be a nice It'll be a nice moment, I think, for David if he was lapping a little differently. By differently, I mean faster than his dad with the same car at the same time at the same track, which is unique between the two of them. So it's a nice little statement of intent as we're back on board now, a little more on the nose with Ayn Latakhan as we navigate turn 1. It seemed to last forever. What must it feel like then to go around Cape Town corner? Keeping it together certainly isn't easy, at least for hours at a time, I'd imagine, in endurance racing. But Hein knows all too well just how to do that. Concentration really is the name of the game in between now and the end of this race as he continues his stint, which will have been altered slightly by the early race proceedings. The first 15 to 20 minutes, if you've just joined us, the first 15 to 20 minutes were interrupted by yellow flag running, and that of course will have made a significant dent into the strategic approach for all of these teams where the endurance race is concerned. So obviously fuel consumption is different, tire wear is different, temperatures are different. All of that would obviously then, what we like to assume at least, that stints are extended.
Rico Barlow Racing continues to lead ahead of GNH Transport and SAC Commercial Parts. Hein Latakhan at this stage of the race unable to mount a response on the GNH Transport car. The Lamborghini of Rocket being driven by Ricky ahead of him. That gap is now extending up to 7 seconds. Prince, there was a question that I had for you, and it was, apologies there, I'm thinking about how to put this thought together because it's a bit of a complex question.
Okay.
But I'm going to revisit that one with you. But what are you expecting to see from Charles Arangis in particular? We know Charles at any track, especially in this Nova NPO2, has a serious turn of pace at...
Salfissa, I think you mean.
Thank you, sir. My mind said Fissa, the mouth said Arangis. We know young Charles Fissa has got a serious turn of pace. What do you think the strategy will be for him once he gets in the car? Is it all-out attack? Is it just managing the gap? Because I'm thinking in my head, I can very much see Rico Barlow saying, Charles, take it easy. Take it easy. And I can see Charles debris on track.
Yep, something was on the circuit. Something's definitely on the circuit. That looked like the double right, if I'm not mistaken.
Saros pass?
Yeah.
It was on the outside of Saros sweep?
Yeah. It looked like the outside of Saros sweep where some debris went onto the circuit. Hopefully we can get a clearer picture of that. But Timber, please do complete your thought.
Yeah, no, thanks for spotting that, Prince, because I'd noticed that just a moment after you. My first immediate thought was, is that piece of aero hanging off the Nova NPO2, because it looks like it's trying its best to escape that car, but for now it is holding on in the hands of Nick Adcock. Shout out to the production team. Some new graphics you can see here on our timing tower, which I think is absolutely brilliant. You can see there the Rico Barlow racing car leads in the Nova NPO2 with Nick Adcock driving a best lap of 1:11.440. Ricky Giannacaro in the Lamborghini GT3 of Rocket with a base lap of 1:12.745. He's currently in second place. Hein Latakhan in the Porsche currently arrives third for the SAC Commercial Parts with a base lap of 13.976. Catching up with Rob Franco. So far he's had a best of 29.4 in the VW Polo Super Cup car representing Rico Barlow Racing and GSW. The Sujin Property Investments BMW E46 M3, unfortunately in the hands of Sean McCarthy, is yet to make its way back out on track. It has a best lap of a 21.9. So Prince, if that car does get out on track, you could theorize that they do have pace to try and chase down the GSW Rico Barlow Racing car of being driven by the Francos. However, they are going to need some fortune to come on their side. We know they've got drivers of capable. Troy Dolinchek entered to be driving that car alongside Brian Ferree, but time running out for them as that gap of laps continues to grow. However, I contradict myself by saying time running out because there's 4 hours and 41 minutes to go. And as we saw in the 1 hour dash with that dramatic finish for the APT racing team, you cannot call anything here at the Southern African Endurance Series, and it genuinely takes me back to the race here last year where we were here on our feet, screaming in the pouring rain at the outcome of that race, because nothing was predictable up until the final 10 minutes in that battle for victory in 2025. So hoping that we can overall see that Sujin property car back out fighting at the front. And just to touch on that thought that I was speaking about earlier, that that piece of air on the Nova looks like it's wanting to come off, but interesting to see that the team didn't address that area of the car in their pit stop. So it may be something I can only assume that they are aware of, that they've seen in the data, and possibly something that they intend, and that and I'm theorizing here. If a fan is sitting at home thinking, Tim, I disagree, I'm just theorizing that maybe it's a problem or just a condition that they're aware of and that they find it's manageable. It's not affecting lap times too much, and as long as it's staying on there, something we can just keep dealing with as the race goes on.
Yeah, and you did give us a clear picture of Nick Adcock's consistency in that car, lap after lap. In the 112s, he's since gotten, well, his best lap has been a 111, but we haven't seen that for some time. But he is quite comfortable, it seems, and driving around it effectively, doing a good old Fernando Alonso or Max Verstappen, or pick your F1 talent, driving around the issue and keeping the car as stable as you want. And you can see, for me, it's like, I'd imagine to feel a lot differently, but it seems like the car's quite stable, and the overall effect doesn't, I suppose, destabilize him and take him off rhythm. So on he goes, on he chugs along, and it's been so great to see the journey with this particular car, with Rico Barlow Racing, of course. They've managed incredible feats in South African motorsports and endurance racing, and having this car introduced to our scene has, I think, changed a lot of people's perspective in their minds in terms of what prototypes can do on South African shores. And it only remains to be seen what more can be brought in terms of the different array of kinds of machinery. I mean, right now we've got the R1 that recently got onto our shores for the sprint racing format, at least for now. Perhaps we'll see that Praga getting into endurance racing. But in terms of its latest contribution to the sprint racing format, we had the 1 hour dash that came and went during this actual race. It was the race within the race, and when we saw 1 hour had come and gone, the MSA flag came down, and the winner for the 1 hour dash was declared to be Tate Bishop in that very Praga R1, and Shalaranji is behind him in second place. And a first-time racer here, coming all the way down from down under, that is Daniel Gillison, the Kiwi, getting a podium finish in his debut in the RC Mustang, and Maurice Jackson in fourth place, Wayne Hoffman in fifth, and Stephen Humble in sixth place, and Roy Aubrey in seventh, Martin Prince in eighth place, Dolin Sheck in ninth, who led the majority of this race. It was only until the dying moments that really had 55 minutes of dominance, effectively, yellow flag conditions included, and the results are, it's at least in the front three, are far from a true reflection of exactly what went down. But Dolin Sheck in that G57, unfortunately, succumbing to an issue that we'll soon find out what it was. But they had to get into the pits around the 15-minute mark and could not finish the race in the position that they had started. And, of course, Moodley also out into the pits. Howell, one of the earlier racers to seed and concede defeat where attrition is concerned. And Momea, of course, was in the final. Was the racer, I beg your pardon, rounding up that 12 competitor class for the 1 hour dash. So that's what went down as far as the first hour is concerned, if you missed it. But we're finding out a couple of those stories to see exactly what went down, how the races have gone, so we can get some perspective at ground level. So not too long from now, we're going to have a few chats with our competitors to give you some better insights and perspective as fans. And if you're watching and joining us, thank you for being a part of our series and being along for the ride as we touch down in this, our latest offering to you, South African motorsport fans, here in Cape Town for the 6 hours of Killarney. And we go now, we're on, in frame rather, we have Nick Adcock of Rico Barlow Racing in that Nova NP02. The picture of consistency, and hasn't, I'd imagine, is trying not to break a sweat at the very least to get in that all too precious data. He races this car locally and internationally, so he knows it all too well. He knows what it's capable of, victories, podiums in all trims. It's a beautiful car out of a beautiful community of racing, some one-make series that he is a part of in Europe. All of that culminating in what you see right here before you, leading the class in Class A for our endurance series.
We catch up once again with the Nova NP02 5-liter naturally aspirated Ford Coyote V8 engine, producing in the range of 400 to 460 horsepower. That is a very, very special piece of equipment at the moment in the hands of Nick Adcock. Taking a look at GNH Transport one more time with Ricky Janakara as the sun now starts to set in Killarney. So we're getting some updates for you, some interesting information. We are going to come back to the info because we're going down to Chloe in pit lane with Tate Bishop, your 1 hour dash race winner.
We are with the winner of the 1 hour dash. It is Tate Bishop. Tate, a big congratulations. A tough weekend. Earlier on, we couldn't even talk because we had to figure out, of course, the difficulties that you were having with the car. Perhaps enlighten us as to what was going wrong.
Yeah, so I mean, we didn't really know if there was a problem or not. Unfortunately, the track was literally covered in oil in the third race. Change of service flags for some reason weren't shown, and it seems like I caught oil. Just immediately went around. I didn't know that there was oil there. I thought it was a shock issue or something, maybe something in the car's broken. So I was like, okay, you know what, let's play it safe. We got the 1 hour later, let's bring it in. But yeah, no, I mean, considering that, I would say my confidence took a little bit of a tumble, but I mean, now after this 1 hour, I'm drenched, destroyed, but very, very happy. It was tough. Obviously, these cars are very, very quick that we're racing against. But yeah, I'm super, super stoked.
A big congratulations. I mean, let us into that 1 hour dash. Yes, you talk about the difficulty, but what are some of the challenges that you went through during that 1 hour dash?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously this car isn't as fast as the GT3s on the straight. Obviously that genetics is just in another league. Yeah, we managed to gain back everything we lost down the straight in the corners. And I knew it was just a matter of time before some sort of traffic held Charles up, and I'd be able to capitalize on it. So I knew that if Charles was going to get past traffic, I had to follow him, and that was a bit difficult, a bit sketchy, but we did it safely, and obviously managed to get past Charles eventually, and then just kept it clean, kept it the right way around, and took home the win.
I mean, the biggest highlight for me with the Praga was seeing a young kid jump onto it and how excited it was. Like, he was literally beaming. What was your highlight this weekend?
I mean, there's far too many to say, I guess. There's so many different criteria that I put it all under. Obviously, just the smiles and, everything that the team's done that's, finally worth something. I mean, that grid walk was insane. I got in my car and it felt like I can't even think of a metaphor, but I mean, it was just incredible. This car was just surrounded by people, taking photos of all these kids. I love it. That is my favorite part of national racing. So, yeah, there's too many to name, honestly.
But I like that. Congratulations, Tate. How are we celebrating today?
I'm not allowed to say.
You're not allowed to say? Do you want to give me a clue?
I'll tell you later.
Okay, could I guess?
I don't know. I mean, it's not really up to me. We'll see what they want to do, but I can tell you I can't say.
Well, he can't tell us how the celebrations will be, but one thing is certain is that there's too many highlights to pick from, and the Praga was absolutely fantastic to see here, of course, at Killarney Raceway, and it was a fan favorite. It delivered. We've been building up, and it was really, truly great to see it finally in action. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully we'll get to see more of course, Tate and the Praga, but back to commentary.
Thank you to Chloe and Tate Bishop there down in pit lane. A visibly happy Tate Bishop there with his victory in race number 1. It was great to hear from Tate confirming what we did suspect, that he was a bit anxious about overtaking about overtaking Charles Arangis, and it was actually very fascinating, Prince, to hear from Tate that he was anticipating that moment like a leopard. You know, he was just stalking Charles Ranjis and saying, the moment that someone gets in your way, you're going to see me coming around the outside. And he executed that plan, honestly, brilliantly. He couldn't have had a better opportunity in terms of Charles Ranjis being held up by another car on track, and he capitalized. And you have to give Angry Racing and Tate Bishop the credit, because it was inevitable that back markers were going to become a factor given the pace differences between the front and the rear of the field. And Tate did a really good job there just to time that moment and execute it. It's a shame that we do not get to see any more of the Praga R1, a truly phenomenal piece of kit, and I love the livery. That's a personal favorite of mine. It's hard to make black and gold look poor on a racing car, and the Angry Racing team have done a great job getting that car looking fantastic. Digging a bit deeper into the Praga R1, the 2-liter 640 kilogram car, pushing out 365 brake horsepower. Tate did tell us this morning that it has a Formula 4 engine with the F3 gearbox, but we've just jumped onto the iCam onboard here of Hein Latteghan in the SAC car in the pit stop, in the pits for driver change.
In the pits for driver change, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Henk is about to get on. Let's be on standby for that as the SAC Commercial Parts Stable finishes their pit. And that is about 1.5 hours, which is what I was expecting, considering that we had a 20 minutes to 20 minutes to half an hour interruption in the starting phase of the race. So we're going to have a driver change now, as we see the pit crew working profusely to get the new shoes onto the car to make sure that the wear and tear doesn't do too much of damage to their return to endurance racing. So great to see there. And as well, J&H Transport in the pits as well. So Gianni Giannacaro is going to be hopping in, and he's waiting for Ricky to step out. And at the moment, Nick Adcock going at it as consistently as ever. And we've learned some interesting insights from our very own Stephen Koenig. We've been asking ourselves, what is going on with that part that we see sort of hanging off the nose of the car? And it is called a dive plane, or canard, and it's a longer fix to the issue. So that's the problem. That's why we didn't see any urgent attention where the front right quarter of that car was concerned, because it would take then taking out the entire nose and unplugging headlights and all things of that nature. So too much time taken, too much of an interruption to the overall strategy. So forsaking that, and clearly then it's not making too much of a difference also because of the nature of Killarney's raceway. It's a high-speed track, so lower drag needed, not as much aerodynamic forces are going to be, I beg your pardon, too much aerodynamic forces are going to ask too much questions of that right quarter. So Nick Adcock is not going to be pushing it too hard, because isn't necessarily a high demand for maximum aero at a track like this. So we're looking at some very keen insights there from Stephen Koenig. As ever, we appreciate the inner workings of motorsport and those key details that bring all these wonderful pieces of machinery together, as Roberto Franco continues going at it outside. He hops out of an Audi into a VW. It's all the same to him as long as he's racing. Great to see him out. No. That does not look pretty. We've got a change of shoes here for that rocket car. Let me not suggest too much. Okay, it's a change of shoes. I beg your pardon. Just a change of shoes. There you go. Standard issue pit stop and a change of shoes for Rocket, that G&H Transport Lamborghini. I was a bit concerned the way the mechanics were moving. It seemed as if there was an issue other than actually just changing tires. So Gianni's going to be in the car now as he has his say on things. I wonder how he feels about driving the Lambo as compared to the R8, because it's always enjoyable to see that banter and competition between Gianni and Ricky and G&H. Ricky, of course, convinced that is absolutely the best car ever to exist in the history of Lamborghinis and history of G&H race cars. And of course, Gianni thinking, meh, it's okay. So I wonder what his true and honest, just woke up, pure, unfiltered opinion is of that Lambo. Would be interesting to hear.
Definitely something I can see Chloe digging into in pit lane with the Giannacaro team. I don't know how those twins come to consensus on some things, because they can disagree so strongly on opinion sometimes, and yet they always seem aligned in terms of energy and understanding between them, which is an impressive bond that they have. And you can see that bond transferred into the GNH Transport Racing team. So as Prince mentioned moments ago, that he expected that delayed pit stop, considering the delay that we had earlier in the first hour of hour 6 due to the problems there for Ian Howell in the Porsche 911, running off twice there at turn 1. The first one where he came to a complete standstill in the gravel trap, which caused the safety car to come out, and we lost about 20 to 30 minutes. So Gianni Giannacaro now gets to grips with the Lamborghini. Time to put rocket through her paces. We can actually see there, Prince, a lot of dust forming on the inside of Cape Town corner, and I think it's pretty cool that everybody's been contributing to that. We've seen superbike riders digging knees and elbows into that grass, causing clouds of dust and gravel to come onto the circuit. We've seen a number of cars now running off there. We saw Marius Jackson spinning off there, and I'm certain that the Stradale Motorsport car would have left some of that after that contact with Marius Jackson earlier in the race. Nothing that we imagine will significantly affect our drivers or grip conditions out there. Rico Bala Racing now leads by 4 laps ahead of the GNH Transport, by SAC car. GNH Transport now in P3, roughly half a minute behind the SAC car of Ein Latachan. Prince, we saw that pit stop for Latachan. Can you just confirm for us who jumped in the car after he came out?
It looked like it was Henke's son who got into the car, but we had to have proper confirmation on the transponder and the timing. But in frame, I saw the a slim figure, I beg your pardon, trying to help him out the car, but we'll get confirmation not too long from now. And we are now waiting, I beg your pardon, looking at the likes of Gianni getting to terms with that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, which has been enjoyable to see in different trim and different color. It's also another car that's been in the South African motorsports and endurance community and is now under GNH guys. And I wonder though, in terms of the different setup options that these GT3 cars have, how much there's a difference between the likes of Ricky and Gianni in what they prefer, or any of the racing drivers really, because for example you can adjust with this particular car, you can have 10 different position adjustments in terms of traction control. So I wonder how much of an adaptation there is, or a difference there is between Gianni's preference, I beg your pardon, and Ricky's. So as soon as Gianni steps into the car, is he going straight to the dials to try and get it to his sweet spot in terms of traction control? So that's something I'd love to hear from the GNH competitors. But knowing them, like you were saying, there's a synergy that cannot be separated and undone. The dust at Cape Town corner, it's distracting me there. The dust at Cape Town corner doesn't seem to be decreasing. I mean, I've seen it mostly from the back of, as a rooster tail of sorts from Nick Adcock's car, but it looks like there's nothing being done to sort of do away with it. Is it a wind? Is that the nature of Cape Town corner? What's going on there?
I'm not sure, Prince. I've never seen anything like that before at Cape Town corner, and you would think that it would clean up after some laps, given that there's cars crossing that part of the track at speed, and that we see the dust being kicked up confirms that the cars are driving over whatever that is. But it is something we will keep an eye on while the sun is still shining, because we will not have all the time in the world to see that. In the darkness, it is going to be a bit more difficult to see. But just revisiting that Praga R1 there, I had a couple of more stats and just some fun facts about that car that was victorious in the 1 hour dash. Now, let's look at some numbers, Prince. 4,144 meters in length, 1,800 millimeters in width, so that's 163 inches on the length and 71 inches on the width, with a wheelbase of 965 millimeters, 38 inches. So the reason why I come to that, we heard Tate Bishop speaking quite a bit about the corners and how they were making up time on the corners constantly. And we know with that moment there on track.
Class mix up there. Roberto Franco will be making way for Nick Adcock. Oh, there you go. Back into normal running, as you were. Tema Kumalo.
Yeah, I don't think Nick Adcock would have been extremely impressed with that maneuver, but finds his way through safely. But I was just saying that, Tate emphasized how much time they were making up on the corners. And from this exact same camera shot that we're looking at now, we saw it perfectly described, because every time he was exiting Sarel's sweep behind Charles Arangis, he was right on the back wheel. But by the time they get to the braking at turn 5, he would then have some car lengths that he would then have to make up. And he was explaining to us this morning, young Tate, that the car turns incredibly quickly. And he said he could even just see by comparison, even compared to a Nova, how much quickly that car turns. And here's an absolutely incredible stat. We were told by the Angry Racing team that through turn 4, Sarel sweep, the Praga R1 had a minimum slowest speed of 168 kilometers an hour.
That's incredible. 168. That is. Was it you who told me that that car could potentially drive upside down, given the amount of downforce it generates?
It was Angry Racing that told you that they quite confidently feel that it could do that with the 1,000 kilograms of downforce generated at over 200 kph.
Oh, that's incredible. Yeah, so much data to be extracted and work to be done to dial that car in. Excited to see what else it has to contribute in terms of it's the excitement and the anticipating any piece of machinery getting out onto this particular circuit and the others around the country. How's it do at a SWAT Corps? How's it do in PE? In Aldo Scribante and the likes of Red Star. So all of those circuits will be exciting. I'd imagine someone is yelling Kyalami into their screen. Absolutely would be. But yeah, it's a car that's making a name for itself in the UK. In the One Make series that a lot of competitors have it in there. 2021 is around the time the car came out. So it's been around for some time now. Around COVID-19 is when COVID-19 lockdown, I beg your pardon, is when the car came onto the scene, and it's done a great job of making a name for itself. It's designed. I hear that it's designed for one person to work on it, which is quite a thing to say in the 21st century of motorsport and the amount of technology that these cars have on them. For a manufacturer to come out and say this specific car is designed just for one person to be able to set it up, one driver, one mechanic, and that's it, speaks volumes, I think, to how much development goes into these cars and the work that goes into these cars. That is quite a feat to achieve, and it would make also motorsport more accessible, because we were speaking about how Praga is starting it from the foundation upwards in terms of the carts that they manufacture, then going on to main circuit with these prototypes. So that quite impressive to see. You can work one mechanic on a Praga cart and you can work one mechanic on a main circuit Praga car.
True indeed. Stephen Koenig, who is supporting us remotely with the race, you guys who are familiar with the SAS, Prince, that plane looks... I can't see it making the end of the race, because the movements seem to be getting more and more violent, especially on that entry into turn 1. And I'll hand that over to you.
What do you mean you hand it over to me? The Sujin Property Investments BMW is back onto the circuit, and Tembo is very excited by the prospect of McCarthy getting back out onto the circuit. It was at about the 27 laps behind mark that we last saw this car. It is now onto the circuit and 42 laps behind. So some work to be done in the Class B entrant. As you see, its inner wheels lifting up at around turn 1. But glad to see the BMW back out on the circuit. And that's the nature of endurance racing. The amount of time that Sean McCarthy had given to him effectively it's a gift. It absolutely is a gift. So you can work on the car, get it recovered, and dial out all of its niggles and save a bit of tire life, if you will. But this is it looks like getting back into the rhythm is going to be relatively uninterrupted, and they're going to be pleased with themselves to actually get the car fixed within effectively just over 20 minutes. 40 minutes, I beg your pardon. Between 30 and 40 minutes, because it was at 27 laps where we last looked at it. So great job by the team to recover that Sujin Property Investments BMW Also, one of my favorite BMW liveries that I have seen here in Cape Town. Cape Town really loves their BMWs. You've seen some of the NDT racing BMW offerings, which are always exciting to see. And certainly is another day in paradise where everything E36 or E46 is concerned, that's for sure. And if you just joined us, we are bearing down on the 2 hours past racing mark. We'll have 4 hours of racing remaining. And Nick Adcock continues to extend his stint. He is now sitting at, in at 1 hour 45 in that car. But it would feel more like an hour in terms of just exhaustion-wise and enduring the time and the heat, which effectively is cooling down at the moment because the shadows are extending over the circuit here at Killarney International Raceway. So Nick Adcock looking cool, managing what we thought was a very concerning aero issue, but he decided just to dial it back a bit and not have too many aerodynamic forces exerting themselves on the car so that it keeps relatively stable and he can continue on a comfortable day's racing. That is Gianni Giannacaro in that pink Lamborghini Huracan Evo. And as he's now starting his stint, in the early phases of his stint, as he just got into the car with brother Ricky stepping out.
Prince, we see in the SAC commercial parts car that there's a very special driver in that car. I was speaking to you earlier in the weekend about how, you know, when you're in South Africa in particular and you see people wearing certain memorabilia, merchandise, things like that. When you see a Red Bull cap, there's two types of Red Bull cap. There's one which is, one way of putting it, a fake. And then there's ones which you see which tell you that, hey, this is an athlete. This is a Red Bull sponsored athlete, which is a high honor anywhere in the world. As many of you watching at home will be familiar with the name, Janelle de Villiers is here with us at the 6 hours of Killarney. He is in the car at the moment for the SAC commercial parts team in the Porsche 911. Prince, how cool to see Janelle out here at SAES. My first time having the privilege of watching him race live in person.
Yeah, it was cool to see your smile, actually. I guess, hero appreciation that we all have of seeing Legends of Motorsport here in our paddocks and on the circuit. Definitely exciting to have him here, a Dakar Rally winner on an endurance race, albeit on the black stuff. Come on, doesn't get better than that. So it's very exciting to have Janelle de Villiers joining us. He has definitely made a name for himself in rally circles. A lot of people would be familiar with that without a question. I'm pretty sure there was a long queue of kids asking for autographs, being either very familiar with who he is or their dad saying, do you know who that is? Run on over and get you an autograph. But yeah, very exciting to have him here with us, joining Hein as well as Henk. And I wanted to leave it till as late as possible to actually say verbatim, straight out of our mouths, that it's actually him in the car. But I'm glad to see that he's actually in the saddle at the moment, having a go at it in Porsche equipment. Slightly different, slightly lower, slightly stiffer suspension maybe, slightly less dusty too, unless Cape Town Corner has something to say about that. But great to have Janelle in the saddle.
Really good alongside Janelle to have our full field here for our endurance back out on track. Gonna keep an eye just on the lap times and pace. Nick Adcock still out there in the Rico Barlow Racing car. He's going long. He has not had a pause or break since the race started, and we're coming up on 1 hour and 47 minutes completed, still lapping in the 112s. So Nick Adcock really putting in a shift there for the Rico Barlow Racing team. He's still lapping in very consistently, his lap times roughly within a second of each other, mostly within half a second. He has completed 80 laps in the Nova NP02. His fastest lap of the race did come on lap number 71, which was a 1:11.434. So the Rico Barlow Racing team continues to exert control over this race in their car and extend their lead. They've still got Charles Visser and Michael Jensen to come into that car. My first time it will be today watching Michael Jensen race, so very curious to see what action and excitement he can deliver for us on track. Charles Visser, as always, is box office. I recall Charles at Port Elizabeth, Prince, basically matching his dry times in the rain, you know.
I remember that.
Which was pretty bizarre to see, but extremely impressive at the same time. So, Charles Visser fans, stay tuned because we are looking forward to seeing him get in that car, and surely Nick Adcock will be due a pit stop very, very soon, given the amount of time that he has spent in the car on the stint. As Prince touched on earlier, we can see that plane on the front of the Nova getting some movement, but it is under control at this stage of the race. As we watch it, watching turn one, you're going to see there it is, flapping once again, giving a wave to the spectators on the side of the track. Stephen Koenig actually pointed out a bit earlier that he could see some bright smoke on the exit of turn one, and I actually noticed it earlier, and I was about to mention it, but then I waited a moment because I wanted to get an understanding of where that smoke was coming from, and then I noticed for a sequence of 3-4 laps in a row, the smoke was always there, and then I realized that is probably not related to the racing. So shout out to Stephen for just confirming that it was some bright smoke there. So for any of our viewers at home who did notice that smoke on the exit of turn one, nothing to worry about at this stage for any of our competitors. We are going to speak a bit more, given that we will have some time this evening to dig a bit deeper into some of the background histories of some of our drivers. I believe you just had some interesting piece of information coming through there, Steve.
Yeah. The double Apex team letting us know there. That's okay. A couple of people have actually called me Steve this weekend, so I'll take it on the chin. It's a compliment. It absolutely is a compliment. But we're looking at just some interesting insights, of course, into the likes of Janelle de Villiers, Cape Town born and bred, as far as we understand from the team at Double Apex, letting us know that his debut racing was actually here at Killarney. So full circle moment here, and great to see him always remembering home. I mean, South Africa is it's a home of champions. It's the champion per capita. Racing champion per capita in South Africa must be an interesting stat, actually. If there's a statistician among us, all right, and our fans and our supporters, if you could work it out at a moment's notice, look, it's an endurance race. You have 4 hours to try and work this out. Please use your expertise to get us and help us understand how many champions per capita do we have in South African motorsport, because I would imagine, I beg your pardon, it's an incredibly high number across the ranks of motorsport.
It really is, Prince. It really is. I mean, I'm going to take it momentarily back to 2 wheels. And just to show what is going on in South Africa, because I like the way you put it, per capita, but we had, I think, about 50, 60 motorcycle riders entered in the event today, total across all classes. And if we just take a round number of 50, it's almost at least 10% of that number are doing something internationally overseas. Our top 600 riders are currently participating in international championships. Our reigning Superbike champion, who was here today, is going to the UK very soon to get some exciting stuff going there on the two-wheel side. You can give us more of an insight just on some of the names that we have in four-wheeled racing that have international experience. But Prince, I mean, if we're being for real, we can only touch on it because if we really dug deep into the numbers and the statistics, we could use a lot of the 4 hours and 7 minutes remaining purely speaking about achievements of South African drivers internationally. So I love how you put it. Per capita, I'm sure it would be a crazy number if you could get that statistic and then compare it with other nations.
Yeah.
It would then become clear statistically that South Africa as a nation, we're up there.
Yeah, 100%. And the motorsport culture growing here in this, that, let me not say growing, but that has been consistently present for decade upon decade and continues and to find and gain momentum is then no surprise. There's definitely a ground for them and then an arena for all of these young talents to cut their teeth and get to grips with what high-level motorsport is like and what the competition is like, so that by the time they're released into international ranks of racing and championships, they've competed against the best. They've competed at the very least against racers that are right up there in terms of ability and talent. And we were speaking the other day about the MXGP that recently came here to South Africa, and how the pedigree is just so high. You instantly recognize that you're looking at international talent here, because the level, at that pedigree, I beg your pardon, of motorsport is incredibly demanding. And so it's indicative with South African talents when they go overseas that they have been competing amongst the world's best. That's for sure.
Very, very true, Prince. And if I can add to that train of thought, is that we were just speaking about drivers.
Yeah.
There are people that help these drivers become as good as they are. So if you then go through our paddock, and when I say paddock, I'm talking about the pit lane here at Killarney, you'll be amazed at the wealth of experience, knowledge, wisdom, and technical know-how, and I also add resources, just purely resources alone. The teams here at SAES put in an incredible amount of work. It's actually not fair, in a perfect world, when you would watch the car on track, you would be able to see enough things that could give you an idea, could give you a perspective of what goes into this, which is why we love to encourage our fans who are able to come to the track, come see the races, come experience the grid walk, because it's one thing watching a race and understanding that this car is faster than this car, or this guy drives amazing, or this team is really organized and gets their pit stops done in efficiently, consistently, with minimal errors. But to truly appreciate it, as I say, we've just watched the Nova blitz by over our shoulders here. You need to come and see these things to appreciate it. So for our viewers at home who are considering, thinking about, or have never even thought about attending a SAES event, we implore you, come through. November 14th, Killarney, 9 hours of Killarney. If you live in Gauteng, do not miss out. Trust me, you will regret it, So just to bring it all back in a circular way, there's an incredible amount of experience in this paddock, and I'd love for our viewers, our audience, to come and be able to experience it, because it will just deepen the appreciation of the brilliance that we get to watch at the SAES.
Yeah, incredibly apt in the way you've put it, Timba. There's so many people you could just stop at a moment's notice and be like, what's your history in motorsport? And you just gobsmacked. I always enjoy being around the lead figure in terms of strategy, race prep, and overall technical setup of the Rico Bala Racing team that for the Nova NP02, that is Francois Pretorius, and he is a wealth of knowledge, an absolute wealth of knowledge in terms of the nitty-gritty of motorsport, the overall history, understanding of the game is just, it's jaw-dropping stuff, and it's really enjoyable for motorsport nerds, young and old, and of varying levels of exposure. It's just always nice to learn from someone who knows their motorsport that well. But in the meantime, Timba, I'm curious, what consistency level, what lap times are we looking at when it comes to Nick Adcock over the past few laps? I mean, we saw his performance in the 112s a lot earlier on. I am curious, he came in for a splash and dash. The car was slightly heavier. I'd imagine it's in a different range in terms of weight and his performance. And I'd like to have a look at his most recent laps. What do you think that's looking like now?
Sorry, Prince, which car was that you're referring to?
We're looking at Nick Adcock and his Nova NP02 as he makes his way down the home straight. You pointed out earlier on just how his consistency was incredible in the lower 112s. And I'm curious if that has changed, if he's decided, he's changed his line a bit at Cape Town Corner, but that's on the odd occasion. I'm curious to see if that's still the same pace that he's maintained, because that would be actually indicative of what we were talking about earlier with the help of our remote info assistant there, Steve Koenig, that the way in which Nick and any of the competitors, I suppose, when Shaw gets into the car and when Michael gets into the car, not pushing it as hard, just to keep it within a decent sweet spot in terms of the aerodynamic forces that the car is exposed to because of that front right quarter, and combined with the nature of the circuit being a drag heavy one if you push the car a bit too much.
Definitely true. As we watch the Nova NPO2 coming through to put another lap on the Sujin Property Investments car that has now found some consistency and stabilized its way back on the road. So, Prince, you asked about the lap times of Nick Adcock, and you have brilliant timing. And I know it's brilliant timing because you don't have a live timing screen in front of you right now. You're looking at some other information, and I have the live timing in front of me. So let's go through it. On lap 81, Nick upped the pace with an 11.1, which was his fastest lap of the entire race. Lap 82 was a 12.0, and then lap 83 was then followed of the Nova's fastest car out of 89 laps. That was the fastest lap of the race so far, as Nick Adcock does a great job to interrupt me there, as it is time for a pit stop for the Rico Bala Racing team. Their first pit stop after 2 hours completed. Let's keep an eye out for who the driver coming in will be, and that looks to be Michael Jensen.
Yeah, Michael Jensen getting into the car now. This is their first driver change. They already had a splash and dash earlier on, but it is now Michael getting into the saddle, it looks like, and Nick had his stint slightly extended, of course, because of that yellow flag that came on and altered the strategic approach that any of the teams would have had. Especially with the 3-driver setup. All of them need a minimum of 30% of race distance. So Nick having put his stint in, effectively this is at the 2-hour mark, so it might be all said and done for Nick, but there may be something we're not privy to, of course, as is ever the case when it comes to strategy and all things approaching racing. You want to keep your cards to your chest, so we can't assume too early, but we've also got a change of shoes, and some minor adjustments there at the front. The glare is so difficult to tell, but the team is just making some minor adjustments. It looks like to the mirror, some body work being adapted there by some of the mechanics, new shoes coming on, and you're going to have the Nova Proto 2 out and about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mechanics is the limit for the number of people that can have their hands on the car where it sits in the pit lane. Any more than that, the car has to be taken into the garage for them to access it and work on what needs to be done. That's why you'll only ever see 6 people touching the car in any of the endurance race pit stops. It's clearing out of and cooling of certain parts of the car, clearing out some debris, dirt building up, all of that being done. Not a detail left to chance for Michael Jensen to have his say on things, at all things Killarney, and 6 hours of SAES. Excited to see what he's got up his sleeve. We had a chat with him in passing yesterday, Temba, and they were still dialing the car in, trying to get it into its seat spot. And we spoke to him in passing in the morning, like, Michael, how are you doing? Great to see you again, finally back. And also, he didn't compete in this race last year, so I'm pretty sure he's happy and chuffed to be here. And we then spoke to him later on, and when we asked him, is the car in the sweet spot? Is it improving? Because you said you're looking for the sweet spot in the morning. He was like, it's never quite enough. There's always something to find in terms of performance, which is, I think, the majority of the fascination and what is very interesting about motorsport. There's always some performance to be found and some improvement to be enjoyed by any of the teams. So the goalpost are always shifting.
Question for you, Prince, about the sweet spot. So, imagine I'm a fan of you watching at home who's new to motorsport, and I'm wondering, because I've heard this question before amongst the fans who are getting into our sport and are trying to understand that, so one thing that you'll commonly hear if you've interacted in any way with motorsport or racetracks is that there's no such thing as a perfect car. There will always be something that a driver believes it could do better or that he wants it to do better, and it's always a game of compromise. So if that fact is true, that there is no such thing as a perfect car, how would you define a sweet spot, or the sweet spot that Michael Jensen is looking for in terms of that Nova NPO2?
Oh, brilliant question. And I'd imagine there are a couple of people who are way better positioned to answer that, because we're in the commentary saddle. However, I'll try my best as a fan of motorsport. I think, especially in the case of endurance racing and even in individual competitive motorsport, it's the place of least compromise when it comes to the performance ability of the car or bike. If you're giving away the least possible in a certain arena, whether that's grip, whether that's aerodynamic forces, whether that's drag, then that is the sweet spot, and that is the most the car is capable of where setup is concerned. After that, it's over to the driver to either pull off miracles or drive within the limits of the car, because racing drivers tend to phrase it in a certain way. They say, we've got a driver change. That is the GSW VW. well, let's say GSW Rico Barlow Racing VW, out of which Roberto Franco is going to step, and in goes David, and he's ready to have a go in the endurance phase of the race. And so, yeah, it's really about the phrasing. I was going into the phrasing that racing drivers will give you. It's about being on the limit and extracting the maximum capability of the car. So it's about the place of least compromise is how I would phrase it.
That's a brilliant answer, Prince. And not an answer I expected, honestly, but a really, really good answer, because all racing drivers and riders are looking for the least compromise. You know, you could almost imagine, just to use a metaphor, you could imagine like a business deal that someone is making. And in this business deal, you've got to give something to get something back. But obviously, you want to get as much as you can while giving the least.
Yep.
And that's that place that's the sweet spot when you don't have to give away a lot, and you can gain a lot. And if I could, your answer actually mirrors the answer I had in my head, because I asked myself the own question of how would I define the sweet spot, and I would say it's the crossover or the point of crossover between speed and comfort. So it's the point where you can get the maximum speed at the most possible comfort.
Yep.
You know, if you have maximum possible comfort, you will forfeit speed. But if you can go relatively fast compared to your competitors with a high degree of comfort, then I'm sure anyone would think of that logically. That was a sweet spot to be in, you know, because you can go fast, but it's not too hard to go fast. You know, and you can see, we've seen today at different stages where it's visible when a driver's in that sweet spot because it flows, it looks easy. You know, I'll go a bit further out, but Kimi Antonelli is someone who we've seen as a pertinent example of someone who finds sweet spot with the car, or point of least compromise, or someone who can go very, very fast but comfortably doing so.
Yes.
So it was fascinating to hear from Michael, you know, that he was looking for the sweet spot on the Nova NPO2. I wish our drivers could tell us a little bit more about what it takes to find that sweet spot, because when you dig into details, then they become a little bit evasive on the details. But naturally, the teams here at the Southern African Endurance Series find it extremely, extremely important to protect their competitive advantage, which makes them become respectfully very stingy with information, because they know, and they're not wrong. Let's be clear on that. They're not wrong. They know that if information starts to leak, even in small amounts, it can very easily build up. And it can be one detail that a team finds out that, oh, they're doing this down at the bottom end of the pit lane. Let's copy that. Or let's figure out something better than that. And your competitive advantage is gone, and now the outlook of the race becomes very different.
Yeah, very well put, Timber. And given the layers of your experience and the knowledge that you have behind that, the impact of that answer really brings it home in that perspective in terms of the most pace and the most possible comfort. And I know specifically as a two-wheel competitor, comfort is a precious commodity. Well, effectively everything is a precious commodity in motorsport. We're at the 2-hour mark. Quick segue. The GNH Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo getting into the pits gingerly. Of course, their pits are at the end of the straight. So you've got Ricky attending to. That is an awkward angle to stop at if you're doing a pit stop for that GNH Lamborghini. What is going on there? Okay, remains to be seen. On pause. Oh no, that's the second time the car goes into the pits. Last time around it was just a roll by Ricky Janakaro. Now Gianni's in the car and he is unhappy with something. Something's amiss and something is afoot in the racing bull of GNH, and it's inside the garage, and more than just 6 mechanics are needed to work on the car. It's a bigger issue. We're going to get it jacked up now. Let's see what we can extract as far as information. Visually, we're not quite clear which part of the car is being worked on. Perhaps something a lot deeper into the car and not cosmetic. In the meantime, David Franco is going to peel onto the circuit to get things going as far as all things endurance are concerned. And he's going to get into a rhythm for GSW Enrico Barlow Racing. It's an interesting... Oh, no. There we go. Yeah, we've got GNH. You can see Ricky's body language, he's not happy at all. You know how much he loves that car, and he'd be disappointed to see that Rockets Go at race proceedings where all things endurance is concerned has been interrupted by a mechanical. And in the meantime, we're on board with Michael Jensen, who takes a different line, I noticed, at Cape Town Corner. Nick Adcock, towards the end of his stint, was going a bit further out. It was, I would say, down the middle of that right-hander, that banked right-hander, and it looks like Jensen takes a more different, narrow approach. Now, I wonder if it's going to evolve over the course of the race, because that seemed to be the case with Nick Adcock as we watched him go about it for 2 hours, just under the 2-hour mark. So let's see how Michael goes and has his say of things. Also very, very curious to see. Now we're getting back-to-back data on on the Rico Bala Racing stable when it comes to the NP02 to see how each of the competitors are going at it. So it'll be interesting to try and overlay, at least in our minds and imaginations, how Nick compares to Michael and how Michael and Nick compare to Charles. But yeah, GNH is going to work on the car now. Let's see where the mechanics are focused. It is the front. Looking at the wheel, something amiss there by the tires. Not enough to see so far from a distance, or not enough to know from a distance, I beg your pardon. As we're back on it there with Nick, I beg your pardon, with Michael Jensen. Trying to see how his line is, if it's going to be consistent and for as long. We're going to give him a bit of time to get into the rhythm there so we can do that back-to-back analysis that I have come to enjoy now, Timber, with your keen insights. But I'm looking at the conversation we're getting into, Timber, with regard to performance and getting the best out of the car, and how everything is a precious resource in terms of information, and teams are not just going to give it away. Having a camera in the pit like this in and of itself is seeding information. But motorsport seems to be a game of diminishing resources. You start the race with all the grip in the world with new tires, all the aero in the world, and then there's traffic, your aero is gone. And then your tires are degrading, then there's temperatures, so your grip is gone. So managing that resource that keeps on closing in terms of the window, I think is that sweet spot. And where I'm going with this is, I've heard that the contact patch that you have available, the maximum amount of rubber that is making contact with the tarmac that you have in two-wheeled racing, is as big as a credit card in terms of surface area. That is insane. At any one time, all 1,000 cc of power that you, of displacement that you have, for example, only a credit card's worth of rubber to tarmac is delivering that. What?
It is mental, you know, and thank you for bringing that up. Like, there's so many ways I could describe it, and it's hard to even pick one because they're all relevant, you know. But I would say this, that if the Nova NPO2 once again
at turn 2.
Did you see that hand signal in the steering wheel?
I didn't.
Franco was waving a hand like, come on, man, just go through.
Sharp eyes, Timber.
I've given you room. I just saw the hand in the window waving like, come on, man, go through. But a sense of deja vu, because we've seen that exact same incident pan out in the last hour. You know, that was fascinating. I think we're going to get a replay loading of that overtake. So we will have the opportunity to unpack that one and see exactly what happened. Here it is. The Nova NPO2 comes up the inside of Franco. Ooh, Franco closes the door on the front end of him. So let's see that right hand. You will see it in a moment. Ooh, was that a wave on or an apology?
It had an accent. It had an inflection. Let's say that.
Italiano.
Italiano.
Si. But the Nova NPO2 in the hands of Michael Jensen comes away unscathed with it, you know. But back to surface areas. Prince, I would say, like, the simplest way I could describe it is if we didn't know any better, you'd say it's magic, you know?
Yeah.
If you look at the highest level, riders can get their shoulder down, but we rejoin Rocket in pit lane, and we are looking at the GNH transport team here. They're all attention focused to the front end of that car, and judging from the bodily reactions, Prince, it's okay, they are the Giancarlo brothers. Let's just study this moment here with Ricky and Gian in the box, studying body language. it is uncertain at this moment, Prince, whether this will be a DNF or not. However, judging from the body language of the GNA transport team, it seems like they haven't given up.
Yeah, there's a sense of urgency there.
There's a sense of urgency, and you saw Gianni just dashing out the back of the box. I don't imagine that's to go get a sip of water. There must be something that he has on his mind that he believes that we can do. That man on screen, Ricky Giannacaro, is the one man I can guarantee you will do everything feasible within his power to get Rocket back out on track. There's some hand signals there. Seems like something popped out. Just, I don't speak sign language, but I do speak racers language, because there is a dialect that exists in race circuits where drivers, teams, riders communicate with hands. So clearly there it's being explained to Ricky what the team believes is happening. You can see one of the mechanics there in an old boys outfit or overall there, coming to provide an extra assisting hand. But huge respect to the GNH team refusing to give up. They still have a podium to fight for. The podium is there for the taking. The other Rico Bala racing car, in terms of the overall race, is closing that gap, because it appears to be 5 laps between those two cars. So let's see what GNH, we see one of the mechanics there with the pink cap shaking his hand, which is not good news for us. Prince, you've been studying this incident here in pit lane alongside me. Any insights that you can discern?
Well, it started off it looks like they were looking for something in the tires, but now they've gone on to an area where you typically find cooling and your fluids running through. It's so difficult to tell right now. I'd love to be there and just be a fly on the wall and see exactly what's going on, because even with the glare, we know generally that we've got cooling around those quarters of the car, and so this is going to be something quite intricately set in how it can be fixed, so it's going to take a bit of time, but there seems to be hope here. And we had Gianni with his helmet off for a moment. He's got his helmet back on, and I think there's progress in terms of actually getting him back out onto the circuit. That's really all we can extract right now in terms of what's happening. There seems to be hope, so it remains to be seen. I'd love for it to actually materialize for GNH, as they are absolutely passionate about their racing. A finish is going to go a long way in terms of value, as you said, rightly so. It's a podium. Look at that. Yeah, the pace is increasing there. There's definitely some hope. There's definitely some progress being made. I wonder if that front splitter is going to come off. Yep, there you go. Off it clips. Everything's quite modular with these cars for moments like this, where something needs to be urgently attended. And we saw the anti-clockwise motions there, trying to get the mechanics in a better position to actually access the affected area of the car. But we'll know not too long from now exactly what's the issue here, but there definitely is hope. So we are on standby to see what happens with Gianni Giannacaro's stint. In the meantime, Michael Jensen getting into a rhythm. Janelle de Villiers in frame there. How about that for timing? Getting into a rhythm. And the Rico Barlow Racing VW Super Polo of David Franco also in the mix. McCarthy's been back, and he's happy to get into the rhythm in his Sujin Property Investments BMW. Ooh, Gianni doesn't look happy. Like, what is going on? Oh no. Now I'm seeing resignation. Temba, we've turned into body language experts in the past 5 minutes.
We could be interpreters for the government at this stage, Prince. But clearly frustration for the team there. Oh, and that looks like Gianni's. Oh no. Oh no. Whenever you see a racing driver, okay, the front bumper is being put back on. Prince, the way his hand went towards his helmet, I've seen countless times, more than I can remember, and he's walking out the box.
Yeah.
So whenever you see a racing driver just turn their back in frustration, and that's not really on his team, that's the frustration coming out there for Gianni, because clearly he was feeling something in the car. Clearly the desire is there from the Giannacaro brothers, the drivers, to get that car back going. And it seemed to me, as we continue down our dialect discernment podcast segment of the live stream, that Gianni was expressing either a frustration with the problem or a desire for something, and it looked like the team was telling him it's not possible.
Yeah.
And that's where you see the frustration coming out.
Now I wonder what came first. Was it feel, the overall feel? Something felt uncomfortable. Was it an we've got the hood going back on now. Yeah, but no Gianni in sight. Ricky walking around in his shorts. Of course, it wasn't his stint. And we don't see Gianni getting into the left-hand side of that car. So yeah, it looks like it's tickets. It really looks like it's tickets there, and it's pretty much over for Rocket and the Gianni, and I beg your pardon, the GNH racing team. Oh man, disappointing. Very disappointing, I'd imagine. Such a passionate racing stable and racing family is Gianni, who's accepted his fate, and you can see the resignation. So we'll get a clear picture of exactly what happened with Rocket, the GNH racing number 75 Lamborghini, which is having its go here at racing. Of course, they're alternating the running of the cars. I'm even trying to use my hearing because we've got a mic on this camera. So we might be able to actually sneak in some information of the conversation. Yeah, definitely is out. So sad to see, considering how passionate they are. Now, I do wonder, it looks like it was feel first. We immediately felt something uncomfortable. But I also want to try and surmise and try and understand, maybe there was a sensor that went off, which eventually then built up into something that really felt uncomfortable on the car, because plenty of sensor and a lot of electronic information being fed back in terms of data and what these cars are doing, and many adaptations that can be made, a whole bunch of dials that are on that steering wheel for him to try and adapt and try and drive around the issue. But yeah, could have been anything for them. So what remains to be seen.
That's a good segue to the moment. I'm just remembering something that you mentioned earlier, that racing often seems to be a game of diminishing returns, right from the beginning. And the first thing that popped into my head, I'm sure a lot of us have been watching the World Cup recently, and the thought that popped in my head was, it's nearly impossible to lose a football game in the first 5 minutes. Like, to lose it where there's no possible comeback, because you'd have to concede 5 goals in 5 minutes, which is not even scientifically possible, because between each goal there's things happen. The game needs to be restarted, but there's an infinite amount of ways you can lose a motorsport race, especially an endurance race, in the first 5 minutes. So
incredible observation.
Yeah, and it just popped in my head, like that. Like, there's some sports, I mean, even a tennis game, we've seen in finals, the biggest finals you can imagine in the world, people throw away the first hour and a half, and I'm talking about a set, just getting annihilated by the opposition, and then it is possible to find a way back. But in racing, there's, like you said, you're losing from the beginning. You've completed one lap, you've lost grip on the tire. That tire will never be as good as it was on the start of that race. So, and here's the thing where racing gets so fascinating, and why we sit and come together and dig deep into it, is that some of those diminishing returns are positive. You have less fuel with each lap that goes, but the car's getting lighter, which then makes it better. There's I remember I was speaking to one of our South African riders that races overseas. I can't remember his name, but he was telling me about a bike that he raced. I think it was a Moto 2, but he had said that the tire doesn't degrade or race long, but even as it wears, it actually gets better. Because the tire gets a bit lighter, because the grip level just stays the same, but the tire's a bit lighter, things like that. So that is a diminishing return, but sometimes that has positive. Some bikes or cars work better on old tires, so it's that constant balancing act that is in play. And unfortunately, the GNH transport team have found themselves on the wrong side of the equation of that balancing act.
Yeah, very well put, and keenly observed, Timber. And you remind me of a conversation we had with Troy, Tate Bishop, I beg your pardon, with regard to the Praga R1, and he was talking about how the dialing in part of it is quite difficult, because you also got to factor in the tires and how they behave in terms of temperature and the endurance, how they wear off over time. All of that has an impact on the ability for the angry racing stable to be able to dial that car in, because the expectations from fans, from all of us, from spectators, is to see that car shatter the records that have been set, at least as far as its class is concerned. So it's really interesting to observe and see just how much work goes into it. And we go back to what I was saying about how the car is, according to Praga, designed for one person to work on it, and that absolutely fascinates me. That the very returns in this conversation we've had for the past couple of minutes now is that particular challenge is being addressed by a handful of people by deliberate design, incredible stuff, an incredible amount of skill. The likes of Clint Brazednot would have to be able to address that. And we're back in the garage there with the GNH and the number 75 Lamborghini. Oh, what a shame. But it's the nature of racing, is it not? A race of attrition, a battle against not only your competitors, but time itself. And we have seen 2.5 or so hours come and go, and there's been plenty to talk about. The first hour gave us 2 races that came and went. The 45-minute sprint with the Class E sprint and dash, that is, our VW, our Super Polos, came in and entertained us for a bit and peeled off with Jason Campos taking that win. Then with the 1 hour dash, of course, Tate Bishop taking honours there, and a couple of curious moments, Themba Khumalo called them, at Cape Town Corner, which saw the podium finishes decided there. We saw, I think it was, Jillison, as well as Shalaranji's bringing up the 1 hour podium. So Jillison will be pleased himself to be in a top 3 finisher in his first go at racing on South African shores. Now that VW, that Super Polo, has an interesting history, South African, or an interesting unfolding history, let's call it, as South African built, but being shipped off to Germany for one make series. And same spec of car used by Jonathan Mokgotsi, very own local talent, bred here in South Africa. From sim to main circuit is the best way to describe what's been a dream of a career for the champion. He's gone on to race that, compete in that very car in the Nürburgring 24 hour. And it is also currently being used in that same one make series by our very own Brad Liebenberg, who was around last year with Stradale Motorsport at this very race. So yeah, quite exciting to see the prospects for this particular car, where sprint racing is concerned, but also endurance racing, which we see it here. And that field continues to grow as the seed has been planted here with the Class E sprint and dash.
Indeed, Prince, indeed. Missing Brad Liebenberg today. You know, he's a driver I'm always excited to see racing here in the SAES, you know, and we've been speaking today about the various areas of variety that exist. And one of my favorite things about SAS is the amount of top-level talent it attracts. You know, every race weekend, every round, there appears to be at least one driver of serious quality, often multiple, you know, of serious quality that has made their way from some part of the world to come be a part of our series. And it's really cool to see the far reaches. You know, we're speaking with Daniel Yillison about the IRC cars, and he went into a bit of detail for us about that IRC Mustang series, and it really sounds, you know, based on his experience, the work he's doing, the work that, and, you know, kudos to the likes of Julian Familiares, Franco Di Matteo, Romano Sartori, because they've gone out of their way to get that car over here, develop it. And the thing I really enjoy about that is that it's a reference. It's an example. It shows the other guys to say that, like, hey, I can come and fight, you know, with GC3 cars, you know, in this unique special car, and the fact that they have variety of it. So I really hope that examples like this can be a sign of evidence, and I'm really, really praying and hoping that Daniel Nielsen and his colleague Fraser can go back to Australia, go back to New Zealand, and be like, oi, boys, you guys need to get over to South Africa, because the racing is incredible over here, just in terms of everything that goes into it, and the different opportunities to race. You know, the one thing that Daniel kept highlighting to us was, he was like, wow, the variety really blew me away. Like, I don't know his exact words, and I quote, I don't know anywhere else in the world where you'd find this much variety in a pit lane, which makes it really fascinating. And then we see how close some of the racing has been at different stages of the day today, you know, and I just hope to see more drivers coming through, and fingers crossed that at some stage you can have majority of those drivers all together on track at the same time, because there have been those moments when we've seen juggernauts, serious juggernauts in South African motorsport, And when I say South African motorsport, I'm not necessarily talking about South African drivers. I'm saying participants in South African motorsport. But we've seen juggernauts go head to head before, and the show we get as a result is incredible. You know, coming to mind is Leighton Ferree versus Charles Visser at Killarney.
Yeah.
You know, seeing guys go back and forth, you know, for fastest laps, things like that. And then you take into consideration that it's completely different cars, completely different drivers.
Yeah.
At times, you know, you then add in the endurance, completely different experience levels across a squad of drivers. And yet it comes down to the final lap, you know, after hours and hours of racing. So that's something else that I enjoyed to see, you know, and hoping for more in the very near future, especially for the 9 hours of Killarney at the end of the season.
Oh, listen, Charles Visser versus Stewie White, top of my mind in terms of just juggernaut behavior and just the back-to-back fast laps, pressure mounting, outside of the Inter-Africa garage over into the Rico Barlow garage and then back into, it's just like, okay, you have a go, okay, you have a go. So we've seen a lot of exciting racing moments in the more recent history of the series, and we're looking forward to more of that, with young talents being born and bred here in South Africa and being exported to international racing. Stu White, of course, a mainstay in international racing with Inter-Africa, alongside EXO as well as Axel Jeffries in the European season, so in GT racing in Europe. So it yields dividends in real time. You get to see every stage of their career being developed here in South Africa, and in their prime, the likes of Stu White, Axel Jeffries, who also cut his teeth in South African racing, are getting exported overseas. But we have some insight from GNH Racing with Chloe as well as Ricky Ginacaro.
Well, we're down in the pit lane with Gianni Ginacaro. Unfortunately, Rocket had to, of course, come out of the race. Talk to us, Gianni. What happened? Why is Rocket in the pits with us right now?
Well, let's put it this way. Rocket hit rock bottom. So coming out of Sorrel Sweep, I think it took a little bit wide, went over the rumble strips, and it kind of compressed the whole front end, broke the splitter, broke the bumper, ripped everything out underneath, lost the aero straight away. That was just difficult to turn it, so make the call, you know, before we break anything or damage the car anymore. Retire it, unfortunately. It's horrible because we want to finish, and we've come all this way to finish. Bitter pill to swallow.
It breaks my heart because I know how much work you guys put in to make sure that you compete and really finish, be in the podium. You guys always are competing. I mean, I was talking to Ant earlier on. He was talking about how bumpy it is and how it affects the cars. Maybe elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, it is very bumpy. I can't hide the fact that it's bumpy, and I think that's what's ultimately caused the demise of our car. But up to that point, I think we were running strong and the car was good, and the team had done a fantastic job. The whole team had done a fantastic job, and we were on pace. Ricky did a good stint, and then I went out now on the used tires and managed to do a little bit quicker than Ricky. But ultimately, you know, it happened to me last year, and it's happened to me this year. Same track last year, R8, half an hour to go, broke it. This year, Ricky's car broke it. I think it's better we use my Audi from now on.
We don't mind. You've got so many cars to choose from. If only you could be allowed to go out there with a different car, right?
Yeah, look, Sweet Corny is the most reliable car we've got. So, yeah, no, look, it sucks. But we will be at the next one, and SAES, once again, have put on a fantastic job.
Wouldn't do it without you.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, everybody came out today. I must say a big thank you to the Porsche guys. Stellar job. The E-Class, I mean, Formula Class E, they did well today. But, yeah, ultimately, we'll see you at the next one.
I got a bit of good news for you. In the sports and GT, you got third place. I announced you at prize giving, and you were not there. You were actually still racing. So I was like, okay, we'll get the trophy to him at some point. So you had a good day. It's just unfortunate, of course, with Rocket now.
I had a fabulous day. I mean, the sports and GTs rocked for me. I mean, yeah, we were on fire in the sports and GTs. To be done by two prototypes, you know, it's a testament to how good our Audi is. But yeah, I had a great day as usual, always. SAES. Our home, it's the best place.
Thank you so much for the support. We appreciate it. And keep on bringing the cars. The kids love the colors as well. And it's always great to see them taking the pictures and really standing alongside it. Does that make you happy when you get to see kids and really so excited to see your cars?
Do you know, it's funny. I've got an idea for the 9 hour. So we're going to wrap the car completely white. And for a charity kind of thing, I'm going to let all of the grade 2s in the Pretoria area come and draw on the car. So for the 9 hour, sweet corn will be white corn. And I'm letting all the children do it. They're going to draw on it. My daughter's going to design my helmet for the 9 hour. Sparko doing a suit for me for the 9 hour. So, yeah.
So definitely make sure that you're at Killarney for the 9 hour because it's going to be electric. I'm not a child, but I'm going to try get my name to sign there.
You're more than welcome to draw on it, please. The more the merrier. So, yeah.
Well, that's it, of course, from the G&H Garage. It's been absolutely amazing seeing all of them, the likes of Ryan Lowe joining the team. I'm told you guys met at a wedding, so it's really been nice seeing him on the track.
Yeah, we met Ryan at one of our friend Kurt Packwell's wedding. And Ryan's a nice guy, very humble, down to earth. He's got an amazing family, so we welcome him in with open arms. So nice guy.
Everybody at G&H is nice, so make sure that, of course, wherever you see that we're going, be it PE, East London, Killarney, the nearest track where SAES will be, make sure that you're there. Gianni, thank you so much. Let's go back to commentary.
Yeah, great insight given to us there by Gianni Giannocaro. And we're cognizant of the young motorsport fans that are keen to get involved and quite excited by all of these wonderful cars. We see one board with Michael Jensen I wanted to segue into like a front flap adjustment with the nose, but it didn't quite come together there. There was an itch on his nose, which, you know what, at a couple of 100 kilometers per hour, an itch on the nose is a tough thing to navigate. But at least he's sitting in a cockpit. He was on the home straight for him to make that adjustment, but he's well within a rhythm, and I'd imagine he's quite comfortable in the Nova Proto 2. But yeah, Gianni Giannocaro once again there, just giving us the full picture as to why he actually had to stop, and ultimately it was the front splitter that came apart, and didn't want to risk it any further. It was already lacking in performance and just making it altogether undrivable, so he just had to just retire the car and bring it home in as close to one piece as possible. I beg your pardon. So great to see G&H stable coming in their numbers, in their bright colors, and in droves nonetheless. But we continue and on we go. It's the race against time for Rico Baller Racing's Michael Jensen, who we have in frame now. SAC Commercial Parts Porsche of Janelle de Villiers, Henk and Hein Lattergan continues to chug along. And he's that is Janelle in the car at the moment, and he's 3 laps adrift from the Rico Baller Racing Nova Proto 02, as well as David Franco, who has taken over from dad Roberto Franco. He sits in 3rd place overall in the endurance part of their racing weekend. They've been in the sprints and in the endurance, hopping in and out of a couple of cars now with GSW and Rico Baller Racing. And unfortunately for G&H Transport, it's tickets for that rocket of a pink Lamborghini, where Chloe is now going to be chatting with Ricky, brother to Gianni, about their racing weekend so far.
It's really quite unfortunate to see, of course, G&H having retired from the endurance race. We just spoke to Gianni. Now we speak, of course, to Ricky Giannocaro. Ricky, I mean, we're talking about Rocket and how fantastic she is, but it must really break your heart to see her in this condition.
It does. This is my baby. You know, I love this car. It's just, it's a bit heartbreaking. But, it'll go home, we'll fix it, and we'll be back better than ever. I've already contacted the guys from the Carbon. I've already spoken to Miggs. I said to him, Miggs, listen, bud, it's coming in. It's got to be repaired. You've got a week to fix it. So, he'll fix it. And we'll be coming back stronger the next event. So, look forward to seeing Rocket again.
I was actually going to ask you, how long is it going to take to fix it? So give or take, you're telling me within a week, Rocket will be fine.
Yeah, definitely so. Team G&H are phenomenal when it comes to this. Adam already, my mad Polish scientist, he's already said, oh no, he wants the car up and running. He's going to strip it already on Tuesday. And yeah, she'll be back in full force within about a week to 10 days.
And then if that's about a week to 10 days, what about the KTM? How long is that going to take?
KTM must take a back burner for now. Rocket comes first. So yeah, no. Rocket's first, definitely. KTM, it's not necessary to get the KTM up and running straight away.
I was talking to Gianni earlier on, and he mentioned that, you know what, it's even Stevens now because last year it was his car that got broken. This time it's your car, so clearly it's equal now.
Johnny's the bad omen. Johnny's the bad omen. It's every time he's in the car. No, jokes aside, Johnny's very fast. He is actually quicker than I am. We actually shouldn't be saying this on camera. But
you never say it to his face.
No, I'll never tell him to his face. He'll have to go watch a replay of this. But yeah, look, it's just unfortunate that it always seems to happen to him. He mustn't let it get him down. We'll just come back stronger.
You definitely will. And one of my highlights from G&H this weekend was just how passionate you guys were talking to the kids. Talk to us about what it means seeing youngsters being introduced to motorsport, the different roles that they can do at such a young age.
Well, it is. You know, it's very hard to try and get into motorsport. So, you know, the more info that we give them and the more encouragement that we can pass on to the children or the younger generation to try and get into motorsport, it only makes it better for us. Because at the end of the day, you've seen numbers are down. We're trying to get numbers up. If we can entice people to get into the racing, I know it's a big commitment, and I know, you know, financially, not everyone can do it. But if we can just get that little bit more of an encouragement out there to get people into racing, it just benefits the whole of the motorsport community. And it's nice to have the young kids here. I mean, I've had them messaging me, I've had them asking me questions. It's just crazy, and it is inspiring for myself as well because they look up to us. And you know, if there's no one to look up to, who do they look up to? So you know, it's good, and I just hope that the message gets out there that we can grow motorsport in South Africa, and we have a great facility. Well, we've got great facilities, amazing tracks, and yeah, let's just try to get as many people onto track.
What's the famous question or the most frequent question that you got from the kids?
How much does it cost?
I've been getting the same question, so what's your answer?
Yeah, it's very hard to put a number to it. No, it's very hard to... You see, I think it's the fact that we can't get sponsorships. It's very hard to get a sponsorship and all that. So just persevere, work hard. In order to play hard, you've got to work hard. So I just, you know, study, get a great education behind you, and I'm sure an opportunity will open up.
I spoke to your daughter earlier on the grid walk, asking who designed the car, and she said, it's all you. Where do you get the creativity side from?
So, I have a very good friend called Tony Grifo from Black Sheep Designs, Tony Grifo Designs. You know, I always asked the girls when they were younger, I was like, girls, what should we do? And they always said they would like a pink car. And for many years, I only had a pink helmet, and I was like, no, I'll never do a pink car. And then one day, Tony said to me, he says, Ricky, blow pink. And I was like, oh, do I, don't I? And it works. I had the pink Mercedes-Benz, and I got the pink Lambo. I got a full pink racing suit. Pink is the new color for me. So, yeah, you know, Tony, we go forward and backwards, but he's a master at what he does. I give him a vision, he completes it, and they turn out amazing.
Can I get your daughter in here quickly? It's just because it is a family sport as well, and I know that she was so excited to see you out there. I mean, I want to find out your experience, and how is it seeing your dad race and how competitive it is?
It's a great experience, and like it's amazing to watch because I've got like a lot of my family on the track. I mean, my grandpa, my dad, my uncle, but it's also a lot of nerves because you got a lot of people on the track that you care about. But I think it's just like I've been watching my dad since I was little, and it's just like it's something that I'll always remember and I'll always take with me further on in life.
Do you also want to race one day?
I'd like, probably not, but no, yeah.
She's too chicken. But back in the day, she could drive a go-kart.
Really?
She could drive a go-kart.
What did you do then?
No, she just chose not to. So Sasha's going to take over. She's going to start racing now.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to that. Thank you so much, guys, for your time and continue supporting. We really appreciate your support, and it's great having you guys with us always.
No, thank you very much, and thank you for having us. And sorry about the DNF, but amazing crowd once again at Killarney, and SAES for putting up an amazing event, and we look forward to seeing you at the next round.
We definitely are, and while you heard it first, Rocket will be back rocking again in about a week's time. Let's go back to Timber and Prince.
Much appreciated there from Ricky of GNH Racing. And we're joined here in studio by Jason Campos, who is fresh off a victory in Class E's sprint and dash, which you saw a 45-minute race with a class that we're introducing into the endurance format to get in and introduce the idea also of endurance racing using these VWs. How was your go at it, Jason, this weekend?
Yeah, so look, it was absolutely fantastic. It was, as my interview earlier today, it was a last-minute call-up, and yeah, it was quite exciting, you know. So we haven't taken the car out in almost 2 years, but we do, you know, shake it down, try to stay loose. So we definitely haven't lost the skill, clearly.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and yeah, it got the win. That's all that matters, I guess.
Yeah, fantastic. There was a bit of we were wondering here in studio, I mean, the first 20 minutes wasn't exactly, you know, smooth sailing for the entire grid, and at that point you've got three classes mixed together. How did that first 20 minute affect you in terms of the second half of the race? Because that was a good chunk of your competitive part of the race.
Yeah, so you know, I think I finished second in the sprint race, so that meant I started fifth, and I just want to try to keep it clean. You know, in the nationals we got 8 to 12 laps depending on the circuit, so you're sort of going all out, just try to get up as quickly as possible. Here we had 45 minutes, so I just knew I had to keep my nose clean, get through turn one, importantly, without any incidents, and then that's it, put your head down. And I just picked the guys off one by one. A bit of the traffic got in the way for a few of the others, helped me out a little bit more than Tasman, for example. And yeah, I took advantage of it. Got my nose out in front quite early. The safety car came out. I was able to get the temperatures back under control. And then, yeah, as soon as the lights went green again, I just put my head down, didn't even look at my mirrors once. It's a bit of a metaphor that, because yeah, obviously I'm looking for the faster cars, which are going to come through.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just meant I kept my head down and yeah, just focus on my own race. And yeah, I was pulling away and yeah, just enjoyed my drive, to be honest.
Yeah, that's an interesting insight into the mentality of a racing driver. If you're saying you didn't look at your mirrors even once, from a layman perspective, it's like, how are you possibly able to concentrate that much on what's ahead of you and just put everything else behind you? Is it something you develop off circuit or what?
Well, you know, I think honestly, I think that's what differentiates the top guys from, I don't want to call them the mediocre guys. The idea is not to race in your mirrors. I think a very standard thing is you're so consumed by seeing these amazing cars behind you that you're constantly looking up and you're missing your brake points and you're losing concentration. You're not picking up the throttle where you should be. So you're just a little bit out of it. So the idea is to stay in a rhythm. You know, hit the same brake marker, turn in the same point, carry the good speed, good corner speed, and then picking up the throttle nice and gentle, not making the car too uncomfortable, and doing it consistently for a long period of time. The only way you're going to do that is if you focus on your own race.
Yeah.
So I find that if the guys are faster, they'll get through. So today they weren't faster and no one came through. So.
No one to worry about in the rear view then.
100%, exactly. You know,
Yeah.
so it's funny how these things happen, and you know, with a lot of experience, you learn. Even if someone is maybe 0.1, 0.2 faster than you, it takes a lot to now get past that. So I sort of just focus on my own race, look forward, and then you know, I saw a blue flag, look up, make sure that I'm not impeding any of the faster guys. And then, yeah, I was able to eke out slowly but surely. So, yeah.
No, that's great to see. You touched on temperatures and managing the temperatures well, getting them back into a proper window after that yellow flag period. So can you walk us through that process? What's the ideal operating range? I'd love it if you could give some secrets away.
So look, these Super Cup cars, they're very, very specific. I think 80, like out to 80 to 85 is sort of the best window.
Okay.
When we started at 2, it was extremely hot. It slowly crept up. I was managing the car between 90 and 95, and the cars behind me were actually, speaking to them after the race, they were going closer to 100. So how you can manage that is you just don't use your push to pass, for example.
Okay.
Every time you touch that push to pass, you obviously increase the temperatures.
Yeah.
So I could see the guys behind me to keep up. They were pushing it for longer, and because they're in my dirty air as well, it's like a double effect for them. So that's also why I was able to probably pull away, So just managing those temps, I think, in especially today, a little bit abnormal weather we're having at Cape Town in a good way. It's really warm and it feels like a nice summer's day.
Yeah.
And unfortunately that affects the temps on the cars. So everything's just about management. Don't burn the tires, don't burn the brakes. Gearbox can get really hot very quickly. So it's just all about management to a degree. But you're still able to push. I mean, the lap times were still extremely fast, I thought, for a 45-minute race.
Yeah. Yeah, fantastic. And so that's on the engine and gearbox side, I suppose. And then your tires, how's the degradation and temps working in that department?
Look, I must give credit to Dunlop. I think those Dunlop tires could have gone probably another hour.
Wow, okay.
I think it ran out of fuel before it ran out of tires, to be honest. And not bad for a front-wheel drive car. I mean, the rears were basically well within window the entire race, so we had no issues with the rear tires. And as you can imagine, not doing much. So there's no acceleration on them, nothing. They're just literally holding the load through the corners.
Yeah.
But obviously the front tires take a bit of a pounding because it's a front-wheel drive car. A lot of turning angles, as you can imagine, and then picking up the throttle as smoothly as possible without lighting up the wheels. That's really the big trick.
Yeah. A bit of a change in philosophy with the cars we have on circuit here. Of course, one of those Super Polars is still out on circuit, but we've got the Porsche there of SAC Commercial Parts with Janelle de Villiers still at the wheel. Look, we're almost touching on the 3-hour mark in terms of racing now. What would you imagine is the approach at this point? For Janelle, he's about an hour or so into his stint, and getting into a rhythm, we'd imagine at least, would be the primary goal right now. But how would you be approaching this phase of your race and in getting ready for the next stint with your teammate coming on?
Look, I must be honest, I think this is the best time to get onto the racetrack. I'm actually looking there with a little bit of envy. We call this golden hour. So essentially, you can see the sun goes down, the track looks a bit gold. This is great because the temperatures are really low, but the track temperature takes a while to drop as quickly. So the track will keep its temperature really nicely, and then they're able to still get all the grip that they need, so the temperature's in the right space there, but because of the cooler temperatures, the engine and the gearbox perform at a higher level.
Okay. And then we're trying to make observations as best we could from what was going on. Cape Town Corner looked to be kicking up some dust, but we later found out that was just an optical illusion from us. But that long back straight, are we getting a bit of a side draft? What's the picture there? Because that's a 400 or 500 meter straight. So what's the aerodynamic effect of the cars when you're going down there?
So, it's funny, I'm going to give away a lot of insight now. I think a few of my teammates are not going to be too happy, but
air punch.
If you look at going down the straight, you can actually see the Dunlop flags, and generally speaking, on any race day, you're watching those flags.
Okay.
And where those flags are pushing determines how you actually position the car.
Okay.
So if it's facing this way, for example, you sort of go against the pit wall. And because that's happening this side, when you go along the back straight, you're sort of going up against the wall that way as well, trying to use essentially the walls of the pits and the walls of the entire racetrack to try counter the air. So a big thing for us in the polos especially, the door slip is way more effective than the slipstream behind the car. So you're actually moving offline, and it might look odd that we're not following each other side by sort of nose to back, so from front to back, you're more like to the side of it because you're actually getting a little bit of that side draft. That's a little bit what we after.
Interesting. I've always asked myself when I look at those long trains of VWs, what is going on? What are these people doing? Do they not realize how incredibly dangerous and awkward looking that is? But I see it's very deliberate and very methodical in how that's being done. But I'm curious, Jason, I mean, not to take it too much into a serious direction. Wait, what made you a fan of motorsport? Like just pure instinct, raw, falling in love with it. What was it that really gripped you?
Look, I've watched motorsport, since, as far back as I can recall. My dad still retells the story of us sitting on the couch watching Formula One. Senna was still racing back then. Almost giving away my age, and Schumachers and all that, and we just were enthralled, as kids. A lot of people watching cartoons. Here we are, my brother and I, at a young age watching motorsport and enthralled by it, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've always had it, and we had the opportunity a little bit late in life. We didn't race like my sister-in-law Tasman. She's been racing since she was 4 years old. I mean, I've got a 6-year-old, and I can't picture putting him into a go-kart. So, like, I just know what that means. It's just absolutely great that she had that opportunity. We had the opportunity a little bit later in life. We started in regionals, and yeah, we slowly got better, and the big bit that we wanted to compete at a higher level. And I found that our nationals, we got some amazing talent out there. In South Africa especially, and yeah, to race at this level is impressive, so I'm very happy.
Yeah, it is. We find Timber and I were talking about how, I don't know if you caught this on the stream, but South Africa has an incredible motorsport champion per capita, if that even exists, has an incredible number of champions that we've produced. Like, what is it about South Africa? No one's been able to give me an answer that actually satisfies me, but we have so many talented competitors in any field and class. Like, what is it about this racing environment, at least the part of it that you've experienced, that makes the difference for us when we go overseas?
Well, you know, I mean, you look at like grass level, you know, at roots, you know, essentially you've got the guys coming up from the go-karts, and they compete on basically the elite level, you know. You hear those guys in Europe and whatnot go on into Formula One, and then you hear our guys come back and they say, I raced with him, you know, I raced with that person, and they now in Formula One. And I'm not saying they're stuck in South Africa. It's just I feel we lack the little jump from karting to the next feeder.
Interesting.
And yeah, I hate saying it's a money thing, but I feel maybe that's where we're a bit shy.
Okay.
I feel like the jump from karting, and if the guys go to F3, if they're going to follow the Formula One route, is quite a big jump.
Yes.
But I don't want to be too critical, because I look at, you know, Jordan Pepper, Van der Lindes, you know, I mean, they're racing at complete pro level, and I look at you know, the route they went. It was Sirocco, GT Challenge.
Yes.
So there's definitely a path there. It's just about the guys really committing to what they want to race. You know, in my opinion, I feel I see too many good drivers commit to the single-seater route, where maybe they would have been better in the GT route.
Yes.
So yeah, I don't know. Maybe a bit of coaching might help. I'm not actually 100% sure.
100%. You know, that's where your line of thinking has led me. I realize that even though we don't necessarily have those rungs in the ladder in place firmly decade after decade, we certainly do have talent that goes a certain path, that's beating a path that people could just mimic. Maybe it's a lot easier to do something someone's done before. It's kind of like slipstreaming. You know, we have people that are seeing, okay, maybe the single-seater route isn't necessarily the most financially viable. Then, okay, let's go to tin tops. Let's get on to endurance racing. Let's get into GC3. So I think having infrastructure around that, the coaching and management element, maybe could now come to the fore for South African motorsport.
Look, 100%. I think a big thing for me is, I think maybe 3-4 years ago, I was on this track. We started our national championship here, and Keegan Masters on the grid. Keegan won the race, and it was a train of a whole bunch of competitive races, and we all finished, I think the top 7, top 8 finished within like 2-3 seconds of each other in the whole field, you know, so we were extremely close. Now you look at Keegan Masters, he's leading, if I'm not mistaken, the Porsche Super Cup overseas. I think after a bad race last weekend at Hungary, they followed the Formula One calendar. Yeah, you know, obviously it might have affected his championship, but yeah, he's there and he's competing at the highest level. So yeah, 100% correct.
Yeah, and we just get a shot. We're in frame now with the Sujin BMW of Sean McCarthy. They tried, and Timber, quite fond of this car and quite worried about it, but seems to have succumbed to some terminal issue. We'll get a bit more insight a bit later on as to what happened there, but they were out of it from earlier on and came back onto the circuit again with about 47 or so laps into 47 or so laps adrift, and behind the race they tried again, but it didn't quite work out. But Jason, thank you so much for joining us in studio. Final question from me: plans for the rest of the year in terms of the championship? Can we expect to see you again in the super sprint category?
I think so. I think the next plan is either maybe PE, but definitely Killarney. So yeah, we're gonna go back. I think everyone's keen, everyone's excited for what we did. So I'm sure we'll be back before the end of the year. So
yeah,
looking forward to it.
We're certainly excited to see you back. And parting shot. Okay, I promise I'm done. I'm a commentator, Jason. I'm sure you expect this. I reckon you have a good shot at a Senna lookalike contest. That's what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm really good at this.
Look, I appreciate that. If I could take even an inch of that man's talent, I think that's a compliment on its own. So thank you for that.
My friend, you've got quite a lot more than an inch of his looks. I promise you, ask somebody neutral at the very least. And we'll get some feedback later on in the day. How about that?
Agreed. I think we should start with the girls, if that's a good or bad thing, and then we'll move on to what the guys have to say.
Yeah, we don't really matter in that department. Thank you so much, Jason. It's been a pleasure to have you here.
Cheers. Thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
Cheers, brother. And that was Jason Campos, winner of the VW, the E-Class. That was a sprint and dash that we had with us in the first 45 minutes of our racing. So for 45 minutes, we saw then joining us and sprinting it out 5 or so VW Super Polos with an incredible array of local talents, the likes of Nick Stannis, Judd Bertolt. We had Tasman Campos in the mix there. And ultimately, it was Jason who came up with top honors for a class that is promising us a lot of excitement during the course of the season, and we look forward to seeing Jason joining us once again. But I'm joined once again in the saddle by Themba Khumalo, who is excited by a certain BMW. And Themba, I'm not sure if you caught wind of that, but yeah, that Suzuki BMW is back in the garage, I beg your pardon, and now it looks like, yeah, it's tickets for them, unfortunately. The race of attrition has attritioned, unfortunately, for...
The attrition is attritioning.
The attrition is attritioning, as the youngsters would say, and would use as an easy turn of phrase. But in the meantime, we are here with that is Janelle de Villiers still going at it at golden hour. How beautiful is it to be out there at the moment?
The Killarney circuit is looking stunning here at sunset. Have you noticed that inside line that the Porsche has been taking that Cape Town corner? I've noticed that the SAC car seems to favor that inside line a lot more than the other vehicles, and that's traditionally not the conventional line that you would take into Cape Town corner. So when we get a chance to speak to one of the SAC drivers, we will try and find out the details and the nuances behind that decision they've made. On track in their cars currently are Michael Jensen in the Rico Barlow Racing Nova Proto NPO2, Hein Latachan back in the Porsche 911 GT3 for the SAC Commercial Parts team, and David Franco in car in the GSW VW Super Cup car. That's a lot of W's, Prince. Can turn into a tongue twister after some moments there. We can see the dive plane for the RBR car is still holding on, which is good for us to see there. A bit of performance loss. Oh, and the Nova is coming into the pit.
Yep, it is the hour mark.
This is looking like a scheduled pit stop as we have finally officially crossed the halfway distance here at the 6 hours of Killarney. You can see darkness now starting to fall in pit lane as the shadows are falling over the track. Let's unpack this pit stop here. Prince?
Yep, we're looking at a splash and dash, it seems. I expected it to be the case, given how Nick went about his stint at around the hour mark. He came in just to get some fuel as a slightly smaller tank as compared to some of the other competitors in Class A does the Nova Proto 2 have. And it's going to be just a quick one, routine one. Pressure relief on the one side, fuel going in on the other, and everything being closely watched by our safety officials. Only 6 mechanics at a time can work on the car when it is in this position. Once the fuel is done, going to clean the windscreen, get some, I would imagine, some relief. If that door's open and you've been burning for an hour in your car, you'd be quite happy to get some relief. So Michael Jensen would be happy with the cooling relief there with the door open. But after that splash and dash, clean up of some of the debris and build up on the tighter corners and parts of the car has been done with, in other quarters, what would be considered a leaf blower. This is not a leaf blower. It is a strange debris extractor remover thingy in motorsport terms, and it's being used profusely by the mechanics. And once they're done, it is back onto the circuit for Michael Jensen.
Successful stop for the Nova in the Rico Barlow Racing colors as the car rolls out of pit lane, out of the shadows into the setting sun. Whoa, that was close. That was close. On our headphones and commentary, you can hear some of the microphone pickup from the cameras around the circuit, and now could hear a bunch of people going, oh. as our P2 car came out the pits. Not really almost a collision, but that was a bit close considering the speed differential for a car coming out of pit lane and a car going at full tilt down the Porsche straight, and the Porsche 911 in the hands of Janelle de Villiers. Janelle, with his significant racing experience, I'm sure was unflustered by that situation. Well done to you, Prince. That was a fantastic interview with Jason Campos, and kudos to Jason as well. He dug deep. You know, he really gave some details, some insights. Off camera, I was in and out the commentary booth, just lining up some more interviews here, and I noticed that he had spoken about the pressure that comes from having the faster cars. You know, the supercars, essentially breathing down your neck while he's in a Polo GTI doing the best he can. And I wanted to dig a bit deeper on that, Prince, because this is something I've seen consistently with riders and drivers of varying disciplines. But before we come to that, let's just enjoy some wheel-to-wheel action here. Michael Jensen trying to find his way through on Janelle de Villiers. Janelle not making it too easy for him up until this moment. Is he letting him through? No, he's not. This is the battle for victory. 5 laps separating these cars. But I think Janelle will be most certainly taking a bit of pleasure in disrupting the rhythm of the Rico Barlow car.
Yeah, you can see the placement is, nudging slightly in the direction of defending and shutting that door. It's not going to make it easy at all. Let's see what the back straight is going to have to offer as they clear. Your right hand is there at the end of the Sorrel sweep. And we have the home straight to look forward to. Jensen immediately getting some clear air to make sure not to spend too much time behind Janelle. He'd want to break later. That Janelle going into Cape Town corner. Janelle was like, I'm going to push you. I'm going to push you all the way. But it was fair racing, fair space between the two. Of course, there are 5 laps adrift, but ultimately it is the battle for the lead. So fair play there. And then on goes Jensen on his fresh out of a splash and dash, so he's got a slightly heavier car. In fact, he's got a car probably at full weight now. So the handling characteristics of the car have gotten back into a window that he was a lot more familiar with. So we're looking at Jensen now just having cleared Janelle de Villiers, who's very quickly adrift from him. Pace difference immediately observable. So we're also now looking to see, I wonder how it's going for David Franco. He's been in the saddle for some time now. I wonder when he's on cue for a driver change, a cheeky little driver change, as they say, or splash and dash. But he's been going about it quietly, significantly quietly as well. But we'll keep an eye on that. And I'd be curious to hear his insights and what his takeaways are from this weekend in terms of how it's gone with his go about it with the Class E, with the VW Polos, and his prospects. His prospects are looking quite good in that R8 if he's going to be getting into the saddle for that car soon, and how Roberto's been enjoying the car as well in your local regional racing and now in national trim as well.
Very, very true, Prince. And the simplest way I'll describe it is that there's a bit of gnashing of teeth there from David, because he's hungry. He wants to get into that R8, but I'm confident that's something that we can look forward to. You know, that lap and a half of our top 2 cars doing battle, you know, for the viewers who might be wondering, what's the point of fighting, you know, wheel-to-wheel battling with the car that's 5 laps ahead? And I think the reason there is that it's still, you know, they say that the best form of defense is attack.
Yeah.
And by Janelle making life difficult there for Michael Jensen, it is a form of applying pressure, because the first thing you know is that that Nova doesn't have clear air, and we know that car functions at its best in clear air, given the design of it, and it's a much more aero-focused car naturally than the Porsche. So in that moment, he takes away that clear air. He can create frustration, and we know that racing drivers often become vulnerable to frustration in the car because the adrenaline is so high. It's a high-stress situation at any stage of the 6 hours. So Janelle de Villiers just showing his experience there. You know, he will have been in that situation many, many times before, on tar and on dirt, across the various disciplines. So I like seeing that racing wisdom. You know, there's no replacement for experience. There's no amount of money, training, practice that you can do to shortcut that that advantage that experience gives you, you know. And outside of racing, I do some work with rider coaching with junior riders, and I always tell riders, and for any drivers listening at home, especially aspiring drivers, remember that experience is the most expensive form of education.
100%.
I heard that tenet years ago, and it's something I stand by and believe, because it costs a lot to gain experience. And often, you know, whenever racing and cost come up in the same sentence, people always think of money.
Yeah.
But there's other costs that come by. And ask any driver who's raced at a high level for an extended period of time, it costs them a lot to get that experience. You know, you have to make mistakes, and from those mistakes you suffer, whether it's injuries, costs, and that's financial costs, frustration, you know, tension within teams. You know, and you have to make those mistakes to become that good, because if you never make the mistakes, how are you going to learn? So just a small tangent, you know, that I've gone on there, being fascinated by Janelle there. What are your thoughts, Prince?
Yeah, the part of the thought and line of thinking there about making mistakes, and mistakes actually being valuable in terms of the overall skill set and understanding you have of racing. I heard an interesting take on it, from Lewis Hamilton, who was like, there's a reel that I saw where he was talking about failure and how you can use failure as a positive thing. The more mistakes you make, my iteration of it then would be the more feedback and data you have to build up something which was incomplete in terms of your understanding of your particular field of racing. So more errors, more information. Now you know what not to do. If you're turning left, now you know to turn right when you get there. So yeah, I definitely think experience and exposure goes a long way. If not in terms of you actually racing and sitting in the saddle, the experienced individuals around you. Because our conversation with Jason went on to coaching, and how coaching could actually make a big difference in the career development part of young talents here in South African racing across all the disciplines. And I know that would be something that is close to your heart, Timber, because you have an array of talented kids that you're imparting some of your experience and expertise to in terms of riding, so you resonate with this very well. But we went on to talk about how perhaps management and coaching could play a really good role in paving a path if we don't necessarily have all the steps in terms of developing perfectly onto main circuit racing for talent.
Very, very true, you know. And one unique thing with motorsport is, you know, I'm a professional coach on the two-wheel side, and people ask me, oh, what did you study? What qualification did you do for that? And then I just show them a couple of my scars. And I'm like, that's my qualification, because I've been there and done it. And you need that in racing. It's essential. It needs the guys at the top, or the guys at the top past their prime, to feed back into the next generation. And we've discussed many initiatives today where we see the drivers and teams getting involved in that same line of thinking. And it's really, really cool to hear that a lot of our drivers who are participating in the events today are also coaches, you know, away from SAES. Some are coaching at SAES while racing in SAES. So it then becomes circular, you know, and that's something that's really, really cool to see and essential. It's an essential part of racing growing, you know, and that's a kudos to the athletes, you know. We've seen many guys have times. We had 80 high school kids coming through here on Friday afternoon to come and get a unique experience, experiencing the racetrack, learning, and there's a next generation coming through. And I'll put a message out there directly to the audience, you know, if you're watching at home and you have an interest in getting involved in South African motorsport, reach out to people involved in the SAES, whether it's teams, drivers. Reach out to Prince and myself, commentators, because motorsports is a unique community in that it's very small because there's not a lot of people relatively involved, but it's very vast because there's depth, and a lot of it is interconnected. You know, if you sit down with Janelle de Villiers, or, you know, I could list a number of riders, or Nick Adcock, you know, and you find out the people he's worked with, and then you see that, oh, this one guy has a wealth of experience and is interconnected. So it may seem impossible to make that step up to that level, but it literally takes one connection, meeting one person, to then get involved. And we've literally had the perfect example of that today in the form of Ryan Lowe, who met Ricky Giannacaro at a wedding of all places, got into conversations, and months later, here he is racing a Lamborghini Gallardo for the first time here against some of the best drivers in the world, you know. So it's absolutely brilliant to see that element of it. We have an interview coming up with one of our MRSSA national class riders, which I think you guys are really going to enjoy. We have 2 hours 46 remaining here at the 6 hours of Killarney. We have officially passed the halfway mark. On screen at the moment is a Rico Barlow Racing Nova Proto NPO2 in the hands of Michael Jensen. In that car, we saw Nick Adcock put in a monster to our stint. We did have a 20-minute safety car delay from one of our 1 hour dash competitors, which had our driver circulating behind the safety car for roughly 20 to 30 minutes, which gave the Rico Barlow team to then the opportunity to then extend the stint for Nick Adcock, where he went a full 2 hours and then handed over the car to Michael Jensen. Michael Jensen has now been in the car for 1 hour 15, and we are waiting eagerly in anticipation for Charles Visser to get into the Nova NPO2, theoretically the fastest driver in that team. And anyone who's watched SAES knows exactly what Charles Visser is all about. You can see at the top of the timing tower there that the fastest time for the RBR car is a 1:11.107, and I'm confident that Charles Visser will show us some 110s, even if it's in the pitch black darkness of the nighttime here in the Western Cape. As the sun continues to set, I am joined in the commentary booth by an inspirational young man, one of our competitors here at SAES in the MRSSA national class. He unfortunately didn't have the perfect day. A crash was involved, but most importantly, he's here, healthy, and in one piece, he's got a smile on his face. Welcome, Sia Shabalala.
Hey, Mr. T, how are you, Coach Timber? I'd say you were the inspiration here as well. To be honest, I wouldn't say today was a bad day for me. It was a perfect day. I rode my heart out. I had the best time riding my heart out because I couldn't get grips with my bike setup, especially with the climate this side and the power delivery from the bike. So the bike kept on pulling me back, and I kept on having a head shake, and I thought maybe there's something wrong with my stabilizer, whereby it was actually the G-force pulling me back and me hanging on to the bars, which led to that. So I tried riding with my legs. It didn't work. So I fortunately got a bit of help from the Cape Town locals. Thank you to them, Lubas and them. And there's so many people that actually helped me. So I'm very grateful for people that helped with their genuine hearts. And they led me to actually put a sponge on my seat, which later on held me like on a good position, so I was able to handle the bike a bit better. Which
sorry to interrupt this. Yeah, I'm assuming they put a sponge behind you
Yes.
on the saddle, which then stopped you from moving so far
from
back.
moving, yes.
Mhm.
So
Go on.
as soon as we did that, my times dropped immediately from a 122 to a 118. So yeah, I'm very grateful for that. So we finished the race 1 in P19, and as soon as we finished in P9, and as soon as we finished in P19, it was a thing whereby going into race 2, I started in 19 from the back. So we actually started from P27 in race 1, and we went into race 1, finished race 1 in P19. We moved on to race 2, and we finished race 2 in P4 in our class. So yeah, it's been a good one. It's been a good one, team. It's been a good one.
So Sia, riding the superbike here at Killarney it's intimidating.
Yes.
I remember it was the first time I'd ever raced 1,000 at sea level here.
Yeah.
And the first time I braked into Cape Town corner, I couldn't see because my helmet was moving on my head because the speed was so high.
Yeah.
just try and explain to the viewers at home, you know, what it's like doing 280 kilometers an hour on a super bike, and then you have to scrub off almost 180 kilometers an hour in 100 meters, slow down, and then turn into turn 5.
So it's pretty it's pretty crazy because now it's a thing whereby you always want to try your best to keep the front down, and to do that you have to be forward, not backwards. Whereby in a 600 it's a thing whereby you tuck in and you put your saddle your bump cheeks a bit backwards. So with 1,000 you have to move forward so that you actually put weight on the front. And with me, it's a thing where I weigh 53 kgs. So imagine the G-force and the weight.
How much does the bike weigh?
It's about 4 times, 5 times. So it's like 200 kgs.
Yeah.
200 kgs for a normal bike.
So Sia, tell me, what goes into the preparation and work behind the scenes for someone who weighs 53 kilograms to control a 200 kilogram motorcycle at 280 plus?
Obviously, you always have to work on your fitness. So I tend to cycle a lot. I run a lot. I basically stretch a lot now. And I've seen how it helps. It helps a lot.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's always nice to have good advice around you, like people like you, who's paved a way for a lot of us. And we'll still keep on pushing because we still know that there's people like you and Mr. X and SAES investing in us. So yeah, I'm also grateful for my sponsors who actually pulled through for me. So yeah, I'm grateful for the support more than anything. And moving in those speeds is crazy, bro. People tend to think we're in a video game. I was watching one of the videos and you couldn't actually see where I am because of the amount of speed we're carrying coming out to the back straight. Yeah, so.
Sia, you mentioned your sponsors. Who is supporting you? Who's helping you? Because we do know there's a lot of hard work that goes into getting you here ready to race and to be competitive.
So we've been chasing sponsors this year. We have an invite to go compete in Spain, which will potentially allow us to race in a bigger scale, representing our country, not just our country but our continent. So we're working towards that, and for at the moment the sponsors that I currently have with me are Monster Energy and the Department of Sports and Recreation. So I'm very grateful for their assistance, but we still on our campaign. We have to raise those funds for Spain, so we definitely want to push for that one. We have to inspire the kids. I saw some of the school kids and they're still over the moon. They're still over the moon, so yeah.
That's awesome, that's awesome. You know, Sia, there's been a trend, I'm sure you've noticed, of MRSSA riders going overseas.
Yeah.
You know, the likes of Ora, the likes of Troy. I've just heard this weekend that Tristan's going over as well. And I'm really excited to hear that there's doors opening for you to broaden your horizons, to go further, because it brings more attention. You know, I'm happy anytime a South African rider gets to go race overseas, because it's a reminder to the world of the talent that exists here and what's capable. So yeah, we're going to pause for a moment. We'll come back to our interview.
Cool.
You get to enjoy commentary live here. We have the SAC car stopped in the pits. Hein Lattergaan was driving, and it seems like, Janelle de Villiers was driving. You can see him on the left there with the Red Bull Racing helmet, unmistakable, the former Dakar champ. And that looks like it was just a refueling stop. We're just going to follow this here. First time we've seen the pit stop here. Okay, so that looks like no serious issues. There is a driver change going on for the SAC team. Janelle de Villiers out the car. Will it be Hein or Henk Lattergaan going back in? Ooh, see, does not look like a scheduled pit stop.
Wow.
And that car is going in. So our second place car is now in the box with some technical problems. We hope that...
Get it sorted.
Yes, we hope that it's not a DNF for them. So we're going to take a quick look at the live timing to see what the gap is looking like behind there to the third place car. So the SAC car does have 19 laps over David Franco in the GSW Super Cup VW Polo. So we are going to be keeping an eye on that situation just to see how that is going to unfold for the SAC team, hoping that they can get back on track. The wheels have come off. Janelle de Villiers is out the car. It does look like Lataghan is preparing to get in the car, so I would guess that that problem is not terminal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be. I think that's Henk actually. Yeah, the slender build. That's Henk getting ready to jump in the car. Henk wouldn't be putting on his helmet and getting ready. So, Sia, we'll pivot slightly. You were racing the Inter Africa Racing Team in 2025. There was an opportunity which was exciting for a lot of people to see you having. And I've got a couple of questions on that note. But firstly, we saw you in the box. What was it like getting to see a factory team, you know, work up close and personal? And just share a bit of insight of what you saw, what you experienced, and to what makes a multiple SAES championship winning team.
I'd say the teamwork there is crazy. Like, everyone is so united. It's a thing whereby it's up level. It's more. It shows you the kind of life that you push for as soon as you get to that international scale. So we're seeing something that you usually see in an international scene locally. So that's very refreshing. And for me to be the actual first rider, I'm very grateful because I feel that it has opened more horizons. So my biggest hope is that a lot of teams take up to what has been done with the Inter Africa team in terms of the cars and the bikes, because I think it will help keep us all united and grow the sport. So I'm hoping some of the car teams as well will give it a thought that some of the riders might be a potential to them. So with the team, I'm happy. They take good care of us, and there's so much to say, T. There's so much to say. Yeah.
Very true. There is so much to say and not enough time,
Yeah.
unfortunately, with 2 hours and 34 minutes remaining on the clock. So, Sia, the next question that I had for you is, you know, there will certainly be people listening to this interview and watching who may have never heard of you before.
Yeah.
You've come a very, very long way. We'll come back to that, Sia. The Porsche is being wheeled out. The 911 GT3 being wheeled out. Henk Lataghan in the car. So great effort there from the SAC team to get that car ready to go again. Clearly there was some form of problem that caused them to put the car back into the box. As we did mention, they had that 19 lap gap over the Francos in the GSW car. That gap has now been reduced to 17 laps, but there goes the number 5 back out on track. We believe it's Henk Lataghan in the car, and we will just keep an eye on that. Rico Bala Racing continues to lead the Rico Bala Racing GSW. VW still in 3rd place, and we'll be keeping an eye out on the corner of our eye just to see the progress of that Porsche. Bit slow coming out of the pits there, but let's see as he gets back up into the rhythm as the sun continues to set. So, Sia, for people that don't know your story, because you know, you are an inspiration to me, because it takes a lot of grit and determination to achieve the things that you've achieved with on and off the bike, you know. So just share with us where you come from, a bit about how your racing career began and what steps you had to take to become MRSSA national class rider here at SAES.
So T, I worked my way through. There wasn't actually a plan. I just knew that I just wanted to race, and started riding on the road, started stunting. I lost people on the road. That's led me to consider going into racing, but I didn't know how. So I later found a racing academy with Uncle Neil, and it has been a platform for me to actually see my limit. And that's when I also met you, and that's when you also showed me that, okay, this is actually possible. And then I never gave up. As soon as when I went to the township of Kagiso, I decided I want to change my habits because of that. And I've built that, and I also found my way writing myself proposals, and all I did, I tell mom, because she was the only one, and she had no knowledge of like superbike racing, because there's a stigma that you wanna die when you race. So I had to kill that, and she later got used to it. Today, even if after my crash, I crashed, she called, but as soon as she see me stand up, she knew that I was okay, because throughout the journey, she was with me. Whether we couldn't get lunch or gas, there was always a plan that actually led us to where we are today. And I started being an apprentice with Yamaha South Africa, and I worked there for 5 years. I gained technical knowledge there, and I later ventured into starting my own racing academy, which I planned on doing it as a workshop. But yeah, there's a bit of hindrance there. But yeah, I focused on the sport ever since, and Yamaha fortunately sponsored me a Yamaha R1 in 2020, a 2017 year model. And then it's been onwards and upwards since, because I have had a bike that's actually belonging to me, and I was able to utilize it as much as I can. So yeah, I'm very grateful for a lot of people, and throughout the journey I've met people that actually lifted me up as I went by. So yeah, I'm great, because it's great to know that as you also rise, these people always there to also lift you up. So hence, I go by the motto that I keep my circle close, because I know that these genuine people, and I'm very grateful for those genuine people, because those are the ones that actually lift you up as you rise. Yeah.
You know, Sia, you've done a great thing as we take a look at the GSW car in the pits. David Franco has come into the pits for what looks like a scheduled stop at the 3-hour 30-minute mark. There will be a driver change as well. David Franco out of the car. Father Robert Franco coming in. They've got third place locked up at this stage of the race. It looked like the window of opportunity was opening there for maybe a left field charge for second place, but the SAC team have got that 911 GT3 back out on track, on pace. So Sia, thank you for sharing that, and as I said, your story is an inspiration, and keep pushing, because one thing I'm sure you've learned in your experience as a rider is that you don't know who's watching.
Yeah, always.
And sometimes it's someone who's above you who will reach a hand out and be like, hey, come, let me pull you up.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's people who see themselves as beneath you and are looking to you to pull them up,
Yeah.
And it's really fascinating how you unpacked it, because literally just before you came into the booth, Prince and I were having a discussion about how interconnected motorsport is. And we're encouraging the audience that for guys that want to get involved, that sometimes you just need to meet one person.
Just one.
Because the community is small, but it's deep.
Yeah.
And it's connected,
Yeah.
You probably don't know this, but there was a guy racing a Lamborghini today. His name's Ryan Lowe.
Yeah.
With the GNH team. He met Ricky Giannacara at a wedding.
Wow.
And then they just got to talking, and then he said, I'm interested in racing. He'd only done a couple of track days. And today he did his first ever race in a Lamborghini Gallardo.
Wow.
And even did a 116,
Wow. Wow.
First time really racing. So that's a really, really cool element. I just wanted to touch back on today's events. You did mention the crash. For the viewers who missed it, there was a multi-rider crash at Cape Town Corner in the second MRSSA national class.
It was just after the red flag.
It was just after the red flag. So we had a red flag, a restart, and then a second red flag where unfortunately you were involved.
Yeah.
We could see there was a 3-rider incident. It was Clive Turnbull, Daniel Frost, and you involved. Thankfully Clive is okay, because I was just speaking to him and he unfortunately has a broken hand. But please just take us through the incident through your eyes and what happened basically.
So of course I improved pace as I got my seat time, and I got a comfortable position. I was always I was able to drop back to my normal times, and as I was doing that, I saw that we also in a battle, so I had to push to go forward as much as I can, and I did just that. But unfortunately, on long turn, the turn that we were in, I clipped the curb, the inside curb, with my knee, and then I stayed there, and then the bike flipped and went that side. So I crashed on the inside curb, and the bike went to the outside. So I didn't actually see how Clive and them got involved with the incident, but I do apologize, and I went up to the medical center to check up on him, and he did reassure me that he's okay and then everything will be okay, because I was very concerned. You never want to be in a position where I had hurt a second person or a third person. So we always try to ride responsibly, even though you always want to push our performance to the fullest potential. So yeah, I'm very sorry for the crash, but I was also pushing on my own. So I had to just have that incident on my own on that curb at that moment, and I crashed. I don't know what happened afterwards. I think they followed after because they were just right behind me. Yeah.
So I actually touched on that with Clive when I was chatting to him, and he had basically said to me exactly what you said. He just said he saw that you crashed in front of him and he had nowhere to go. And I assume that was your bike sliding across the track from inside to outside,
yes,
which probably collected him. You know, I can relate to how you feel because that's exactly what happened to me at PE.
Yeah.
In my last MRSSA race, my knee hooked the inside curb. And, you know, it's difficult to describe it for people because it's, you know, I would say, let's see. Imagine you're running. You'll tell me if this is accurate or fair. Imagine you're running at full speed and then someone grabs one of your arms on the wrist. And that person is huge.
That's how it actually felt for me, because as soon as I hit that inside curb, my body stopped, but the bike was moving. So, yeah, it's actually a crazy effect on the body as well. And then I saw that I can't move as immediate as possible, but I could hear the bikes coming. So my instinct said, run and move to the
Were you
side.
still on the track?
Yeah,
Yes,
I moved out of the track and I went straight into the grass and I laid down. And then I gathered my body. I felt that my body is still okay. And then as soon as I felt that I was okay, I was concerned about the other riders, because that was just after I saw the other bikes. I went that side and I saw Clive wasn't okay. I stayed there. As soon as the ambulance came, I ran back to the medical center to see if he was okay. As soon as he told me he was okay, I ran back to the bike to try and see if I can fix it so that I can go back for race 3. But unfortunately, the bike couldn't make it. So. Yeah, I was definitely gonna push for more today.
I understand. Let's move on to a more positive note. Sia, we saw you fighting all season long for the Unlimited 1000 Superbike Championship in 2025. Unfortunately, you missed out just at the end. You know, I can still see in my mind's eye you sending it in the wet last year, you know, flying, pushing for victory. And it was a very impressive ride considering I know how much wet experience you have, which is not a lot. Sia, tell us about some of your highlights. I'd like to know maybe your favorite moment in your career overall, but before that, what's been your favorite experience here racing at SAES?
At Cape Town or SAES?
SAES in general.
In general. They've given us a platform to perform at the highest level, not just on track, but off track as well. So you can even see how I'm dressed. It's a thing whereby we have to be comfortable in expressing ourselves at the highest level. That's why Lewis Hamilton encourages uniting in people, because that's what we're here for, and sports brings people together. So yeah, man, it's a highest level, and I'm grateful to be able to push. I don't think this would have made sense for me to dress like this if it wasn't at this level. So yeah.
I hear you, and that's a very good take on it. And on that note, it would be criminal of me to interview you and not speak about social media.
Yeah.
You know, that's something I think personally you've done very, very well in. And, you know, the world is changing constantly. Technology's changing industries at a rate faster than we've ever seen in human history.
Yeah.
And I think the power of attention is undervalued. You know, if you have the ability to get people's attention, there's use in that, you know, and if anyone ever wonders the power of that, just stand in a pit lane here at SAES and see when one of the Class A endurance cars comes by, you know, it holds your attention. You see everyone stops what they're doing and they go, whoa, you know, what's that? So, Sia, just tell us a little bit. Firstly, tell us, you know, you can plug your social media handles, let people know where they can find you beyond here today. But just give us an insight into social media, how you've approached it. You've made an impact. You know, a lot of people know about you that didn't know about you before. And yeah, just share with us what comes to mind when we open that topic.
To be honest, like you said before, you never know who's watching. So the social media side is evolving, especially with AI and how the cameras are so evolving in our phones and devices. It's a thing whereby you never know who's watching, and it's something that people have to know. People have to see you, and you find that you are watched by someone that wants to see you shine, and they will just intensify that because they resonate with who you are and where you come from, because they also have a story of their own. So yeah, it's very nice to know that there's that kind of scale whereby you can push like that.
And what's your philosophy been on social media? You know, because most people know strategy goes into that. What's been your angle of approach?
To be honest, I've always just been myself, T. I've always just been myself. I like to express myself because I've seen how edgy people are when they keep their emotions inside. So I believe in talking to the right people. You never know who's watching, you never know who's listening. So yeah, when you do the right things, the right people will see you, and your people will find you. So they'll definitely let you shine.
100% right, 100% right. Sia, thank you so much for taking the time to come and share with myself and our live audience here for the 6 hours of Killarney. It was a pleasure watching you race once again. It's a pity we didn't get a lot of time to see each other earlier, because I can't remember when, even in the weekend, but there's a moment I was standing on the pit wall and you passed me and your bike was moving around and I could see, and this was after we'd spoken on Friday.
Yeah.
It must have been this morning, but you came past and I could see from your arms that you're holding on too tight. You
Yeah.
know, and the bike was moving. But I'm very, very happy that you still got the help, which further validates the points which were made earlier.
Yeah.
You know, and well done to you for continuing to push. Well done for not giving up in the face of adversity. You
Thank
know,
you, team.
there's stories in motorsport, and we unfortunately will never know the full details of everyone's stories, but we don't need to know.
You don't need to know, yeah.
Sometimes a glimpse is enough.
Yeah.
You know, so well done for everything you're doing. Keep pushing.
Yeah.
You know, you're still very young. It's only the beginning. Hopefully we'll see you winning championships here in the MRSSA national class, because the potential is there.
That's the plan.
Your final parting thoughts before we send you off?
You also mentioned the thing about moments. My biggest moment, yes, I did shine last year in the rain, but I shined a bit differently when I saw the school kids, because I saw myself in them, and I saw how their eyes lit up when they saw how they saw my bike and they saw a car, and it's something different to them, and that just enlightened something. I don't know how to explain it, but you could see through their faces and smiles that these kids actually want to be here. They just need to see how they can get there. So yeah, we went to the schools and spoke to the kids, and yeah, there's still a lot more to see, and you'll actually see it on the social media handles soon. So yeah.
That's a good plug there, my bro.
Thanks.
Well done. And keep inspiring the people, you
Thanks,
know, and
team.
I'll tell you, you were once one of those school kids.
Yeah.
You know, you were someone
Yeah.
who'd been to a racetrack for the first time. You're a young boy with a dream, and you had the guts to chase it.
Sure.
You know, and look where you are now. And yeah, thanks for that, man.
Nothing beats trying, T.
Nothing beats trying, 100%. You know, and I remember I heard something recently which someone said to me, you know, Tim, always remember, if you're not going to do something with integrity, don't even bother.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll mix that of, you know, being willing to try, do it with integrity. And my favorite rider is Mark Marquez, and he always says all in, you know.
He broke his hand and he's still riding.
Exactly, you know. But see, all the best for the rest of the season. Good luck with, unfortunately I saw the bike on the screen. Good luck with the repairs and the work. But knowing you, it's all going to get sorted out. You'll find a way.
Yeah.
Have a safe trip back to Joburg, and we look forward to having you in the commentary booth in future. But before then, seeing you back out on track racing.
Thank you, T. Thank you for the opportunity and the platform, and thank you to SAES for the opportunity as well.
Thank you, sir. All
Thanks.
the best and good luck.
Oh, yeah.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A great, I think there was about 30 minutes there with young Sia Shabalala, one of the most popular riders here at the MRSSA National Class Superbikes. Unfortunately, his day ended with incident. However, you guys heard from his own words there that he's taken it with grace. He understands that it's an experience to learn from, and he still said he had a great day overall. So a huge shout out to him, and to the youngsters listening at home, go follow guys like these, go listen to what they're saying, what they're putting out there, because it is inspiring and it is possible. It is possible. We now welcome back into the box Mr. Prince Indiweni. Prince, nighttime has fallen since you were last with us as we were speaking to Sia Shabalala. We saw some problems for the SAC commercial parts car. They came into the pits for what looked like a scheduled stop, but the car was wheeled into the box. They lost about 3 laps to the GSW car with the Francos, but it didn't seem to be anything major. They also did the driver change where De Villiers got out the car and Latte Khan came in. We also saw another driver swap for the GSW Rico Barlow Racing VW Super Cup of the Francos. It was Dave Franco out and Roberto Franco in. That's just an update for you and anyone who has just joined us here at the 6 hours of Killarney with 2 hours 16 remaining. We are looking at the Nova NPO2 car exiting the last corner. Prince, great to catch up with Sia there. Great to catch up with Sia. One of the riders with the most unique story here at MRSSA and the SAS, but honestly, you can probably say that's true for majority of the drivers, well, the large majority of the drivers with unique stories. But great for us to also get the opportunity here to catch up with our stars on 4 and 2 wheels.
Yeah, you can definitely affirm with confidence that your main circuit racers in South Africa are a bunch of the luckiest individuals a part of a small group of the luckiest individuals on the planet, really. To be able to say that you're a pro racer or you're racing on a regular basis in any main circuit venue around the world, let alone one that has the closest to first world facilities here on the African continent, I think is quite a blessing and quite a fortunate position to find yourself in. And Sia is one of those who've taken it with absolute humility, has kept his feet on the ground, and he's got a good head on his shoulders. And it's always such a pleasure to see him still racing and have pushed so far. Because I remember the first time I met Sia, and around the first time I actually met you, I was interviewing you on a sports radio station, both of you, and I met you not too far long after I had met Sia, and he's still the same guy. Still just the same guy who's really passionate about racing, and he's been really consistent about who he is and what he stands for. I caught the latter end of your interview with Sia, and his character really bleeds through in his personality, in the way he carries himself, his social media presence, his overall marketing presence. So all of that is really great to see that he's still the same guy and he hasn't changed, and he just still loves his racing. And the paddock is just full of those people who either ride their bikes sitting in the cockpit or just in and around motorsport and working to make all of this happen. So yeah, absolute pleasure to hear you and Sia chatting then.
Absolute pleasure, absolute pleasure. We are looking there at the Nova NPO2. I have one question, Prince. I was just pausing there thinking, am I still the same guy? Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
Timba Kumari just looked over at me like I was Patrick and gave me the SpongeBob eyes of concern if he's still the same guy. Just to give you some perspective. Well, to be fair, I know you said I don't have to answer that, but in the back of my mind I was thinking both of you are still the same guy, so you don't have to worry about that at all. I think it bleeds through on commentary. Timba hasn't changed a bit. If anything, the only thing that's changed is your hair, Timba.
Very true.
That's
very true. I've got the styles on point. One day when I'm old and big, I can add the colors like Sia, but that is a work in progress. That is a work in progress. We are having fun here in commentary, and we're having more fun in pit lane, where we will be joining Chloe Grace for an interview with one of our drivers.
We are down at the Rico Barlow pit lane, and we've got Rico with us. Rico, I mean, the Nova is doing absolutely well. I think one thing I said to you on Thursday when I saw you, if there's anyone that's going to beat you guys, it's you guys.
Yeah, we're very fortunate. Our preparation's really been top-notch. The car's been like clockwork. Had a little niggle yesterday. We lost all of our brake lights, but we rebuilt the entire electrical system for that. So, yeah, everything's holding together. Drivers are doing what they need to do, and the car's ticking over nicely.
And I mean, home advantage as well. Talk to us about how Killarney has been, the turnout, and perhaps your highlight.
Yeah, so, you know, this is our home circuit. We're based just across the road in Killarney Gardens. Our drivers know the circuit, except for Michael. Michael hasn't raced here often, but this is Charles' home circuit. It's Nick's home circuit. The track conditions are not as ideal for the Nova as can be, because it is quite a bouncy track. But we've done our setup the best we can, and so far it's bearing fruit.
It definitely is. And the other thing bearing fruits is passing on the light. We've got Gabriella, who's a mechanical engineer. Talk to us about the inclusion and really bringing youngsters so that they see the world of motorsports.
So we started with a plan 3 years ago whereby every year we bring a youngster on board into our team as a driver. And the idea is to coach them and then to take them across to Europe. And we've been quite successful in doing that. And they've had some good driving experiences there. Charles, going for the championship this year in this season. And the idea is then to take him to Europe next year. And we just thought, along with Cindy at SAS, that there's also a lot of other jobs in the team. And especially when it comes to strategy and so on. And Michaela approached SAES, and she was very interested in seeing what goes on behind the scenes. And we welcome her with open arms. And she's been such a great asset to us that I've said to her, she's quite welcome to join us for the next 2 rounds as well.
Oh, that's absolutely great. Gabriella, how has it been getting to learn from, the theory part of it and getting to see it in person?
Well, obviously, when I'm at university, I don't get to learn this hands-on experience. So here I come, and then they teach me everything that you'll never see anywhere else. So learning from them has been incredibly valuable to me, because I think it has just reinforced in my mind that this is definitely the career that I want to go into. And yeah, it's been incredible working with them.
How has it been working with Rico?
He's been incredible. I haven't really been working a lot with Rico. I've also been working with his engineers, but everybody's been super accommodating and have all been really helpful and have really shown me the ins and outs to the game. Even though they're really busy, they make time to stand back and afterwards explain to me if they couldn't in the moment.
What has been the biggest lesson for you?
Just that motorsport's intense, and you need to have thick skin to be in this industry. You need to be prepared to work long hours, and you need to be prepared to work with anything that comes your way, whether that's an easy race like what we're having now, or if it presents you with challenges like what we had this morning with brake lights.
Yeah. And I mean, Rico, to bring you in and wrap it up, you talk about your drivers. I spoke to Nick earlier on saying that, if anything, Charles will finish because he has the better eyes. He'll get to see at night. Talk to us about how the other drivers have done and how Charles is also, of course, doing.
So very importantly for us here, it's to consolidate our position in the championship, consolidate our point structure, and to bring the car home safely. And both Nick and Michael, very adept drivers. They race in Europe a lot. And they're bringing their knowledge of that to the team, of course. And then we've got a youngster like Charles, who is an amazing driver in anything. I mean, we've had him in the dry, we've had him in the wet, we've had him in the dark, we've had him in the day. And yes, you always try and put the youngster at night, because they do. They have the better eyesight, the better coordination, their concentration levels are a lot better. Obviously, for tonight, being only a little cars on the track, the last hour is very critical, to keep him aware of what's going on. And we've got some strategic things that we do. We chat on the radio and so on. He's got some markers on the track he keeps his eye on. And yeah, that's what we do to finish.
And then lastly, just to find out, I mean, we've seen an inclusion in Rico Barlow, many cars. Talk to us about that.
So we've been very fortunate. Our business has grown in the last 2 years especially. Obviously, we're doing something right, and the clients are seeing that and trying to come across to us, which is great. And today was really a testament to that, and testing cars in multiple facets. It's been very hard on my team, I must say. I take my hat off to them. They pulled out all the stops. They're tired. It's been, people don't understand. We come here for a weekend's racing, which is 1 day's racing. But for us, it's 5 days of solid work because we have to load up all our equipment, unload, pack everything. After this tonight, we pack up everything again, load the trucks. And even though we just up the road, we bring our full contingent of equipment and everything. So kudos to my team, really. They've pulled out everything for that.
We've been having energy drinks with your team. Like, they've also been keeping me solid, so it's absolutely great. Let's continue, of course, to see how the Nova is doing on track as the battle continues. But it's really, truly great to have, of course, Rico Barlow doing well at a home track.
That's right. Cape Town, born and bred home team, looking good in what is such a beautiful circuit to look at. That drone shot has been serving it up from golden hour right up until this point. Look at that sunset. That is something you need to slow down for. As you were talking and having an interview with Sia Shabalala, I had a chance to run over to the other side of the paddock because we're across from the track over the bridge, and I saw a couple of our fans just standing and taking a moment to just appreciate how beautiful this circuit is. Really, sometimes that's all it takes, really, to fall in love with motorsport. The moments, those still moments, those small little moments in between, just how scenic it is. Actually, Swartkorps offers that same sort of presence around in and around these times. Killarney even more so. So all of our tracks have this beautiful element to them in terms of the surrounds. But we are in frame right now. We have Roberto Franco. I bumped into David as he'd freshly hopped out of the car, and he looked like he'd been in a 1 hour marathon, is what it looked like.
That bad?
He looked like he was in a 1 hour marathon. Not bad, but you can tell his body was working. I mean, I'm shocked he was upright, because I'm like, if I'd been, because it's just a reflection of temperature. I mean, he's functioning his way around. It seemed as if he was in a sauna almost, if you will. And that is reflective of temperature, reflective of just how much you need to be hydrating when you're out of that car, and how much your health is actually important. Then I realized, okay, that's why you and your dad look so fit. It all came into frame in that moment, that it's not easy to be doing what they're doing right now. It certainly isn't easy at all. It's an impressive feat to, like we've alluded to time and again, it's the race against each other and the race against time. Now, we've got that Nova out there with Michael Jensen. He's still going at it. Still the best lap time up in that car is at 1:11. Now, I do stand to be corrected. It is Michael Jensen in the car, not Charles, correct? So Charles is going to go on later, because I did miss the transition and the stopping, and if there was one. But Charles is going to go on later, and later might be a couple of minutes from now. Actually, if you look at the way Michael Jensen at the 3 hours or halfway remaining mark, he went in for a splash and dash and went out. Charles probably going to come in now and then go for his splash and dash with 1 hour remaining. So, and we've also got some really cool interviews lined up from so a couple more people down in the paddock who can give us some on-the-ground level perspective as to how the weekend's racing's gone so far, and all of these interesting pockets of that come together to make up South African motorsport. It's been very insightful to hear from the horses' mouths. So, yeah, really exciting stuff coming up.
You are 100% right there, Prince, about the RBR team and Charles Visser. Rico had just said, I believe in the interview, if I'd heard him correctly, that they reserve Charles at night because he's the best equipped driver of the three, and something about better eyesight and age.
It's about the eyes. There we go.
At night, but it only makes sense. Charles, when you interact with him in the pits and see how young he is, and then you contrast that with how good he is in a race car, it is difficult to reconcile. I'll put it that way, Yeah. And then he's because he's young. Oh, look at the brake disc glowing there on the Nova into Cape Town corner. Because he's so young, he's young-hearted. He's a
child at heart.
Yeah, you can see he doesn't take it too seriously. He's here to have fun.
Yeah.
He's here to work hard, but don't ever get it twisted or mistaken and think that he's not taking it seriously, because the moment you see him get in that car and that seatbelt gets strapped in and he rolls out of pit lane, you can see it's a different individual you're dealing with. It's a case of same but different, because he enters a different mode. The Nova there has the orange light in the center, so if anyone's struggling to keep track of the race leaders in the darkness there, the Rico Barlow team have made themselves easy to spot with the orange one. So here he comes into the Sorrel sweep. 2 hours, 2 minutes to go with the car. We are expecting a Rico Bolo Racing pit stop coming up soon. Will that be on this lap? We're going to follow him through there. I love the shot of the brake disc glowing going into Cape Town corner. We've got some extra content which we've recorded earlier in the day coming through. That will be coming your way shortly. But the sun continues to set here. The iconic Table Mountain visible there in the background. Dark in turn number 1. But look at the sunset in the distance. Some beautiful, beautiful shots. And you know one thing here, Prince, I think Killarney may be one of few, if not only, racetracks in the world where you can see a natural, iconic landmark on track while you're busy going around at insane speeds.
Fair shout. Yeah, I was thinking to myself when there was a lot more light around 3 or 4 o'clock as to whether you can actually witness this anywhere else in the world. It's quite a unique feature and makes this track even more iconic. I can see why it's always worth the trip down. And I can see why the community here is so massive, the local racing community on 2 wheels and on 4, and that enjoys this absolutely scenic location to race in. So I'm excited one day to be belting it down the back straight, looking at the Table Mountain, and I wonder if I'll keep my brake marker while I do that. So that's going to take some adaptation, that's for sure.
I'm sure you'll be more than competent. We are going to go take a look at some of the action from the MRSSA National Superbike classes earlier today, where the action was non-stop. It was chaotic. It was exciting. There were battles for victory. There was 3 guys side by side. Here it is from earlier in the day. There's Oratile Piri, who was on phenomenal form today on the 600, giving the boys on 1000cc really, really hard work. There was Troy Tonking, who was victorious in the national class race number 2. There's your overall podium for the 600s. Troy Tonking was the overall winner on his KTM RC8C. These were the race 1 results for the national class. It was Eden Haynes who took a stellar victory ahead of Troy Tonking, Malcolm Rapson, Oratile Piri, and Kuni Bottas. Eden Haynes and Rapson representing for Cape Town 2 of our local riders, along with Kuni Bottas and Zander Talyard. Zander, rookie on the 1000, making his debut racing a 1000cc superbike, getting down into 14s, which was really, really impressive to see from him. We then move on to the race 2 results, where this was the race of the day. Look at that finishing margin between first and second. If you're wondering why the race was 3 laps, it's because it was a restart, which then got red flagged with 1 lap to go. Troy Harvey Tonking was the winner with a phenomenal double overtake at the final corner on Eden Haynes, taking it by 0.078. Oratile Piri came 3rd. The MRSSA Group 2 was dominated by the Sunscan family, with Max Munton and Clint Munton doing the 1-2 there ahead of Abigail Basson. Alex van den Berg was 4th, and championship leader entering this weekend, Slade van Niekerk, unfortunately suffered with some severe technical problems. And here we have MRSSA National Class Race 3.
Yep, it is Haynes, of course, Evan Haynes, that brought it home ahead of Westman, who would have been a lot pleased to be so comfortably nestled in a podium position. And Troy Tonking, of course, in 3rd place in his 600, punching above his weight but looking right at home at the same time. So it was impressive to see how he's able to throw that KTM around. And Rapson in 4th place ahead of Bottas. And, of course, we had, again, a Mantu, the second of the Mantus that we saw between Max Munton as well as Clint Munton in a 1-2 of 9 seconds apart. And Abigail Bosson impressively fighting through and taking advantage of Van Niekerk's power issues that manifested initially during race 2 and came to a head during race 3, where it was definitely evident to see that there was a mechanical that he was dealing with there. But he fought so well, did Slade Van Niekerk, to stay there or thereabouts and do the best that he could in terms of racing line, throwing the bike into different positions to try and maximize on what he had. And we spoke about the diminishing returns, and in the case of Van Niekerk, it was power. and he had to find another way then to maximize on what he had available to him. So he did a really good job to stay in and about the podium fight, but ultimately Abigail Basson took that third place.
It was a phenomenal ride from Slade van Niekerk. We saw him going crazy with the racing lines outside, inside. We saw a pass just a long way around at Castro Corner, which was absolutely insane. We've got some more two-wheeled action for you. One of our youngest riders here at the entire event was Amogelang Piri, who caught up with Chloe down in the pits earlier today. Only 14 years old, young Amo. I know he's a gamer at school. He's an esports athlete and a superbike racer on the side on the weekends, which is pretty cool for 14 years old. Down to Chloe.
Piri has had quite the eventful day from the back to P2. How has that been for you?
It has been very good, especially because I'm coming from the back.
So what was the advice from your team, especially Dad, to help you to make sure that you get into the podium?
So the plan was for me on the start to get a good launch, to get as much positions as I can, and then towards the end of the race, I can make my move and try to make it stick.
How's the conversations between you and Aura on race days? Are you guys talking? Is he giving you advice?
Yes, sort of. Because I crashed yesterday in qualifiers, and he was saying it's fine, but I must try to go faster.
He always wants to go faster, which is good. How have you found Killarney? How's your bike handling?
So far my bike is very good. The track is quite bumpy, but it's manageable.
I mean, it's better because remember in 2025, it was raining.
We will come back to that interview with Amogelang Piri and Chloe. Such a cute young man he is there.
Yeah.
Looking forward to hearing fully from him how his day went. That is the younger brother of Oratilwe Piri, who is doing great things. So great to see the next generation of MRSSA riders hot making their way through the classes.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful to see. And there's a whole trail of young talents, just like young Amo, who are on that trail to try and emulate what we see in South Africa's Ora Piri is achieving and accomplishing overseas in that TVS series that he races in, and coming here to show that it actually does pay dividends as he's able to punch above his weight quite comfortably. He and Troy Tonking are doing quite well. Troy, of course, racing in Spain, I believe. So both of them showing that, it pays off to cut your teeth here, go overseas and come back home and race amongst your home talents and show what you've got. So looking forward to see what the future is like for them. I am looking forward to see how often we stay in the 1096s, which is the latest time with Charles Visser, who he now is at the realm. It is no longer Michael Jensen, it is Charles Visser, in case the time wasn't an indicator enough for us to understand that there's been a driver change with the Nova Proto 02.
I had momentarily forgotten as we were looking at that interview that a driver change had happened. We'll come back to Charles Visser in a moment's time. We will be going back to that interview with Amogelang Piri and Chloe Grace, just getting some insight into how his day is, and only 14 years old racing here at the SAES. Brilliant things we like to see, and also great seeing families racing together, which is another very cool feature that we have here. Let's enjoy the interview with Chloe and Amo.
Amo Piri has had quite the eventful day from the back to P2. How has that been for you?
It has been very good, especially because I'm coming from the back.
So what was the advice from your team, especially Dad, to help you to make sure that you get into the podium?
So the plan was for me on the start to get a good launch, to get as much positions as I can, and then towards the end of the race, I can make my move and try to make it stick.
How's the conversations between you and Aura on race days? Are you guys talking? Is he giving you advice?
Yes, sort of. Because I crashed yesterday in qualifiers, and he was saying it's fine, but I must try to go faster.
He always wants to go faster, which is good. How have you found Killarney? How's your bike handling?
So far my bike is very good. The track is quite bumpy, but it's manageable.
I mean, it's better because remember in 2025, it was raining and it was not fun for the bikes. But I want to know, from a young age, I mean, we talk about how the art of riding, how you guys go down, how the knee must also somehow also go down. How have you found learning the body positioning for your bike?
It's very fun, but very difficult. Yeah.
Who has been helping you?
My coach and my brother.
All right, thank you so much. Keep on shining, yes?
Yes, I will do.
All right, that's Amupiri, who is Aura's brother, which is quite fascinating to see the both of them on track and really doing well. We'll continue, of course, the conversation, and we'll get to see more of him on track.
And that was young Amupiri giving us a picture of exactly how it's gone for him over the course of the weekend, and what an exciting prospect. And we assure you, his dad is not a paid actor, because he was in frame in the background working on the bike, as if on cue with what Timba was saying. It's beautiful to see family racing, as ever a prominent figure, the Piri family in motorbike racing here in South Africa. So great to see.
That's all his dad has been doing for the last... How old are his kids? 17 years. He's been working on bikes.
Incredible.
Non-stop. Very, very cool to see. Charles Visser on the wire. Just to put into perspective the levels from Charles Visser, we saw the contract for just under 4 hours. Let's call it 3 hours 45. Best lap of 11.1. Two very capable drivers in that car. Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen, and then Charles Visser within 3 laps, 109.7. Just like that. In the middle of the night.
And he's shaking off the dust, mind you, in 3 laps. So he's just saying, okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong. That's his first time in the car today?
I would be lying. Maybe
a couple of laps in warm-up?
Maybe. And
many
that's
hours ago.
Slim chance of that. So, yeah, very likely that those are his first couple of laps. As was the case with Tate Bishop when he got into the R1. They skipped on warm-up and went straight to racing. And just like that, it's dialed in immediately into the 110s and the 19s. So it's a thing. It's a thing amongst these talents. You call them juggernauts, Timba. Well, Charles displaying exactly what it is to be a juggernaut in South African motorsport with the level of ability he's got at his disposal. 109 so far. He's got 2 hours to go. He's probably going to pop in for a splash and dash at the 1 hour mark of his stint in the Nova. So highly likely that we're going to see him peeling off into the pits for that splash and dash and back out again to close it off. But it's, yeah, definitely. You can see also the behavior of the car. There's something about the way, the handling, of course, completely different lines, a different approach. But when it's dark now, your braking markers and your references are definitely different. So I wonder what physical or spatial awareness adjustments the racing drivers have to make going from dark into light. And because of that challenge and that transition, I'd imagine that's why Charles is going completely in the night so that his references are consistent. Instead of having 1 hour in the light and then 1 hour in the dark, and that crossover could kind of throw you off, I would imagine. So this is, for him, this is the only in which racing has gone for him, because he's only ever done night racing as far as we understand this weekend.
Yeah, you can say that again. He's in the zone. I 100% agree with what you're saying. The only caveat is that I don't believe these things really matter to Charles Visser because he is that good. But for 99% of the rest of the drivers, that is a factor. And it's cool to see the planning and the strategizing that goes into it from the great mind of Rico Balla and the great minds working alongside him in that box. I'm sure him and Nivesh have spent many hours in front of the laptop figuring out exactly when is the right moment to put Charles in the car. And another thing that I don't think is a big factor, but surely must have crossed their minds, is that they've put Charles in the car in a very low pressure situation where the assignment is very clear. 2 hours to go, bring it home, go fast, don't go too fast, protect the car. and Rico Barlow looking very good in terms of the chase for that victory.
As we catch a bit of the flames coming off out of the exhaust from Charles Fisser's Nova Proto 2. Yeah, if you look at we know the times both Charles and a couple of the other racing drivers that get to marshal this Nova are capable of. We also know that there's that front left quarter. Was it front right quarter, Timber? The front right quarter, where there's that aerodynamic piece or that flap that is not in an ideal position, which is also being managed. So that will also affect the kind of performance we see from all of them, and it's been managed. And the maximum available performance has been within the confines of the times that we've seen for each of the competitors. So maybe for Charles, this is his benchmark. This is his window. Possibly. We'll see. Like you said, for Charles, these things might not matter. He might decide to go into the, 106s for all we know. So let's keep an eye on that as he goes past Roberto Franco, who's now getting his full of night racing. We're likely to see a bit later on David getting back into the car, possibly to bring it home at the hour remaining mark, but we keep an eye on that.
Prince, we see the Sujin Property Investments BMW E46 M3 is unfortunately out of the race. That is officially now a DNF. Our pit lane reporters have informed us that unfortunately the BMW had the front wheel left stud brake, and that's what's ruled them out. We will be going down to pit lane. We will be coming back to that, but we were just saying there, Prince, the front left stud broke and the team deemed it unsafe to go out, so they erred on the side of caution and decided to rather box the car, not take unnecessary risks, because you can imagine if you're going down into Cape Town corner at 250 plus, you want to have that security to know that that front left that you're going to lean on quite heavily. We are going down to pit lane now with Chloe interviewing Troy Dolachek, who is racing the Janetta for APT. Down's Chloe.
We're down in the pit lane with Troy Dolachek, who of course was racing in the 1 hour dash, but unfortunately it didn't go too well. You want to tell us what happened?
Yeah, look, I think we were fighting some gremlins pretty much throughout the weekend, which we were hoping we could put off for the whole weekend. But throughout the 1 hour, the car was really going nicely. I think that the pace was all right. It was there or thereabouts, but I was sort of hanging back just slightly to, preserve the car a little bit. But towards the end of the race, with about 10 minutes to go, the car made a little bit of a strange noise, which I had probably suspected something that we had expected. So rather than risking more damage or whatever had happened, I came into the pits, which upon inspection, we probably know more or less what happened. But just obviously difficult to say right now. We've done nothing to the car. We just parked it here. But yeah, other than that, obviously it's always a opportunity to get to drive the car. More than that, these weekends, it's always a privilege. So to just be able to drive the car was something in itself. So the fact that we didn't finish is what it is. We had good pace. We cleared out in the front, but like they always say, to finish first you must finish. So unfortunately we didn't do that, but yeah, sometimes it goes like that.
So there's a show that I used to like growing up called something about Welcome to My Crib, Show Me My Crib, What's Happening. So can you do that? I'm going to give you the mic and you get to talk to us and show us what's what and perhaps a bit of the cockpit, which I think would be nice for the viewer. You got it?
Yeah, I got it. Okay. Okay, well, starting off with probably where our little issue's coming. Here's the engine. It's LS3 as far as I'm aware, with a couple of little upgrades from Janetta. It's completely standard, meaning how the car came from Janetta. It's exactly as per spec. This is obviously the business end where all the magic happens. It's got a fresh gearbox in, which we also had to put in after one or two little things happened there. But yeah, a lot of the main setup work happens here because obviously this is where all the weight sits. So everything that we change is a lot of the time on the rear end of the car. We have to have very quiet exhaust because we in Cape Town, Killarney, so as many silencers as we can have, we put in. So yeah, it's obviously got really big tires, really big wheels to compensate for the weight of the car. I think the car weighs in at just over a ton. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in the back to keep the back down. As far as I'm aware, it's pretty much a LMP3 spec car with one or two LMP2 type of upgrades, aero-wise and horsepower-wise. So yeah, the shape you're sort of seeing is what all of the Lamar prototypes really look like. And then inside is quite simple or similar to what you'll see in, for example, the Nova. where you've got the driver's seat, only the driver's seat by itself, and yeah, all the gadgets and gizmos sitting there. It's still got your 3 pedals, normal clutch, brake and throttle. Nothing on the steering wheel, just your pedals. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. It's got a lot of little things that you have to mess around with, brake bias, ABS, traction control, that as soon as you sort of start pushing the car, you can mess around with and see what you as a driver like. Yeah, it's relatively straightforward, but obviously if you don't know these cars, then it will be a bit confusing. But yeah, it's quite cool, and it's something that I've learned for the past year or so to get to grips with. And yeah, it's been a big enjoyable experience for me.
I feel welcome to your crib. Thank you. Talk to us, Troy. I mean, the other thing that you do is coaching MSA 4.
Yeah.
How has that been?
Yeah, look, it's been a bit tough. My driver, Nzalo Khoza, he's had a bit of a tough season. Also, he's doing matric. So that's always a bit of a difficulty there. But yeah, other than that, we work on it race to race. But a national series is always difficult, always competitive. So especially with a single make series like that, MSA 4, all the cars are the same. So yeah, it's about getting a driver like him who's not raced a massive amount in karting just forward, you know, because the jump to main circuit is always quite big. So to try and make that process a lot, you know, easier and a bit more swift, that's sort of my job, and also to help out with the setup, those sort of things. So that's what I'm doing there, and yeah, we're going to try and broaden our horizons there as well.
So who coaches the coach?
The coach gets coached by his dad. His dad always knows much more, which is true. My dad's been racing for all of my life and before that, so my dad is my coach. Yeah.
Absolutely love that. And lastly, can we get a highlight for the weekend from you? What's the standout?
Look, I think, to be honest with you, this car is always nice when you're pushing it sort of really close to the limit. And for us, that was the only time we could really do that was in quali. Obviously, there was a lot of traffic. So we did a 107.2, which is about half a second shy of our lap record. But, you know, whenever you start knocking the door at that sort of lap time, it's always really enjoyable. So to get to drive this car at that sort of pace and speed is just, yeah, something that you'll probably only get to experience very small amount of time in your life. So yeah, it's something that I've always enjoyed. The 1 hour we knew was going to be a challenge, so it was always in the back of my head to preserve the car. So although I was pushing, it was just always sort of holding back. So the quali was, I would say, definitely the highlight. Yeah, and I think just being here with a lot of the cars was awesome. To be lucky to see a bit more cars racing in the full race, I think that's probably everybody's goal. But yeah, it goes like that.
All right, thank you so much for welcoming us to your crib. You were dope, too dope. That is, of course, Troy, who was great. Let's go back to commentary.
And that was young Troy Dolinchek. I emphasize on young because you lose sight of just how young all of these competitors are. And when you hear all the feats that they accomplish weighed up next to their age. So we've got a clearer picture of what it takes to be in those cars. It's not a very big space that the likes of Schalfisser sat in at the moment in the dark, pushing their car to the ultimate of its capabilities. Relatively so, at least, with Schalfisser in the lead at the moment. He's on the lead lap. Latachan. Hein Latachan is back in that SAC Commercial Parts Porsche, and with Roberto Franco in third place in that Rico Barlow Racing GSW Volkswagen. But in the meantime, we've had quite a day of racing, so we want to take a moment to reflect and review and speak over some of the moments and highlights that we saw specifically where the endurance race is concerned. There it was, bright and sunny Killarney International Raceway, anchors down for 30-odd cars, and the lead of which, that Janetta, with Gary in the car, and unfortunately it would culminate in something not to laugh about. Behind him was that RSC Mustang, marshaled by Daniel Gillison, who absolutely has been a revelation and enjoyed himself in South African racing's first time out. Charles Arangis was in third place in that front three battle, battling for 1 hour dash honors, and it was tough to tell those two cars apart, particularly that Porsche as well as the RSC Mustang during the first phase of the race. And as they were the fourth feature, the fourth wheel of that battle, as you might have it, Tate Bishop was a feature there. But then trouble struck, a yellow flag that cost about 15 to 20 minutes worth of racing, which was halfway across the race time, at least for the Class E sprint and dash class that we had with the VWs, the Super Polos that you see in frame, and their race was slowed down quite significantly, but they went on as we had the resumption of normal race pace. Martin Prince among the many Porsches that got themselves in the mix there. Tate Bishop and Charles Ranges having to skillfully dash through and slice through the traffic there. That number 60 Sean McCarthy BMW facing issues quite early on, but it hadn't yet had its say on the race, and we'd still see it feature quite a bit more. And as ever, it was still Charles Ranges and those front runners, Janetsu G57, still at the helm for honors in the 1 hour dash segment. Steve Humble having some fun, having the front trying to meet the back and saving it. And then we came together with MJR and Charles Ranges in the 1 hour race. That was curious, as Timba termed it. And of course, the opening stint from the Rico Bala Racing car, always in the mix there with a whole bunch of traffic. And the MSA flag, of course, came down for not only the 45-minute mark for the Class E, which saw honors go to Jason Campos. The 1 hour mark was also the end of the 1 hour dash race, and honors, of course, went to Tate Bishop.
What an exciting day it has been so far. Just catching up with some of the racing happening earlier today there and having a look at some of the championship points. In the 1 hour national challenge, Damien Hammond was our points leader after 2 rounds, and Charles Ranges was second, 36 points behind. So Charles Ranges now finds himself a championship leader, which I think he'll be very happy about, but I think he'll still be upset that he didn't get the full haul of 50 points if it weren't for curious moments during 1 hour dash races.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing what he says after the oh hi, his signature oh hi. By the way, I'm a bit upset, but Charles, ever the competitor, Stradale Motorsport. Listen, it's Stradale Motorsport, Rico Bala Racing, GNH Racing, all of them stalwarts and holding figures in South African motorsports. Great to have them all on the same grid, and as ever cheerful. Always great to chat to Charles and get a sense of Harry and all of the team. Ari Neervelink, Brad Liebenberg, who joins them every now and again, and all of the team just getting a sense of their passion for racing. So looking forward to chatting a bit to Charles and then hearing what his racing weekend was like here in Cape Town, where weather's been friendly, it's been scenic, it's been beautiful, and it's been an absolute pleasure to have so many fans. Did you see the starting grid? I've heard Chloe asking people what their highlights of the day was. That has to be in my top 5. Where you saw the walk, the grid walk, and all the fans, the kids, family, just getting up close and personal in the metal with the cars. That was brilliant.
It was sensational, and when we were speaking with Sia Shabalala earlier, he was just highlighting his amazement at seeing the sparkle in the eyes of the youngsters, being able to be this close to these drivers, these cars, the teams. It truly is an experience, and a man having a truly impressive experience out there. You can see the bumps here at the Killarney circuit, bouncing Charles Visser around in the Nova NPO2. But what you'll notice, the only thing to me that I can see that is stable in that shot is his eyes. His eyes are locked, not moving, no looking side. You can see he's either looking straight, he's looking at his inside apex on the left, or his inside apex on the right, despite his body bouncing all around in that moment. You can see the focus is laser-like there for Charles Visser, putting full maximum concentration into the job at hand. I want to take a look at some of the lap times. We've been reviewing consistency throughout the day. Charles last time around came around at a 13.0, which was an uncharacteristically slow lap for him. The lap before was a 9.7, which is classic Charles. But the pace since he got in the car has been 11s. A lot of 11s, a lot of 12s, which tells us that he is driving within himself, protecting the car. There's only been 2 109s. Listen to this, Prince. A 109.760 on lap 188, and on lap 200 204 or 109.767. 7 thousandths of a difference in his 2 fastest laps in this race.
Yeah, the software is firmly installed. He opened the folder again, and it churned out a 109 file. All right, thousandth a second for thousandth of a second, band for band, as the kids will call it.
100%.
But it's very impressive to see, and I love how at this time of the race, the endurance race, Timber and I like to play this game where we look at where the eye movements of the racing drivers are going, where the onboard cam is concerned, and yeah, it's always just fascinating to see the laser-like focus, like you termed it, Timber. But I'd love to ask you, just look at that, absorbing the bumps and keeping your eyes on the same braking marker in the dark. Come on now. I'm curious though, in terms of what is he looking for, because he looks to be looking very far ahead. But what's the general principle by where to place your eyes if a car is moving as quickly as this?
The simplest racing tenet that all drivers and riders learn from a very young age is you get told, look where you want to go. One way that it's explained to young athletes in the sport is it starts with reference points. So at certain parts of the track, there's certain places that you want to place the car to maximize speed.
Yes.
So if we break down those reference points into the most common ones, that you'll have your brake marker, where you start braking, your turn-in point, where you start to turn in to the corner, and that's where you've now committed to turning, because there's times where you'll see a driver turn in, but not aggressively or not fully. You'll see them feinting into the corner, but that turn-in point is where a driver's now decides, I'm going to commit and add a lot of steering into the steering wheel, followed up by the apex and the exit point. So the simplest way I can explain it, and normally they'll go in that order. It's the brake point, followed by the turn-in point, followed by the apex, followed by the corner exit point. And the driver will know exactly where he wants to place the car at each stage of the corner and what actions he's trying to execute on it. So normally the apex will be the point where he's now coming off the brakes and beginning to apply the throttle. And drivers at the level of our SAES drivers do that in an instant. Yeah, we're talking thousandths of a second between the brake being released, the throttle being applied. Oftentimes there's overlap where the driver will deliberately start applying the accelerator as he's releasing the brake, because that's the way to keep the car stable, to prevent slides on corner exit. And then to go back to the original question, so it's the places they want the car to be and what they also want to do with the car there. So what is Charles Visser looking at as we ride on board with him on this brilliant iCam footage is that he's looking towards the next reference point.
Yeah.
So when he's at his turn-in point, he's looking at the apex. And when he arrives at the apex, he's already looking at the exit. And in terms of what's going on in his head, beyond what he's looking at, he's probably half a lap ahead of all of that. So if he's coming out of the Sarrel sweep, his mind's already focused on what he's going to be doing at Cape Town corner with turn 1 in mind, because he knows that however good or bad he goes through Cape Town corner, that's going to affect what his speed when he arrives at turn 1 and what he's going to be capable of doing or what he needs to do. So if he's come slower than he'd like to out of Cape Town corner, there's going to be something he's going to do at turn 1 to mitigate for that loss of speed and try to gain speed up. If he's going on, let's say, a quali lap, then he's trying to hit all those reference points perfectly, as near to perfection as he possibly can. So that'll mean he'll be braking as late as the car's physically possible of handling. He'll turn in as late as possible. He will release the brake and start applying the accelerator as early as possible, and he'll be trying to place the car on those points, especially in terms of getting the car right on the apex and then right on the exit point. So the simplest way I can simplify all that information is it's a game of connect the dots.
I love that. Very, very keen insight and interesting details you've shared with us. Because I just realized the corner is actually split into 4 parts, effectively. And Charles, or any racing driver or rider, is now processing that incredibly quickly and having their reflexes come to the fore. Just a moment to segue into the onboard that we have now. We're on board with Henk Latachan inside that SSE Commercial Parts Porsche. Now, he sat second place, 9 laps adrift of the lead lap, that of Charles Visser, and this car has achieved a best time of 1:13.4. If we have a look at the latest of times. We're getting updates in a second when we refresh our timing screens. But Inglaterra is also getting into said rhythm, and we can almost get a back-to-back on board and what it looks like in terms of focus, where the eyes are going, the pace of the inputs, where there are corrections or where they are not, which is hardly the case a lot of the time with our competitors unless something goes south. Or rather, let's say unless something goes left to right. But we've got Ink getting into a rhythm now. You see the glow of his exhaust pipes there just under the braking lights. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful to see. Reminiscent of a childhood full of episodes of RoboCop. It reminds me of RoboCop. I used to enjoy it so much. That's the first memory and reference that comes to mind. What does that remind you of, Timber? Where were you around the time of RoboCop?
Prince, unfortunately, I'm not as old as you, so I never watched RoboCop, but maybe you can give me a year and I can connect some dots for you there.
Oh, done it. Timber,
what year were you watching RoboCop?
Timber threw me under the bus there. I walked straight into that one, and he could have saved me, but he's Timber Kumalo. quick, and at the ready with the batbacks and the banter there. But I'll give that to you, Timber. I know you know exactly who and when RoboCop was around. But
I'd like to answer the question.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a time frame.
I don't remember. I'll be lying to you. I don't remember the year, but I do remember like some old reruns. That's the thing. I wasn't there at like the initial release, but there were a lot of reruns you used to get on government television, so I had to catch a lot of those.
I get you.
Yeah. It was quite an old. It's an old series. 1987, as of our producer. Wow. 1987. That's before yours and my time. So we did definitely catch reruns. You know what? I'm vindicated. I'm absolved.
Indeed,
from all accusations. Sigh of relief. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the production team who are older than us by a few years, so they were able to come with the receipts for what was going on back in the day. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. You just mentioned for Henk Lattergang that 13.4, which was the fastest lap for the Porsche 911. That was set 4 laps ago on lap 199 out of 202 for the SAC car. And Henk Lattergang now hitting a consistent run of 13s. He is also the youngest and seemingly fastest driver in that team as well. He has now found a really, really good rhythm, picking up the workload there from his father and Janelle de Villiers, the legend. We are looking there at the SAC car with Henk Lattergang coming through into the damps dip. Nighttime truly fallen here. Brake disc glowing red hot there. I love those shots. Like I cannot explain how awesome it is. And for the viewers who don't know at home, that brake disc is over 700 degrees centigrade. That is why it's glowing red hot. And when you are standing in the pit lane and one of these cars come off the track, do not make the rookie error of standing too close to it, especially the wheels, especially wherever the exhausts are coming out, whether that's near the top, the side, or the rear, because you'll find out very quickly how hot it is. And on that note, we will be going to a legend of the MRSSA national class, Bundy, aka Alan Holscher, who was racing on a Ducati Panigale V for today. And he is also one of the people involved in preparing and running the MRSSA portion of the SAES. So going to be great to hear from Alan and some of what's going on behind the scenes here at Killarney.
Alan Holscher. Alan, I mean, what a tough time. You're still sweating. I mean, 10 minutes passed and you're back, but you're still sweating. How has it been down on track?
It's hot out, yeah?
Yeah.
Really blessed to have such good weather. We came last year and we got washed out. It was terrible. For me, it's second time I've ever ridden this track. Difficult, yeah. We've done all the others, but this is the second time, so I'm still learning. And it's coming on nicely. I'm making up time every time we go out.
Yeah.
Bit bumpy, I'm not used to that, but yeah, it's been awesome. Always nice to come away on these away races.
What has been the biggest lesson for you? One thing about Killarney, I mean, I was watching from turn 2, and it's always so exciting how you guys take that corner and how really fast you go. What has been your biggest lesson?
It's learning and following the local guys to see how they enter a corner. Like locally where we go, we sort of go really hard on the brakes into the corner, sort of hug it tight, and we can get good exit speed. Yeah, I see the guys actually sacrifice a lot of speed into the corner, but when they exit the corner, it's just, they like pull 5 or 6 bike lengths on me. So that's been interesting, and I've been trying to get that concept, and it seems to be working and making up time.
I mean, your relationship with Mick Landy is quite interesting. He just threw you under the bus. Talk to us about that.
That he did. I am the shyest guy in the paddock, and he knows I hate public speaking, so yes, he threw me under the bus.
But how's your relationship on and off track?
Mick and myself are good mates. We've been racing together for probably about 15, 16 years. He's actually my best mate. So we've got a good relationship.
And then who's fast between the two of y'all?
Definitely me.
Absolutely love that. Thank you so much for joining us. Wishing you all the best for, of course, the rest of 2026 and hoping to see more of you.
Yes, yeah, we'll be here. We'll be PE, and then we got Killarney. So we'll be there for sure.
Definitely will be there.
Brilliant to hear from riders of all different backgrounds, young and old, here at the MRSSA National Class. We are down in the pit lane with the GSW car with a driver change seeming to come through, Prince. That is the Francos there, and it was Roberto Franco in the car. Looks like he may be coming out for David to do the final stint.
Yeah, it looks like it. He's just having a look and keeping his eye on the change of shoes for the Rico Barlow Racing VW, which he and his son have taken really good care of over the course of this endurance race. And they'll be making sure that everything is done to perfection. They've done a really good job of just keeping it on song and driving within themselves where they need to and pushing it a bit should they need to as well. Some extra light needed, of course. We're in full night racing conditions by now. Brand new shoes, full on slicks. Gets onto that VW Super Polo, and the mechanics trying as quick as possible to get it going. Yeah, it's going to be bolt at a time, really. And the temperatures are friendly right now. You get having to do this kind of work in sub-zero or very close to 0 degree temperature is challenge in and of itself. But then you got the opposite extreme when the brakes, like you were saying, are incredibly hot, rims incredibly hot, tires, everything is just burning. So it's a place of extremes, and precision is needed, concentration is needed, and you've got the mechanics, the Rico Barlow team, fully able to accomplish that down to the millimeter we've seen. And that's why you've seen the recent expansion of the team, all sorts of equipment coming out of the stable, other than that beautiful Nova Proto 02. You've got a gaggle of VW Super Polos, as well as that beautiful R8, which Roberto had the pleasure of taking around the circuit earlier in today's GT Cup and Sports in GT Racing. So some light adjustments there for the car. A couple of little niggles that are being taken care of, and then we're going to see David get out onto the circuit. He's refreshed himself. He's ready to get back onto the bike, as it were, get onto the marathon setup, and he's going to be racing not too long from now.
A moment of frustration there for the mechanics. It seems like there was a delay of some sort. I actually realize now the mechanic who's holding the light was busy at the front of the car, and the one fastening the left hand wheel, he stood up and he waved his hands in the air as if to say, how am I supposed to see and put this wheel on if you're over there? So that mechanic quickly made his way over to assist that one of the team members there with the left rear wheel for the GSW car. At that same moment, we have another car in the pits. That is our second place car with Henk Lattergan in the Porsche 911 GT3. We are also expecting, I've been informed, the Nova NPO2 to be in the pit sometime soon, possibly for a tire change. So 2 teams in the pit lane working side by side.
That'll be interesting.
Indeed.
Yeah, we've got a pit refill there for the Porsche 911 of SAC Commercial Parts, and I can see just out of frame, because we're looking across to see the pits, the Rico Bala Racing VW Super Polo is off its jacks. It's ready to go. I just heard it burble as it came alive. And it's going to be out onto the circuit not too long from now. Henk is looks like he's poised to close it off for SAC Commercial Parts. And we've got David back out in the saddle and ready to, I imagine, bring it home for Rico Bala Racing's VW Challenger. And that's going to be a satisfying, I'd imagine, finish to today's racing for Rico Bala Racing, where they're coming out of this with two contenders out of their stable as compared to previous races and rounds we've seen. Of course, the Nova Proto 2. But it's, I think, as a home team, also there's that element of pride as well, having come and gone and prepared as much as they have and put in the work and put in the hours. Literally, in endurance, you put in the hours. So I'd imagine they'd be chuffed with how they've gone about it. Henk is also back out in that 911 SAC Commercial Parts car. Now, Timber, I have a couple of questions around weight transfer, because we've been having some very interesting conversations. I guess with this broadcast, we've also had time to look into some of the nitty-gritties and details around vehicle dynamics, how racing drivers navigate those things, and weight transfer in particular is something I find interesting, because that is basically what's happening at a corner. So how does a rider or driver develop a knack for that? What does it feel like to get the forces going through your body effectively around each and every corner, and how do you handle that?
That is a good question, Prince. I will start with a two-wheeled perspective.
Of course, yeah.
Which is what I can give the most information on given my past experience. And then I would like you to help me compare and contrast it to four-wheel racing, because the riders and drivers experience a lot of weight transfer, but in completely different ways. And the closest I've gotten to that, we're going to go to Chloe before we come back to that, with Roberto Franco of GSW after his last stint. Here she is in pit lane. Roberto Franco and GSW's Roberto Franco.
We are down in pit lane with Roberto Franco. Roberto, you're still running, an hour 15 to go. You've got a big smile. It's been a good day so far.
So far, it's been a great day. The morning's been great, and the last 5 hours have been incredible. I'm very happy my son's taken over because he's good at night driving. I was slowing us down because of the one lamp that wasn't shining in the right location. So I was just driving blind, but it is my home track, so I should be able to drive it as if I know it, with my eyes closed.
100%, but one thing that I've been told is that the younger drivers see better, so it's better to utilize their eyes.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, in fact, he's going to probably do 121s now in the dark, because he's really good at night driving. And I'm really glad that we're still here and we're hoping to get a podium. And it's been a fantastic event. SAS has done incredibly well for all of us. Really, really happy to be here, and thank you for everything. It's been amazing.
It really has been amazing seeing you guys out there. What I want to find out as well, I mean, we just saw the driver change and a whole lot more happening, tire change, water being splashed. Talk to us about some of the changes that need to be done for the next driver to then continue.
Right, so we basically look at the condition of the car and we decide what needs to be done before I come into pit. So obviously fuel is a must. We then evaluate the brakes, and then we look at the understeer, and we then decide if we're going to do 4 tires or 2 tires. So we opted for 2 tires, and it should be good for him. He's just got to now bring it home and keep it off the curbs.
Yeah,
It
and
all goes well.
it definitely will go well. I mean, the other thing that's been quite interesting from the R8 to, of course, now the VW, and we talk about how, you know, the track is and how bumpy it is. Do you think that the VW handles the bumps just a bit better?
Yeah, I mean, there's 1 or 2 places where you definitely do get bounced around in the VW a little bit more than you do in the Audi. And of course, you don't have all the, you know, traction control and ABS the way that it works in the Audi. But it's been, for me, as usual, it's all about being here, being part of the team, being able to share the drive with my son. And I really encourage a lot of other drivers who have got family or friends to come and do this event together, because there's nothing like it. If you want to one day race internationally, this is your perfect platform to go from. So yeah, let's see more youngsters, and let's make this like it should be, you know, full pack all the way to the end. And again, it's also for the manufacturers, it's been an incredible event. You can see here's VW competing against, Porsches and Novas and Lamborghinis. And so, yeah, it's really great to be here and to be part of this event. Thank you.
Talk to us about your sponsors, because at the end of the day, they are quite important. They make sure that we get to see the toys on track.
Absolutely, yeah, no, that's true. Without sponsors, there's nothing. And what I can say is that in Class E, a lot of people have come forward to become sponsors of that series. And I think it's also because they want to get the youth involved in that series, which means that Class E should be a series for young drivers. And to see sponsors, not just, your ATS, your Dunlop, your VW and whoever else is out there to try and help. But we're seeing beverage companies talking to us, and I think that's encouraging, not just petroleum or oil or glass. So we're going to see new sponsors coming in, and that's going to help the series as well.
No, that's absolutely great. I'll come back to you because I know you're a great dancer. So after David makes sure that he's done, we're coming back. We're going
on the roof. We're on the roof of the car.
That's why you're dancing?
All of us.
All right, cool. We'll be on the roof come the end of the race. But this is Roberto Franco.
We're going to bounce on that roof.
As long as you approve it, I'm good. It's a deal. We'll definitely be on the roof come the end of this race.
Great fun for Chloe and Roberto Franco down there in pit lane. Prince, do you think we are invited to dance on the roof?
Doubt it. Strongly doubt it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can tell Chloe's reticence there at actually accepting the offer to dance on the roof. At +2 is not looking good. I consider myself a light guy. I'm pretty sure you consider yourself one too, but I think two of us is our weight transfers should be here in the commentary booth, Timber. I think let's keep it here. How about that?
Yes, indeed, Prince. Great to hear from Roberto Franco. And one of my favorite things in our endurance races is in those final 2 hours when the drivers get out the car to see. You can always see when a driver's enjoyed the day, and it's not easy work that these guys are doing, but the delight is visible, and you can see Rob Franco. He's really, really pleased with that effort. It seems like he's very proud of David's effort as well. I'm sure he's relieved for his share of the workload to be finished for the day. As he said, he's handed over to David, who he believes is a better driver for the team at night. We have 60 minutes remaining here at Killarney Raceway. If you are just joining us, we've had all sorts of incredibly exciting racing today. Prince, there's many families racing out. There were and have been and currently are many families related in all sorts of different ways out on track going together. And my favorite one, as we've just seen with the Francos, is seeing a father and son duo. And in the MRSSA Group 2, we saw another father-son duo taking a first and second overall, which I think is incredible. Max Munton was the winner in the STC 650 class, followed by his father, Clint Munton. Let's catch up with them and Chloe, who spoke with them earlier in the day.
Interesting thing is that we normally get now a father-son duo, and it's always interesting to see who is faster and who's the better rider. Clint on my right, Max on my left. We'll start with Max because he's really, really tall, and I literally have to look up to you. How has Killarney been for you?
Yeah, so far it's actually been really good. It was nice to have a warm-up in the morning where we could try fiddle with some stuff. And yeah, after that, going into the first race. First race was good. It was a pity about the red flag, but thankfully everyone was all right. And then, yeah, second race, kind of went out there, gave it horns. So far it's good. Track's feeling nice, lots of grip. Spectators are amazing. There's tons of people down at turn 5, especially up here as well. So it's good to see such a nice turnout and to have lots of people enjoying the racing just as much as us.
How's the battle with Dad?
It was good. Apparently second race he was hanging on to me, which I didn't know about. Otherwise I might have tried to hit the gas a bit harder. But yeah, so no, it's just always nice to be out on track with him and to go do practice sessions and even like this have a race and be on the same grid as him. Quite honestly, for me it's been a dream of mine for quite a while. So it's just amazing to be here and to get to race with each other, because he's obviously been my mentor and for such a long time teaching me throughout the years. So it's good to finally teach him one or two things, you know. Hopefully the student becomes the master, but apparently today it was close to not being that way, so yeah.
I like that. I mean,
I'll share a
Clint.
secret with you.
Oh, please do.
I'll let him beat me.
Is that good for his ego?
Just for his ego. I wish I was as fast as him. And yeah, it's kind of been a dream of his to be on the podium with his dad at some point. And today things have just worked out our way. So far, so good. So even better than being on the podium is 1-2 after heat 2. So yeah, all good. But when you get sort of to my age, after 2 sessions like that, I feel like I've been in a tumble dryer the whole day. So the body is starting to swear at me in Portuguese. But yeah, it's been a fun day, and I'm glad he's enjoying himself. It's all about having fun, and it's lovely to see the Joburg guys here in such big fields. Been a long time since we've had such nice fields, and the racing is awesome. So as long as we can put on a good show, the Speckies are having a jewel. That's what it's all about.
I want to know about the race numbers, 12-14. How did you guys come about that?
I always liked number 14 when I was younger, 35 years ago when I raced.
Yeah.
So it was my number. And then when I stopped for a while and I said to him, take my number. And then obviously now that I'm riding with him, I needed to take another number, and 12 was available. And I said, if you ever have a problem with your bike, it's easy to change the 4. Take my 2 off and put a 4 on. It's the simplest thing. So I took 12, which was the closest to 14, but that's actually my number. So he's wearing my number.
All right, to wrap it up, it's always interesting to hear from the parents when the kids want to get into motorsport. How was the conversation between you and Max?
So basically he asked years and years ago, and I said no,
Yeah.
no. And he's been asking for about 6 or 7 years, and eventually I said, oh, well, I can't say no anymore, so I let him start. In a way, a pity, because it was not too late, but it's taken a couple of years to get where he is. If he had started when he was a toddler, I think maybe it would have made a big difference.
Yeah.
But you know what? We're having fun together, so that's the most important thing.
And I mean, to find out from you, talk to us about the handling of the bike and really what makes it special to ride it here in Killarney.
Well, I mean, Killarney is notorious for its bumps, not to badmouth the track because we love it here. We're so glad that this is our local track. But yeah, on these 650s, they're fairly light for what they are, so it just kind of handles the bumps so much nicer, and it's such a good development class to learn how to properly ride. You learn how to carry lots of corner speed and all these things. So it's, yeah, to ride on these, I think it's the best class to develop, especially as a young rider. And then, yeah, race 2 felt good. The front was feeling nice. And then, yeah, there were a couple of places now that it's getting a bit hotter. The rear was starting to slide a bit. But, yeah, thankfully, kept it upright and had a good time. And, you know, maybe last lap I might, you know, slide it intentionally, give the people something to watch. But yeah, so, no, it's always good to ride around Killarney. It's a nice track because there are turn 5 and turn 1 are nice, like, really hard braking zones. So there's always going to be a spectacle there, people going up the inside, going around the outside, all these things. So yeah, it's a good track. If you haven't ridden Killarney, come ride it and you'll definitely enjoy it.
Definitely. And to wrap it up, I mean, one of the scariest things, Clint, is when you see a competitor crash. I mean, it scares us. How is it from your perspective? Because these are some people that you know.
Look, obviously, you know, I think spectators sometimes come to watch the crashes. That's not what I think they should come to watch. They should come to watch the skill. It's scary to see people crash, and it's not nice. But, you know, at the end of the day, I'm quite involved with the safety at the circuit, and we're improving it all the time. So you can only do what you can do. You know, some people say, why do you let him race motorbikes? Because it's dangerous. Yeah. Well, I say crossing the road's just as dangerous. Yes. So, you know, rather do something that you enjoy and then cross the road and get hurt and go, I've been a couch potato my whole life and my leg's broken. Rather do something that you love, you know, so.
I like that. How are we celebrating a win?
I don't know yet, but we're going to have to find something to do. We're going to have to go find a bottle of champagne and do champagne showers after the third race. So, yeah. But I think that's how we're going to celebrate. We're going to go up to the new restaurant that's at Killarney, and we're going to go chill and have something to eat and just relax, you know. Especially seeing he said he feels like he's been in a tumble dryer, so I think he's going to collapse when he gets home, and we'll let him sleep and we'll take care of the rest, you know.
Well, that's how we wrap it up with the father-son duo. Big congratulations to them, and well, hopefully we'll get to see more racing and more podiums from them.
Well, there you have it. Helmet removal is a moment of truth. Max and Clint Munton, generations apart, father and son duo. Clint rode like a young man, and Max rode like a very mature man. So both of them on the other end of the spectrum, but either way, getting really impressive honors with the Man 2, as we'll dub it, and I hope it goes a long way, because we could expect for it to continue. So long may it continue between the father and son duo of Clint as well as Max. Kudos to them and their pursuit of SAES racing honors with the MRSSA class, which we enjoyed earlier today. They really got us off of our seats and excited about two-wheeled racing. So that was fun to see just how the bond, the father-son duo, going at it pound for pound effectively at some point, going into the podiums. Really great to see, Tembo.
I think that has to be one of the coolest experiences that a person can experience. Racing with your father, there's nothing quite like it. And it's fun seeing a father and son duo be competitive, you know, against each other. I've had the privilege of witnessing it a couple of times, seeing a father be faster than a son, watching the son grow up, catching dad, fighting with dad, and then leaving dad in the dust, as we saw with young Max and Clint today. But for sure, no one enjoys it more than the fathers. You know, I can only imagine what that experience must be like for them. I'm not even a parent yet, so I can't say I relate in any level, but you can see that it is a really, really special experience, and more than anything, cherished memories, you know, irreplaceable memories that genuinely last a lifetime. So moments being major as we approach the 1 hour mark and we begin the final hour of the 6 hours of Killarney. So much has happened today. It has genuinely been an action-packed day. Things have slowed down as we've gotten towards the tail end of the day, but for us in commentary, we have appreciated the tiniest bits of respite because it was breakneck in the morning. There was one thing after another. I mean, I remember earlier in one of the sprint races, one car had damage. At the exact same moment, another car was going over the track. At the same moment, a plastic bag was flying across the track. We were trying to figure out what that was. And it's been insane, you know. And a shout out, we can see one marshals standing there on the inside of Cape Town corner. A shout out to the marshals. They've been out there all day since before the sun has risen. They're still there now, long after the sun has set. We see two cars on track near each other, and that is Charles Visser coming through to complete another lap ahead of David Franco in the GSW RBR car. So the two RBR cars side by side there momentarily on track. Charles Visser is well on his way. He has dropped that fastest lap of the race to a 109.188, which seems to be light work for him, but he is now comfortable. And Prince, you know, just before we come back to that conversation about weight transfer, what do you think is going through the mind of Charles Visser right now? Because he'll be well aware of the situation, a comfortable lead of 12 laps, but I would imagine he also understands that he can't let his foot off the pedal too much at the risk of making an error. Yeah, he's been at it for an hour, so he might be facing a splash and dash is one thing. So he could be looking at getting into the pits at the moment, or it's him getting into he probably got into flow state like 3 or 4 laps into it, to be honest with you. An on-form racing driver who immediately sets a benchmark time, banker as it were, with a low 1:09. He 5 or 6 minutes ago surpassed that time with a 1:09.1 and went a bit quicker. So I think he's gotten into a rhythm. He's long been established in a rhythm, and he just wants to keep that going. Momentum is a great thing, and it comes appreciated. We had a word last round in PE with one of our engineers who on the paddock, who let us know that momentum is very valuable, and you don't want to break that. It also saves you from extra inputs into the car and extra forces. The car's carrying you along, really, and you're not having to add anything from the momentum that you're using lap after lap. The energy transfer is kept within that word again, or that phrasing again, sweet spot, and you don't have to really take the car out of balance. There you go, splash and dash on the hour, and that is Charles getting some attention from his team there.
as ever, no more than 6 of the team at a time with their hands on the car. And Shaw also making some, I'd imagine, comfort adjustments, getting his, looks like he's adjusting, is that the drinks? Yeah, he's getting a drink probably after an hour. And those are the kinds of things I think that would be on his mind, Timber, really. Keeping the rhythm, keeping the momentum, and sticking to the strategy.
Fascinating. Of all the wonderful ideas we could have gone to, Shaw was probably thinking I'm thirsty. we here psychoanalyzing the deepest minor details of what's going through his mind, but he may pause. And racing drivers are like that, you know. They just like, yeah, I'm thirsty. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I just want to drink.
Oh wow, really? You know, that's fascinating. But look at that. Look at that, smiles on the faces of the Rico Bala racing team, because they know, Prince, that we're getting very, very close to victory. It seems like they're starting to smell it.
Yeah. We're looking forward to getting a chat with Ora Piri not too long from now, but we're looking at the celebrations there from the Rico Bala racing crew, and I'm going to have to lean into this, Timber. My lookalike count has gone up by 1 because I just saw a Troy Dolenchik lookalike inside the Rico Bala racing pit crew. This is hilarious. I'm going to keep that count going because earlier today I did say Jason Campos looks like Senna, and we're going to need some confirmation. We're going to need some help from you at home. If you're watching, you rate that.
That's fair.
Facts. There you go. Thank you. I need some people to back that. Just so you don't think Timber and I are just biased for each other. We need a third opinion right now. So please, 1 is enough. And if we get 1, we confirm it across the board when it comes to our viewers and spectators. So we're going to chat not too long from now with Ora Piri to let us know how things have come and gone. We had a chat earlier. It's been really a revelation to have the entire two-wheeled community, the riding community with us. Western Cape has welcomed us with warm arms, and we've enjoyed their presence. Ora being, of course, national competitor coming down from the north, and let's hear how he acclimatized to racing conditions here in Killarney.
Piri, who's somehow not only getting faster, growing taller too. How are you doing that?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you growing taller?
Asia. It's been the racing overseas. I'll tell you what, they're feeding me, it's making me grow, so yeah.
I absolutely love that. I mean, we just come off race 2. Unfortunately, there were red flags. Talk to us how tough it was there for you. But you, of course, won that race. Congratulations on that. But talk to us about the entire experience, especially with your team, with your competitors out there.
It was a very hard battle. It was a very long race. I say long, but it was red flag, but it felt long when in the moment.
Yeah.
But unfortunate for the red flags, we didn't get to complete it. So we had to restart, and it was an even harder battle after the restart. I was struggling with 1,000, but otherwise it was a fun race.
And I mean, from race 1, P2, race 2, I mean P2, yes, race 2, then you win it. Yeah. Talk to us about the differences. What did you have to change and work through?
Well, I had to try and just work around the 1,000s because they were going to keep pestering me whether I liked it or not. I couldn't stop it, so I had to just work my way around it and find a solution, so yeah.
A little birdie told me that balancing schoolwork and, of course, racing is a must. How are the results, and how are we keeping the balance? And tell us about the deal you have with your dad.
Well, I actually have my books here. I came with Cape Town with my books because I actually have a lot of assignments that I have to do. So it's still hard to balance it. I haven't really done much with the books when I'm here, but when I try, so I have to actually keep doing my keep doing good at school in order to keep racing. Otherwise, my dad will pull me out. Otherwise, yeah, it's done.
It's chai.
It's chai.
I absolutely love that. We talk about Asia. What have been some of the learnings? I mean, you're doing really well there. The importance of also you racing in Europe.
I've learned a lot about how competitive it can get overseas, that the levels are very different. So I've had to adapt a lot to try and stay competitive when I'm that side. Also, like the atmosphere, being the people that I'm around, the language barriers. So yeah, it's been tough, but I've adapted, and I'm real happy that I'm doing well.
We're all happy with that. That is, of course, Ora Piri, who is defending champion. You think you're defending it in 2026?
There's too many clashes with Asia, but we'll see. I'll try my best.
We can definitely hold him to that. Let's go find your mate. How has your mate been doing? Your best friend?
Yeah, he's been doing good. He's been doing good. Yeah, he was actually racing in Spain as well. Did pretty well. So yeah, he's doing very well.
I love the battle that these two have. I mean, best of friends off track. When it's time to race, helmets on and battle on.
Yeah, no more friends on track.
No more friends on track. So let's try and find him. But a big congratulations to Ora Piri, and we really love to see him continuing to shine. Shampoo also over there helping out with the bikes. How has that been? Seeing the car guys help with the bikes.
It's been interesting, but they learned quick. So yeah, it's been good to see. It's been funny, but it's been well. It's been nice.
It definitely has. Let's go find his best friend.
Great to catch up there with Chloe and Ora Piri. Ora touching on a couple of topics there, Prince. Dad saying, if your school mark's not good enough, no more racing, Chief. What do you think about that?
Fair. We had a conversation about diminishing resources, my friend. If the marks are diminishing, you're not racing.
In trouble.
I think that's fair. That's fair. It gives a sense of responsibility to both the riders and to treat their craft with respect. It's not playtime, it's actual work, and everything they apply themselves to is work and discipline. I think that's great.
Very, very true. Ora also just highlighting for us his international exploits. He's been racing the TVS Asia Racing Championship, doing incredibly well. Podiums for him in Thailand, Japan, another circuit as well, I think Malaysia. But he finds himself third in the championship, and great to see that international exposure coming and experience coming back and adding to the show here locally. Speaking as well on the banter dynamic between him and Troy, which is always cool to see young riders being friends. I don't expect them to be friends forever, because that's how racing tends to go. But we will enjoy it while the times are good. Prince, what are your thoughts on the scenes we've seen here in the Rico Barlow Racing pit? Let me mull on that one a little bit. But I just wanted to say something. Then I was thinking about commentators' curse. But I'll be positive. The boys look happy in the pit.
Yeah, the boys look happy. I think did you see the celebrations after that pit stop? That splash and dash for Saes as he came in just now at the hour mark. They were absolutely pleased with how they pulled that off. So you could tell every bit of contribution to the team putting a wheel right on the circuit is celebrated, and it shows you just how much every detail means. I think that's a really special moment to capture, to actually see how much it means to all the contributors to the team. A lot of the time, we only get a clear picture of the teams and the mechanics and the technical team celebrating with their competitors after victory, after a win, after a podium, and you'd be pardoned for getting the sense that that's all that's celebrated. But the celebrations clearly happened long before that. We're an hour out from checkered flag, and they're celebrating a successful pit stop, and that's going to have a knock-on effect to the next successful contribution until we get all the way onto the checkered flag. So yeah, that was pretty cool to see.
Very true, very true. And one may fairly ask the question that, is it too early to celebrate? But, I 100% agree with you that there was a celebration of a successful pit stop. But I think the emotions that we saw there, and it, as I get to this point, it takes me back to reading Casey Stoner's book. And Casey Stoner was a two-time MotoGP champion. And he's now since retired. But when he described his career, he said, I was never really happy to win MotoGP races. And I remember reading that and thinking, well, that's bizarre, Whenever you win a MotoGP race, you have the right to say, I'm the best rider in the entire world today. No one in the entire world was better than me. And he didn't find any joy from that. And I was wondering why. And then he goes on to express that the biggest emotion he felt, and this is what I believe we saw with the Rico Barlow Racing team, was relief. He said as soon as the race ended, the biggest emotion he felt was relief.
Oh, okay.
And relief from what, you may ask? He said was the pressure. He said the whole weekend, once the weekend started, he was just looking forward to a checkered flag, because he knew at that moment he'd find a sense of release. the stress that exists inside him, because it doesn't matter if it's the team manager, the driver, or the mechanics. They all feeling tension at all moments while the race is on. And even on the race weekend, whether you in the hotel room here in Cape Town, if you're from Joburg, that pressure is there. So I think the elation we saw from the team in the box was that relief, because they now know we've done our job. We've looked after the drivers. We've put them out there with the best that we could offer. We've not seen any hiccups for the RBR team. So like you say, celebration because they've had a successful day in the pits. But I think the emotions coming out there was the relief of we've done our job, you know. The rest is in the hands of the car, which they've prepared. So I think that's a sign of confidence as well, that they know that car's going to make it to the flag. And they trust their driver, Charles Visser. And if I was a team manager and Charles Visser was in my car, I think I'd also be relieved to know that we're leading, 47 minutes to go. We've done our pit stop, and it looks like we are well on our way to victory.
Yeah, well put there. An interesting insight into the competitor's mindset. I think, I think there was some part of the body language in the mechanics that definitely displayed that relief. The shoulders down, the relaxation, as we're there with Francois Pretorius, sat there with young Gabriela, who's been learning quite a bit.
There's Harum next to him.
And Harum's been around. Harum Pretorius, brother to Francois, has been around. The Pretorius family, ever present in the motorsport scene here in South Africa. It's always great to see them together and around. Very, very cheerful bunch, very passionate about motorsports, and it really rubs off on you. I tell you that, it really rubs off on you. So great to see Haram around as well, always with a smile on his face. And I was just closing up on that point about the relief. You can see it in the body language of the mechanics, and I wonder how it's like that. I think you really have to measure it in terms of how much you come off the throttle and be like, oh, okay, this was good. We achieved this. We can relax a bit. Because I also ask myself right now in Formula One, for example, it's the summer break, and a lot of the drivers, like George Russell, for example, saying that he just wants to forget about racing for a couple of weeks and then come back stronger next time. And it's like, how much of the throttle does he come off? Is it completely now forgetting about racing and then finding the switch when the racing season resumes again? Or is it a matter of, in the back of your mind, you just constantly know there's some part of you that cannot completely switch off, Temba?
That's a great question. And it doesn't have any simple answers, in my opinion. The reason why I say that is every athlete is different. Some guys are more relaxed when they're on the wire all the time.
Like Charles Visser, it seems.
Exactly.
He's so calm in high-pressure conditions.
Some guys can only relax when they're on the limit. Because for them, the limit is where comfort lies. You know, that's the space where everything is predictable. They understand everything that's going on. And that's where they can chill. So I've heard of drivers, and think of a Max Verstappen. When does Max Verstappen stop racing exactly?
Not at all. Really.
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
At all.
He is happy on the limit. He exists on the limit, you know. So anytime you take him out of the limit, he loses his way. And I think this is not an F1 podcast, but if I can just use him as a quick example, that anytime the car's taken him away from the limit, he starts doing bizarre things on track.
Fair.
You know, because he gets to a stage where he's driving so slowly relative to the others that even if he's over driving the car, you can see he's not happy because he's not in that comfort zone. So, that's an example. And then there's other athletes who, like George Russell, maybe, for example, need to entirely disconnect. To not think about it, to just get space, to get room, you know? And things like these affect longevity because Max is on the limit all the time, but Max is always speaking about retiring.
Yep.
You know? Lewis is someone who has displayed to us that he takes time for many other things outside of racing, and I think that's where he recharges his batteries, finds his sense of comfort, and the guy's still going at 41, you know, still winning races. So it's dependent from athlete to athlete, and I'd actually love to ask some of our drivers that question as we prepare for round 4, and we can maybe on air just share some of what we find out from the drivers of, just how do you guys enjoy or prefer to take time away from the racing? Simply, how much do you come off the accelerator?
100%.
How much do you think is an appropriate amount?
Yeah. Very interesting. Keen observation there, Timber. Yeah, to resist the temptation of making this an F1 podcast, I'll leave it at that. Very interesting insights. Your perspective has been a revelation. Being a competitor yourself and being a rider yourself, I always appreciate hearing what the world looks like from the saddle, as it were. And we've got another stop there. Looks like just a... Do we have a driver change? Can't tell. The door's open there, maybe for cooling purposes, just to hear what David has to say about his VW Super Polo. But Roberto's just, he's looking relaxed. So David is finishing it off. I think they're checking on something, some feedback. Mechanics maybe getting feedback on what David has observed.
Yeah,
bare hands on the rims is interesting business.
Brave. Wouldn't recommend it.
No, not at all. I've burnt my forearm on our go-karting. A four-stroke exhaust, okay? And that's not anywhere near the 700-degree temperature you described of brake discs. And that still felt like sunny side burnt. Sunny side very burnt is what it felt like. So
I've got one of those from a 50cc KTM.
Oh, wow.
And it left a permanent scar.
Yeah, I still have mine. Where is it?
Ditto.
Oh, jeez. Let's see. It looks like a routine cleanup. Just a check of the shoes.
Yeah, they seem to be focusing on the wheels.
Yeah. Maybe a vibration coming through with the steering. Some slight discomfort in terms of the feedback and input that David might be feeling. So that it looks like they're giving it a wiggle to see if there isn't some sort of negative feedback that he's getting through the steering.
I would guess we are utilizing our sign language skills, but I would guess, this is purely a guess on my part, but I think there's something going on with the car, and it seems to me in that moment that they've checked it, they've got a better understanding of what's going on, and they were giving David clear instructions on how to manage whatever issue that may be in the remaining 41 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's given it's a front wheel drive, I can imagine there's that much more of a dimension to consider in terms of how much it's affecting that VW Polo. So I wonder. But we've got not too long off to go. 41 minutes remaining of this race. We're sub 1 hour at the moment. Not too long ago, it was bright and sunny here at Killarney International Raceway, and the scene was set in quite an emphatic fashion. We had 3 classes of racing, early stage of the race, and then they peeled away, and then we're looking at our endurance, our 6-hour endurance going in for the long haul. And here we are with the competitors that have battled against time. The race against attrition, as Timber has quite aptly called it, and now we've only got 40 minutes remaining, and that's the picture of motorsport. You can't quite call it. I mean, we've had some very competitive and exciting cars. The G&H Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo Rocket now succumbing to the conditions with the front splitter damage that just ultimately forced the car to retire. It was just a wise decision just to sit the car down. Unfortunately for the team, they couldn't complete that, but they'll definitely be back again to have a swing at it. Endurance racing is addictive, apparently, so we're looking forward to seeing G&H back on at it again. But this time around, they took a knock from motorsport, and they're just going to have to swing back and get back in the ring.
Yeah, tough weekend for the G&H team, and tough. I wouldn't say it was an unpleasant weekend for them, but tough in the sense that the outcome that they would have been looking for was not really what they discovered. They came with multiple cars this weekend, and Prince, you'll be able to let me know exactly how many of them got to complete their programs. Unfortunately, the KTM Crossbro had a technical failure yesterday, which then ruled it out the rest of the weekend.
Yeah.
Ryan Lowe, coming out of the G&H stable, unfortunately in his final heat, was unable to see the checkered flag. And then Rocket, lastly, was unfortunately came short today. So we know what that family is going to do to come back from this. But they've seen better weekends, simply I could put it safe.
Yeah, fully. Definitely seen better weekends. It's the name of the game. So that left then Ant Blunden, Jimmy Janokaro, as well as Gianni's R8. So Ant Blunden's Super Trofeo, Jimmy's Nissan GT-R, as well as Gianni's R8. So, getting a bit swervy there at the rear, at the exit of Cape Town. In the mid corner, actually, the rear stepping out was Shaw. Let's see how that reflects if in terms of the timing. Timber has a keen eye on that. That definitely would have scrubbed a little bit of time off of Charles' consistency. That's the first of his entire session in 1 hour 20 minutes that we've seen something that looked like a misstep, other than him maybe getting past some traffic, which also hasn't been quite an issue, because we saw a couple of times with Michael Jensen at the wheel and perhaps Nick Adcock, if I'm not mistaken, but there were moments at turn 2 where it was all three cars in going into turn 2 having to try and navigate that bit of racing was a bit challenging and may add a second or two to the lap time, but that was Charles all on his own sim, and that is the only time I've actually seen something of that seemed like a misstep. Really, it's been very consistent, and like I said, it's the momentum and it's that being in flow at the moment, and it's going to be tough to get him out of that zone. But we do have someone at the helm of the Rico Bala Racing team. That is Nick Adcock of the Nova Proto 02.
I'm down here with Nick Adcock. We're in his truck, which is super, super cool. We're trying to do a little bit something different. This is where the car would be parked. Talk to us about where we are, Nick.
Okay. Well, we were trying to do it in the office because the front of this truck is our office. So we've got our TV in there, we've got our little kitchen in there, so it's where we go to rest and do our debriefs, etc. This is where the cars obviously live when they get transported, so all our spares, fuel, etc., all the flight cases are there. So yeah, when this is emptied of the pits, this thing is full. But this takes everything to all our races across South Africa.
And I love that because we were talking to Rico earlier on, and we were saying that as much as, yes, it's a home race for us, but we felt it's important to bring out the full kit and make sure that we're prepared for this race. Talk to us about being prepared at home.
Yeah, well, it's the same as any race. I mean, often these races are won in the workshop with preparation. So I've got this with my fingers crossed because we've got, 45 minutes to go. The car's been very, very good so far. But it's hard on the car, this track. It's Killarney has got a lot of undulations now, and for a sports prototype which is naturally stiff and rides very low to the ground, it's hard work in the car. I mean, it really works your wrists because the steering is moving all the time when you're over the harder bumps in turns 2 and 3. So although we haven't got a lot of competition out there, you're still competing against yourself, the car, the reliability, the lap time, etc. So don't think it's easy out there because it isn't. And 2 hours in a car around here is not easy. So I did 2 hours, Michael's done 2 hours, and Charles into what's he done, an hour and a quarter, and he's obviously flying out there. And it's dark, and it's not, the lights are all right, but you have to be careful because the speed we're going, you haven't got a great deal of vision. So, that adds another challenge to the whole thing.
Interesting. I was in a simulator and it had the Killarney track. Driving a Nova, it was absolutely insane. I was just like, the concentration, one mistake, you're thinking about a donut or a drink, and you're into the wall.
Yes, I try not to think about donuts or drinks. but I completely sympathise.
Yeah, no, it was quite intense. But I mean, you talk about to wrap up the weekend for you, Nick. We do know that you had a very busy week with filming as well. Preparation leading up to Killarney, how is that looking for you?
Yeah, well, it's all down to Rico, really. No, he's put a lot of work into the car. He's got a very good team. We've put this team together over a matter of seasons. And so we've got to this nice position now where I could just turn up and race the car, and I've got complete trust in Rico and his guys to actually produce the car and for us to have a nice race with it. We've got a young engineer called Nivesh who comes from Durban, who is learning on the job, and he's doing superbly well. Francois Pretorius is our car controller and coordinator. He's very, very experienced, as you know. So yeah, we put a good team together. So it all works very well. With my business, Just for Sleep, we've been filming some new TV creative all week in a studio in Woodstock. So I was there this morning. I've got the last day of filming tomorrow. So it's been one of those weeks where it's all been happening. But if we can pull this off tonight, then that's the icing on the cake for the week.
Do you know I geek out every time I see Just for Sleep on my TV? I'm like, oh, I know those guys, which is pretty cool. Do you have the same moment?
Yes. So we were talking to someone the other day and they went, Just for Sleep from the TV? Yeah.
It is pretty cool. And the other cool thing that you guys do here is raising up youngsters. I mean, we talk about Charles Visser, which I know is very important, close to your heart. Maybe talk to us, I mean, you mentioned, of course, the engineer, but the importance of growing motorsports and bringing in the youngsters so that they get to know more about motorsports.
100%. And we'll talk about the drivers in a second, but someone like Nivesh had nowhere to do on-the-job training. And so he actually contacted me and said, could I come and sit with the team during the race? It's an absolute pleasure. This is what we like. He's doing a master's in motorsport engineering, and he said to me, oh, no, I was recommended you by Tim. I'm like, who? Tim who? And he said, oh, Tim Mullis. I went, who's Tim Mullis? And he said, he's my lecturer at college. I went, I don't know a Tim Mullis who lectures in motorsport in Durban. He said, no, he's English. I do it online. I went, oh, he's my race engineer in European Le Mans. Same man.
What?
So when I spoke to Tim, I said, Nivesh. He went, oh, did he contact you? and so he's been trained by Claudio Mussi, and now he's on his own 2 feet there, and he really enjoys it. As I say, he's still learning, but his understanding of the car dynamics is incredible. So we brought him on. I want him to go and do a proper motorsport engineering job in the future, which is what he wants to do. That would be great. I can do that for him. And someone like Charles Visser, who's an incredible talent. I mean, he's come up through karting. He's seriously quick. I was driving what I thought was the wheels off the car. He goes out in the dark and bests me by a second on his first lap. Only the first lap. So, we're always looking to look out for people like that. The people are really good. We can give them a route to Europe because there's a fantastic one-make series for Nova Protos in Europe, the European Endurance Prototype Cup. There's 35 cars on that grid. It's highly competitive, and to jump from there to go to Europe, he'd be ready to do that if he so choose. And we tested some other young people about 2 months ago, all of which want to come and race the car in the future. So that's exciting for me to see those people and see the talent and to watch their fathers' faces as that car goes past the pits at 240k an hour and they go, that's my boy? No, he's now a man. He's turning into a man, and seeing that these guys using their skill, they have no fear at that age, but their car control and teaching them a bit of coaching, a bit of racecraft. I take great pleasure from that.
I can tell, and the nice thing is that you practice what you preach. Nick, thank you for your time. I'll see you when we're celebrating, because I'm sure you're bringing it home.
Hope to see you later.
Definitely will. We'll see you there. Commentary, over to you.
What a brilliant interview there with Chloe and Nick Adcock. So much to chew on there, Prince.
Yeah, and I'm recency biased. You can never get 2 things out of any motorsport competitors. You can't get information about how they're getting fast, and you can't get them to commit to their result while the race is still going on. Nick refuses to celebrate prematurely. Fingers crossed all the way for him.
Just shows he knows what he's doing, and he's been around. He's been around. Very cool to hear some more details about Nivesh, the engineer there at Rico Bala Racing, coming into it. And it takes me back to a conversation we had with him at Aldo Scribante, where some of the young drivers that Nick Adcock just mentioned were driving in the car. I remember Baran Pretorius was a part of the team there. And we were sat, it was you and I having a conversation with Nivesh, and he was explaining to us fuel efficiency.
Yep.
And this was something I'd never thought of, and it just didn't occur to me, and it gave me a huge perspective on the level of detail that these teams go into and why you need the best engineers in your box. And he was explaining to us that one of the things that made Charles special, and we'll use Killarney as an example. So Charles done a 109.188. And he said you can get 2 other young drivers who can do that 109.188 and match Charles. But then he said that Charles' throttle application on the accelerator is so efficient and so smooth, he uses less fuel while doing that time.
Yeah.
And I thought that was an incredible insight. And that moment, as I recall it, confirms exactly what Nick Adcock just said, that Nivesh's understanding of car dynamics is very, very deep and very impressive, and just connected with the point about Charles Visser, that is a special talent in that car.
Yeah, and it's incredible firstly, that really was a special moment. I remember that aha feeling as Nevesh went through that bit of detail for us. But it also strikes me how, when you look at, is that the stock? That's the stock, bro. We're in the presence of greatness. If you want to ask somebody about throttle application,
he kind of looks like the stick.
He kind of does look like the stick. Yeah. Oh man, how about that, Chloe? Oh man, Chloe's having her some fun down in the pits. She might have bumped into a couple of things to entertain her as we've been going at it here, enjoying Stewie. I beg your pardon, Shalfissa, going at it in Nova Pro 2. But we've had some sim rigs out on the circuit, and there's Chloe. I wonder if those are the facial expressions she's going to go through once she has a helmet over her face when she's actually racing, because it doesn't look like she's fighting Killarney. But yeah, that looks so impressive. Those TJN racing sims at the cutting edge, certainly, of sim tech that we have here in South Africa, and symbolic of a growing sim racing scene. We spoke about Chloe getting into
you missed
the
Chloe.
outer extremities of the circuit.
You missed Chloe on the grass trying to drive onto the target and then oversteering straight into the barrier.
Oh, how about that?
You looked away at that exact moment, and is it not classic Chloe to be laughing while driving a race car?
Happily. So that was my first thing. Like, Chloe definitely would be laughing with the helmet over her head, driving in anger at Killarney International Raceway. Oh, fantastic stuff. Brilliant to see. But yeah, that is sim racing. A picture, I'm pretty sure there are a couple of sim racers that have been watching and keeping up with our stream, just seeing how things are going in terms of SA endurance, and all of them keen to get onto the main circuit because the path exists. You can literally go from sim to main circuit. I've seen many a talent internationally. I think it was Jimmy Broadbent, if I'm not mistaken, in the UK, racing McLarens. His first time out of sim into main circuit racing was into a 765, McLaren 765. Please pardon me if I have mistaken this, but I know he was racing McLarens. Then you've also got the likes locally. Jonathan Mohotsi, a trusty console is what got him into, that's where the bug bit, I suppose, when he was a youngster, and it would go on to more formal, let's say, quote-unquote, rig setups, and then he'd end up in racing in our local series, and now he just came fresh off the Nürburgring 24 hours. So that path actually exists. It is a tangible thing. It's not imagined. And it's just another of the streams that are coming off of this massive community that is growing. And sim racing definitely is something that is a sturdy presence, and it's going to be around for a long time in motorsport.
The future is now, and I feel sorry for some of the sim racers doing it at the highest level, because they're going to have a Max Verstappen problem for a very, very long time, because him aging is not going to slow him down any bit in a sim car. But that is the future, and it is progressing. But as much as we love sim racing, there's nothing quite like the real thing. And every time that Nova NPO2 passes behind us, we can feel the vibrations here in the commentary booth. Our top two cars are once again side by side. Before we saw it was Jensen in the car trying to find his way through on Janelle de Villiers in this exact same scenario a few hours ago. Now we have Charles Visser closing up to the back wheel of Henk Lattegan, Henk in the 911 GT3 for the SAC Commercial Parts team. And based on what we're seeing, it looks like Charles may just follow him to the flag. I don't see Henk making any mistakes. As I say that, of course, Charles Visser will humble me by going blasting past him down the back straight.
Yeah, I was shocked at your call. It was quite early. You called it quite early for Charles, bro.
I'm out here tempting fate. He's yet to make his way through. Prince, most motorsport categories love to nominate a drive of the day, and I would like to nominate a new category, which I will crown the part of the day. And the part of the day is the dive plane on the front right quarter of that Nova NPO2. That thing has been dancing and moving around all day long. And every time I see it, there's a part of my brain that's going, it's going to come off now, surely, because It seems like the movement has been getting more and more exaggerated with every passing minute and every passing hour, but it's still there. And Shalfisser, for once, proving me right there. He seems to have backed it off a little bit. He's given Henk Lateghan a bit of breathing room. He is 11 laps ahead in the lead. So with 23 minutes to go, really no need for Charles to do anything extra than what is necessary. But we do need to keep an eye on it. Very unlike Charles Visser to slow down this much. So as Nick Adcock was saying, the job's not done until it's done. So we will keep an eye on that with 23 minutes to go. But as it stands, it looks like all is okay and all is in order for the RBR team.
Fair. Yeah, well, look, it was an early shout, but it was a good shout, Timber. I'll give that to you because Charles has significantly backed it off. Nivesh, who Nick was telling us about, illustrating our point to Francois Pretorius, his team coordinator or car coordinator there. So, yep, Charles definitely peeling off a bit and taking it off slightly. Let's see how long that lasts. We've got 20 minutes or so to go to the checkered flag falling. So we're not going to call it too early. I'm going to take Nick's approach on this one and be fingers crossed for whomever, whenever. And we keep it open until then. But yeah, that's your part of the day. Nomination, seconded, fully, because I gave it all of... Firstly, I was very impatient thinking, okay, the team's going to attend to that. Then we learned from our remote researcher, Steve Koenig, that it's actually going to take a lot more work to get that part out and replaced because it's connected to the lighting system, and getting a lot more bodywork off the car would take unnecessary time from their race. So rather keep it on and dial it back a bit. And a dialed back Nova is still fast enough to lead this endurance race and lead they have in a more controlled manner. Discipline really has been called to the fore for the past couple of hours. And they also had a couple of niggles, nothing untoward. There you go, dialing back a bit, paying off for Charles, because now he had no need to pressurize Henk, as he's gone into the pits, and Charles can now pass David Franco with no trouble and continue on his way.
Indeed, as we see the Porsche come into the pit for what will be surely its final stop of the evening. Car switched off, their lights back on. Let's unpack this one. Likely to be our final pit stop of the race as well. And Prince, I would love if what I watched on Top Gear as a child is anything to go by, someone needs to get the stock inside the Nova NPO2. Perhaps when Charles reaches Park for May, they can put maybe 10 liters, 20 liters in that car, put the stock in, and I wouldn't be surprised if I saw 108.
You know what? Knowing how the stock moves, he's first going to have to kidnap someone who's rightfully should be in that car, duct tape them in place, and then get into the car. So the stock is going to get himself into that car, that's for sure. And it'd be interesting to see how that finishes. Oh, what a nice highlight. You know, I caught someone, the corner of my eye, walking across the paddock. It looked like the stock, but I couldn't call it. I was like, why is that person in a white helmet walking into the abyss, walking into what seemed like nothing?
He's looking for a drive, Prince.
He's looking for a drive. He said, well, he might just find one if he keeps hovering and lurking about in the Rico Barlow Racing garage. It's a good place to hunt for a drive, I would say.
Yeah, I think I couldn't recommend a better way for looking for a drive than arriving to the track fully kitted, helmet on, overalls on. All he needs is a pair of gloves and a car, from what I saw there, because his hands are exposed. But that is brilliant. I'd never encountered the stock before. I haven't seen the Stig in a while, so we could be getting into conspiracy theory territory there. But the original Stig must be getting older now, and it looked exactly the same, just with a slightly bigger belly. So who knows, Prince? Who knows?
Look, man, what I'm saying is the Stig has been awful quiet since the stalk surfaced. All I'm going to say, that's what I'm going to say. But looking at the closing stages, we're bearing down on the single-digit mark where minutes are concerned. 19 minutes of this race remaining. And Charles Visser continues on that run of consistency. We've analyzed, dissected, we've boiled, we've sauteed it, we've fried it, we've done all sorts to understand what it takes to be a racing driver, to be a rider as well. borrowing from many a reference that we've had on display here with SAES, with the MRSSA competitors, with the GT Cup and Sports and GT competitors, and the mix of cars and equipment that we had there. And we also had a split approach to it with the Francos getting into the sprint racing as well as the endurance. And so I'm interested to hear what David's feedback is going to be in that VW Super Polo as to how the day's gone for him, because it looks tough, looks grueling in terms of heat alone, let alone the fitness element of it. I mean, he's walking around fine, but it's just like you can tell that like it was hot in there.
You're spent.
It was really hot in there. Yeah. It was really hot.
It's hard to relay in words, you know, what that experience looks like for the drivers, especially. You know, I would say to the viewers at home and audience, imagine, you remember the bleep test in school?
Yeah. I remember the bleep test in school.
So that feeling on the bleep test when you've just been eliminated and your body is screaming out, stop. Why are you doing this to me? This is not okay. You know, it's kind of that feeling when you get out of a race car after a heavy stint in severe heat. You know, just think of how you felt after doing a bleep test. It is intense, it's hectic, and you know, the one thing which makes the sport on a whole other level is that it's not just the physical side of it, it's the mental. You know, our drivers, beyond the physical exhaustion, there's mental exhaustion, because concentrating that severely for that long a time is difficult. You know, every time we've seen Charles Fisson and onboard, he's barely blinking, you know, and that's true of all the drivers. They are barely blinking. You know, and that's strain that you feel after time. You know, you feel it in your eyes afterwards. When you get out the car, you're like, wow, I'm tired, you know. And sometimes you have those experiences, especially in wet racing, because the physical demands are less at slower speed. But when you come out and you just go, wow, my brain is cooked.
Yeah.
You know, I'm really tired. You know, so we can see here, Charles Fisser, I've seen him blink once since we've run on board with him. Look, he's gone down the whole pit straight, no blinking. And that's exactly what we're talking about. 16 minutes to go as we are now winding down the clock here in Killarney, down in the Western Cape. We are going to be taking a look at some highlights from the earlier phases of the 6 hours here at Killarney as we approach the checkered flag.
Yeah, just before we reach sunset conditions with the shadows getting longer, it was still quite an array of cars available before Time and Nutrition had its say. Ricky Janakaro and Gianni Janakaro with that number 75 Lamborghini was still out and about at the SAC car. Janil was in the car in the saddle at the time, and he'd yet to hand over the reins to the likes of Hein and Henk once more. And it was still a mix in terms of the temperatures going down. We're at that transition phase. We were spoken to a couple of the competitors. I think it was Jason Campos at this time we had with us in studio, and he was just telling us about how this is the crossover point and the sweet spot really when it comes to temperatures, because it's hot enough to get your brakes, your tires and your grip in that sweet spot. However, it's also a bit cool enough to stay there for a bit longer, so the sun isn't really increasing in terms of its effect on the temperatures out there, so you can stay in that state of performance for a little bit longer. And it really is beautiful to be driving around golden hour. And Rocket was still going at it at this point, and they look solid in position for a third place finish. Which also the Sujin BMW there of Sean McCarthy was also having its go again, having come off the circuit, and they worked really hard to keep the car onto the circuit before it succumbed. They decided to err on the side of caution, really, to not risk it too much, the safety of Sean McCarthy, and then eventually retire the car. But that was the picture at that point. Nose change for the Nova Proto 02, and at the time it was Michael Jensen at the helm in and around this mark. He'd had a couple of moments around turn 2 specifically with that GSW Super Polo a couple of times. He just had to be very careful about how he gets around, and the team helped with some changes, some splashes and dashes, and then he went on and continued with the closing half of his stint. 2 hours apiece was the case for the Nova Proto 2 in the Rico Ball Racing stable, with Nick most recently before Shaw coming off and that was the close of Michael Jensen's stint. And it's been really, there it is, there's that moment at turn 2 between the GSW Super Polo as well as Jensen. Roberto Franco was in the car at the time, and in around that mark as well, we saw the number 75, I beg your pardon, Lamborghini, retiring from G&H Racing.
It's been an action-packed 6 hours here, and an action-packed day entirely. There is Rico Barlow and Nivesh going through the final details. I wish we could get some visual aids or diagrams of what they're speaking about, even though we probably wouldn't understand them because it's on a different tier of technical knowledge. But something really cool I just picked up on, Prince. While we were taking a look at those highlights, I had a quick just look at the live chat in the YouTube stream, and some really great engagement there. Stephen and a lot of the fans just having discussions about the racing, about the cars. I've seen now there's been a discussion about affordable ways to get involved into SAES. Discussions about how Nian du Toit converted that E46 from a road car into a race car and doing it relatively affordably, within the context. And then Bradley Liebenberg was in the chat. Nice. Sharing, about his exploits in Germany and how he can get a Super Cup car, etc., etc. So really cool to see that our fans and supporters are enjoying the experience in many different ways. So if you want to get involved in that interaction, jump into the comments here on the live stream. Stephen Koenig is there. If you do have any questions about some niche details of the race, of what's going on, we won't be able to answer them directly in the commentary stream, but you can get a response because the SAES team is on top of it from all angles. Prince, 12 minutes to go and the end is near.
The end is indeed near, and won't dare call who's collecting that checkered flag. We've learned our lessons time and again. The show officer at the helm going around Cape Town corner, which was an exciting place to be. Ooh, some sparks flying off the back of the Nova there. It is a low set car, and I think it was Nick, if I'm not mistaken, who did tell us that the car does not like bumpy parts of the circuit. It really is set with a stiffer suspension, so that really comes through in the cockpit, and the stability of the car is definitely affected by that. So that's the first time I actually see that with all of Shalfis's night driving. I think quite interesting. I wonder what came into play there, but he doesn't seem quite bothered at all by that. And there has been a flicker with the left brake lights. I don't know if you've noticed that, but before we went on to one of our interviews, there was I think a wiring harness replacement when it came to their brake light. Earlier in the morning, I walked across their pits, and I do remember seeing some wiring being reattached there to get their brake light functioning again. So that was the change I remember, but it wasn't the left, it was definitely the right. But it's down to the millimeter in terms of the details that have been paid attention to, as it were. It was down to the harness, braking harness, and everything counts in terms of performance, and everything really has to go on song, which I think speaks also to that moment when we saw the pit crew celebrating, and the celebration and relief at the same time with how their pit stop went A-OK just before Shalfis went back out again. We were wondering what he's thinking. I'm thirsty was the foremost thought. Was the most human too, relatable. True. Absolutely relatable. But it's always great to see Charles' demeanor out of a car. I think level of intensity and concentration and just pressure that there is around racing and performing, especially at this level. I mean, this is a cutting edge car. It's a prototype on our shores that's doing pretty well in one make series overseas, and you can imagine as a racing driver that's been dreaming of being on main circuit all your life, and as a youngster, those thoughts might overwhelm you, and you might, I suppose, succumb to, at least your more humorous nature and your more relaxed and human side might succumb to that pressure, and you lose sight of, I guess, the flavor and the savor of just the simple moments. And Charles is the most unbothered and relaxed individual on the paddock, arguably. It's always a pleasure to talk to him. We were speaking about how he looks forward to seeing where technology goes, where engineering technology when it comes to these cars is going, and I guess he's trying to look around the corner in terms of the capabilities of these cars, and they're already so impressive. We spoke a bit about the downforce capabilities of the Praga R1, the fact that it's producing 1,000 kilograms of width of downforce from that dynamically optimized car, and to think it could drive upside down in 2026, what's going to be happening in 20 years? What are cars going to be doing then in terms of maybe regenerative technology? We're seeing that coming more to the fore now. Is it going to have more of a play in terms of prototype racing? What's Africa going to be saying infrastructure-wise when it comes to motorsport? Because we're seeing a lot of imports going on. Are we going to be seeing a lot of manufacturing coming off of our shores when it comes to these things? I mean, we are building these super polos that we've enjoyed seeing racing, and they're going off to Germany. And so in that one-make series, which says a lot about what South Africa is capable of. In rally as well, we've got cars coming out of stables here in South Africa, going across the world and winning and bringing home the silverware. So I think there's a lot to be said around that conversation. So it was interesting to hear what Shaw was thinking outside of the car.
I agree, Prince. And innovation is moving at an exponentially increasingly rapid rate. That was a mouthful. But it is true, and looking at the racing overseas on the two-wheeled side, there is a revolution that has been starting to come through, and that's out of China, because there's been Chinese manufacturers like CF Moto and QJ Motor that have been designing their bikes from the ground up, selling them as road bikes and going to racing. And what's impressive is that they catching up and beating established manufacturers that have existed for decades and decades. And there's a pretty cool story about a guy who invented a bike called the ZX Moto, and he wanted to race, was told he can't race, and then he was like, okay, cool, I'll go build my own bike. And he now has a race team in the World Championship. So that's what I've seen on two wheels in terms of the Chinese influence, and we know that they are known globally as one of the big pioneers in terms of innovation. So I'm very curious to see how that because you can only assume that they're working on something.
Yep.
That I'm curious to see what comes out of Asia in terms of development, innovation, and what's amazing with what they do is that they often make newer, better things, and then it's cheaper. So that was just the first thing that popped into mind for me when that came up. But there was one question, pressing question that I needed to ask you, and I'll ask on behalf of new or first-time viewers. We have seen drama in the last 10 minutes of the race. So, Prince, may you please explain for our viewers, what is the significance of 5 minutes remaining in SAES endurance race?
Yeah, 5 minutes has gone and turned the plans of many a race team over the past couple of years all topsy-turvy during the last 5 minutes of the race. So the significance is that the pit lane closes. So the final 5 minutes, as soon as we see 5 minutes on our times, on our timing screens, the pit lane is closed. So any car that is in the pit lane cannot exit, and no car that is basically on the circuit will be able to come out if they decide to enter at that point. There's no coming out of the pit lanes, of the pits, I beg your pardon. It is closed, and that has shaped the closing result of the championship a couple of times now. We saw a moment where Inter Africa Racing were on their way to bringing it home, it was on the edge at Killarney, and it was just that moment where it was unbelievable to witness, because so much pressure building up to that moment. We've had time and again, and we've seen it again at Swartkorps as well, and they made it just again. Ironically enough, it was Inter Africa Racing, and they made it just in the nick of time. They just escaped that moment, and Steve Koenig and I have certainly gotten excited over those moments. So 5 minutes means any car in the pits pretty much cannot come out, and there's no access to the racing circuit once more. And as things are on the circuit is the way they will stay until the checkered flag comes down. So 5 minutes really bears that significance. It really can make or break your championship contention.
Thank you, Prince. And I don't know if you noticed, you perfectly finished that point on the 5 minute mark. So we have now crossed into the very, very final stages here at the 6 hours of Killarney. What a day it has been here. Honestly, incredible action throughout the day. It has quietened down here towards the end of the day, but that does happen sometimes in racing. Nivesh is not resting in the pits, neither are we here, because there is still 4.5 minutes to go, roughly 5 laps at the speed of Charles Visser remaining. It's been disappointing for us to unfortunately see the G&H transport car and the Sunjin property investments car retire earlier in the race due to some technical problems. We saw the frustration from the Giannicaros at that stage when they realized that they could go on no longer. But equally in that light, a huge kudos to Rico Bolo Racing, GSW and SAC Commercial Parts for the teams travel long distances. They put in countless man hours to get out here. And we saw earlier the level of emotion for the teams in the pits because they do so much to find themselves in this stage. Looking forward to seeing the celebrations for our podiums. We will be down there in pit lane hopefully, or we need to send a message to Chloe to make sure that Roberto Franco keeps his promise to dance on top of the car down in Park for May. But it's been special, and Charles Visser now I'm sure starting to reflect on the day. We know the Rico Bolo Racing team is disciplined, just like in South Africa Racing, about not celebrating anything before the fat lady sings or before the checkered flag has fallen. But surely, Prince, after 2 hours in the car, he must now be thinking, we're almost there, job's almost done, and he's probably just trying to find some enjoyment, just driving around alone in his car at night here at one of the best tracks in the country and having a time.
Yeah, it must kick in surely at some point just how lucky he must feel, and fortunate he must feel to be in that position to drive what I'd imagine is a dream car for a lot of competitors. And you heard Nick telling us about how there's many a youngster who's keen to have a go in the car, and some talents having their say on it. I think Waylon Volshank was one of those youngsters back in PE. Also had a go alongside Barton Pretorius and Charles Visser. So, definitely going to be in a more relaxed zone, thinking to himself, man, what a time to be around, what a time to be alive. And just over a lap remaining, as we're on the sub 2 minutes point, which is incredible to say just how quickly time has come and gone. Not too long ago, we were just introducing the day's proceedings and the morning's program going into the afternoon, and now we have barely a few seconds remaining on the clock. And it's this person, Charles Visser, right here. This young man has done incredibly well. 2 hour stint he's put in for Rico Bolo Racing. The first half of it was introduced by an incredibly quick 109, and he would then enter the second half of it, ironically enough, with another 109, slightly quicker than the first, as if he was bookmarking. It was like a bookmark, a lap mark, let's call it. And he went on to manage his pace and manage every element of that car that comes together to help it perform and help the team perform as best they could. Not a millimeter of wheel placed incorrectly, carelessly, or recklessly by this young man. And he's continued on this trajectory that's always been impressive every time he's at the helm of that Novo Proto 02. And we've also got SAC Commercial Parts, which have had Janelle de Villiers, Hein Latteghan and Hent Latteghan going at it. And as ever, it's a bit of a signature when it comes to SAC Commercial Parts. And you speak about the mindset behind Charles Visser, his relaxed and happy demeanor. You get that sense as well from the SAC Commercial Parts team in that Porsche. Very happy individuals, happy to be on the circuit, really, and unflappable in their the joy of purely just being in a racing paddock. You also get the same energy from Mick Landy. Shout out Mick. We bumped into earlier, very relaxed and happy, smiley individual. And none will be smiling more, I imagine, than Charles Visser, as we're counting down in seconds now for him to go ahead and collect that checkered flag. 2-1, and that's done on the timer. He's bearing down on Cape Town corner. Talk about timing, as we've got that Super Polo that just cleared that famous banked corner, which you've seen time and again. Thousands of reps we've witnessed with different kinds of machinery, two-wheeled and four, aerodynamically optimized or not. It is this team and this young man that have set an incredible benchmark and will continue to do so, as Charles Visser claims the 6 hours of Killarney here at SAES. And round 3 goes down to the Rico Bolo Racing stable. The Just for Sleep team have done so well in keeping it together, and Nick Adcock has done incredibly well in not celebrating too early. It's the first time I've seen his shoulders go down. The high fives all around in Salfissa. That young man has done incredibly well to crown the team with a win once more.
What a moment for Gabby, the tax engineering student who has been invited all the way from Joburg to be a part of the Rico Bala racing team this weekend to learn. She gets to now be part of those celebrations, which surely is a cherry on top for her.
Incredible. Yeah, what a weekend to elect to be part of a racing team for her. And the commitment to dive into the deep end, as it were, to commit and come down all the way to Joburg, all in the name of a passion, pursuing a passion, that's the spirit that drives all of these teams. That's exactly what fuels all of us, really, whether you're in the nitty-gritty, getting your grease in your fingers, whether you're doing data analysis, contributing to the technical side and setup of the team. All of us are really fueled by this passion just to be in and around this space, near the cars, and contributing to this motorsport community. So well done to her for being around for that. And I'd imagine there's a bright future ahead for all of the youngsters, including Nivesh and all of the young competitors and racing drivers that are in and around the Rico Bala racing community.
Indeed, indeed. SAC Commercial Parts comes through to take the checkered flag in second position ahead of the second Rico Bala Racing / GSW Super Polo, being driven by father and son duo David and Roberto Franco. Our drivers now coming around to complete their cooldown lap, where they will line up in Parc Fermé to take victory. Just having a look over our shoulder. Last year, Parc Fermé was on the track by the start-finish line, but it looks like it's going to be in pit lane this time around in 2026. We can see our CSC there, Eric Cook, on screen. I'm sure he's relieved to see the checkered flag, as many of us are. Lights flashing for the Nova NP02. Shout out to all the fans. I mean, we had an amazing turnout today. And Prince, I could see the lights of the cars, people staying deep into the night to watch these teams do their thing and fight that war of attrition, which took many soldiers throughout the day today. And you can see the bats. I don't know if you picked up that that Batman logo on the Nova NP02. And if anything, that is a Batmobile. And Shelfus is definitely Batman this evening in the last 2 hours. But congratulations to the Rico Barlow Just for Sleep racing team. Fantastic effort from them, as we see Nick Adcock celebrating with his star driver. Great effort from them.
Yep, and I'm just waiting for one moment to see David Franco, Roberto Franco, and Chloe dancing on the roof of that car that Roberto's tapping and celebrating the finish that the VW Super Polo of Rico Barlow Racing. In fact, 2 Rico Barlow cars on the podium, effectively. And that is a result worth celebrating. 2 pieces of silverware being kept home. Not taken home, kept home, because effectively they're racing, they are the home team, and they've done incredibly well to earn honors. To be a fly on the wall, I'm trying to get a sense of way Charles behaving and feeling, the feedback he's giving, but as you can see, smiles all the way.
I believe he's telling the team there about some of the snaps of oversteer we saw him getting towards the end of the race. That would have picked up the heart rate momentarily, without a doubt, for him. There they are on the left of your screen, father and son, David and Roberto Franco, coming through to celebrate their podium today. And great to see, Prince, the collaboration with Graphic Supply World and Rico Barlow Racing to make this all come together.
Yep, absolutely. Synergy is the name of the game when it comes to this. I mean, you'll see sometimes there's been cases where you get breakdowns that some teams will need more than just their available manpower on hand. You find teams helping other teams to chip in. So synergy really is the name of the game when it comes to motorsport, and it'd be interesting to see what this particular partnership can achieve going forward. And we've got also more. We've seen a lot more of these Super Polos that have come out of this stable. So excited to see how the Class E also expands, as I would say the standard has been set, and there's a future, there's a seed that's been planted there for the Class E sprint segment and class. So Rico Barlow there. Also, I'm looking at people's shoulders just decompressed. Everybody's a bit more relaxed now. You know, you can't quite relax until it's checkered flag, and everybody's looking forward, I'd imagine, to some celebrations and on the way home and to their various locations. It's been an absolute an absolute banger. And it's always full beans. Regardless of whether you're finishing with 3 cars or 10 or 20, it's always full beans. And you could tell the relief was not there right up until that checkered flag fell, Timber.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And there you have it. 6 hours, 28.974 seconds for Rico Barlow Racing. 282 laps of the Circuit of Killarney completed in that time, ahead of SAC Commercial Parts in the 5 car. The second Rico Barlow car of the VW came through for P3. G&H Transport came through for P4, ahead of 5th place, and bring up the field Sujin Property Investments. We are now looking forward to catching up with our podium finishers down in pit lane. Let's join Chloe and the Rico Barlow Racing team in Parc Fermé.
Well, Nick, we've got a dance. You've done it. Congratulations.
Thank you. I wasn't going to exit when we were talking earlier, but yeah, another great day. You know, that's 3 races this season for the Nova Proto, 3 wins and 3 fastest laps. So testament to the Nova Proto, MPO2, to Rico Barlow Racing, who prepared the car, to my great co-drivers, Michael Jensen and Charles Visser, who's I think has popped to the bathroom. So yeah, as I said, you know, it's a shame we've got a slim grid, but you still got to finish, and it was still tough out there. It's very hard on the car. So yeah, we're really happy. Thank you SAES, thank you Killarney.
So I was listening to Prince earlier on. He says it's the first time today he sees your shoulders finally down.
Yes.
They've been tense the whole day.
I try and remain cool, but I think the stress shows on me. I just want, you know, we deserve to win, but you know what can happen in motor racing. You're a hero to zero very quickly, so no, it's all good.
Charles is finally here. He finally gets to. He had to take a toilet break, he says. Charles, congratulations. You brought it home.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I've always had a problem with, you know, crashing it or putting it in the sand in the last hour. So I'm glad I actually brought it home safe. And everyone's joking like, yeah, bring it home, bring it home. And I think to myself, yeah, it's easier said than done because I have a notorious track record in SAS for leading the whole race and then messing it up in the end. So I'm just happy I brought it together and brought it home. At the end of the day, we got some good points for the championship, so I'm happy about that because that's basically the main goal for the year and stuff. And overall, very good weekend. You know, I'm happy with it. Happy with the teammates, happy with the team, happy with the car. An enjoyable weekend as well. Not just racing and driving, but spectating as well. Watching the 1 hour and stuff. It was actually super awesome. And then I was like, oh, did Nick really have to start? Because I was itching to climb in the car. And yeah, I'll probably maybe hope like just say something is wrong and they say no, okay, we're gonna swap stints. Unfortunately not. But at the end of the day, we got the win, so happy as usual.
Tell me, the moment when Nick Adcock does this, does that like make you feel pretty cool?
I'm going to be honest, I think it's because I didn't put it in the sand or anything. So I think it's about these like, praise the Lord, I didn't crash or anything. That's what I think, but I'll take it both ways. Maybe as we did well, but then I kept it on the track as well. So yeah, no compliments by side, but yeah, anyway.
Let me actually ask him, Nick, when you give Charles the little bow, is it a compliment or are you saying thank you for not crashing the car?
You can interpret that how you want.
I don't know how you mean it.
No, he's a good lad, and you know, he learns from his mistakes. That's the main thing. So no, I've got complete faith in him. Yeah, just sometimes we have to tune down his youthful exuberance because in endurance racing, you know, it's all about finishing. So, and he wants to set the fastest lap after fastest lap and show everyone how great he is, and he is great. But yeah, sometimes you're like, calm it down, give him a target lap time, and stick to that.
All right, cool. Let me quickly find out. Jensen, congratulations. Talk to us about your stint on the Nova.
Yeah, it was, you know, not a lot of cars out there, so it was getting a bit lonely. And, you know, just enjoying the time. It was very beautiful to watch the Table Mountain every time I was coming into turn 2 as the sun was setting. Yeah, it was a quiet afternoon. And we just did our job, and, you know, we're doing it for Charles. He's got a very good chance to win the championship.
Congratulations.
I'm really pleased for him.
Congratulations. You all deserve it. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we move over to Roberto and David Franco. You promised me a dance. You finally finished. What do you mean? Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to be actually over with the race and to win this position of third place. I'm very proud of David. He really drove incredibly well. Night driving is not easy. We didn't have much light coming out of the front, so it was a bit of getting to take the corners and hope that you were aiming the car in the right place. But he drove exceptionally well, and also in the sprint races in Class E, he really did a phenomenal day out there all around. Well done, boy. Thank you. Thank you.
You want to hug it out? Yeah, that's absolutely cute. We love to see that. Is that the first one?
Third one.
Third one. David, congratulations. You've had a super duper weekend. Finishing it off, of course, in the endurance race. Talk to us about some of the challenges maybe that you also that we don't know about towards the last stint.
Well, firstly, yeah, as you said, just great to be back with the endurance series. Been a bit of a while since we were last year with you guys and in Cape Town. So stoked to be back, and thank you guys for everything. We didn't actually have any issues at all with the car. The car just ran and ran and ran, and that's exactly what these super cups do, you know. So big thanks to VW Motorsports, and just shows what kind of car they've put together. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you a couple more times this year, and hopefully still again on the top 3.
I was talking to your dad while you were driving, and he was like, I told you this car was reliable. And I'm like, yeah, definitely proving it. I mean, but now you wrap up the weekend. You had a fantastic morning. You're wrapping up the morning. So clearly you finally got your groove, you and the car, and finally in a sweet spot.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, been a bit of a challenge jumping between the two cars. Very different setups, obviously with the weight in this one as well, the whole endurance setup. But yeah, just, you know, great seat time, and really am just enjoying it out there. As tired as I am, I still found the energy to just keep going today, so kind of just shows that I was enjoying it, and yeah.
So when you're not racing, what are you doing? When we don't see you here on track, how do you make sure that you stay fit and you're ready for race weekend?
To be honest, haven't been doing too much at late. Besides for work, haven't been doing much racing at all. But yeah, this is definitely going to be the way forward for the rest of the year. Going to try and do as many as we can, and that'll be the way to keep fit and keep sharp.
So me and your dad made a bet. When it finishes, you guys are going to do a dance for me. So I don't know what dance you guys are planning to do, but a promise is a promise, Roberto. So I don't... On the roof. Okay, let's go. He will do it. Okay, so focus on Roberto. Roberto, he's getting on the roof. We're about to get a dance from him because it's absolutely fantastic. And he said if it finishes, they will definitely... Sorry, no. Yeah! He did promise us a dance on the roof. Congratulations, Roberto. It's absolutely great to see them, of course, finally finish, and it's really, really nice. Let's try and find, of course, the rest of the guys. P3, let's see. We're on. Charles' mom, where is she? All right. Hi, good, how you doing? We need lights. Can we go this side? Yes, it's a bit dark. All right. Charlotte's done it once again. How are you feeling?
I had no doubt, I must say. My brother's literally the best in everything he does. I'm there to support him.
Yeah.
No, I'm very proud of him, I must say, and it's a big challenge. Especially, I know sometimes he battles a bit with the darkness, but I'm very proud of him. I can't teach him anything. I learn anything from him, but I'm very proud of him. Expect amazing performance.
Absolutely, and he always pulls in a fast lap. I don't know how he does it, but it's great to see him. How competitive are the two of you in other things?
It's quite competitive, I must say, especially if you drive simulator at home on iRacing. My brother always forces these excuses on me. Let's say I'm 0.1 or 0.2 faster than him, then he always says, nah, it's because your sim has this or it has that. But it's quite even. At the end of the day, he's better than me. I've got my priorities set on other things, but I'm very proud of him. As much as a brother can be, he's my other half. I love him very much.
Oh, I'm wish he was here so you could hug him, but
No, don't tell him I said that.
he's
I'll
gonna
never hear the end of it.
he's gonna get to listen to it. But thank you for supporting him and really being part of this. I
Thanks
get
to
the
SAES
hug.
team for still being here.
Yeah.
Despite not having the most drivers for the 6 hour, we appreciate you guys a lot.
We appreciate you for staying with us.
Anytime.
That's how we wrap it up down here in the pit lane. It's been absolutely great. Everybody's so happy, and it's truly great to see. I mean, 6 hours is not easy. I mean, you look into, of course, yes, the machinery is tested, the drivers are tested, and of course the spectators as well, because you might think, hey, you're just watching, but it also needs a whole lot of concentration. But it's really, truly been pure sublime to see everybody just come together and really telling, of course, that South African motorsport story. We truly love to see it, and that's how we wrap it up here. The third round of SAES done in Killarney International Raceway. It's been absolutely great for myself, Claire Grayson Fanza, and the entire crew behind the scenes. We thank you, and we'll see you on the next one. Goodbye.
Thank you so much to Chloe and everyone involved in the Park Ferme post-race. They're entertaining us further. And Prince, I'm so happy because we finally got the answer to the question. We speculated for about 15 minutes. What's Shalfus thinking about? Is he thinking about he's being thirsty? He's thinking about the car? And the whole time the guy's just there like, I just don't want to crash.
Don't crash.
Don't crash. Brilliant. Typical racing driver.
Don't crash. Code Brown, don't crash. Because we saw that Cape Town corner, oopsie there when he lost the rear. He must have thought to himself, yeah, Code Brown for sure.
Don't do it.
Yeah, very human moment and very heartwarming to see the family environment, the joyful environment at the end of all the pressure it's mounted on all of our competitors and all the teams and all the beautiful people that come together to make this community possible. It's joy, relief, celebration all the way around. It's been a great pleasure to see them committing to it and giving their full and giving their all to SAES Racing. And yeah, it is, as Chloe said, it's on to the next one. We're going to have another chance at this to bring this community together. And we're going to have a look at all that we've enjoyed over the course of the weekend in this wonderful city of Cape Town. Killarney International Raceway is always a pleasure to be around. Come rain or shine, and we have plenty of the shine that came and went. Wide array of cars, international and local racing drivers up from New Zealand, Australia. A lot of our competitors giving their best and giving their full commitment to the series. It's been an absolute pleasure. Tate Bishop rewriting history, the Praga R1, as we want to confirm and want to throw it out there. We've got engagements with the Angry Racing stable about how we might see that car in endurance racing trim not too long from now. So that is going to be exciting. We have it officially from the Angry Racing stable. So the Nova Proto 2 team, the Rico Bala Racing stable, better watch out. There's an Angry Praga R1 potentially on the cards chasing after that rewriting of history. Exciting moments all the way across. Steve Humble in his pill beam. There's an Angry Racing R1 again. We had the Janetta G57 Timber, which excited us more than just once this weekend. And there's been plenty for us to smile and get some shock from.
Really true, Prince, and it's been a great end to a really great day. We've had so much fun here in the commentary booth, relaying the action to all our viewers at home. It has been sensational, non-stop action throughout, and what more can be said other than thank you, to everyone that makes this happen, the drivers, the teams, the officials, the marshals, the medics, the fans, and everyone at SAES behind the scenes who puts in the work for this to come together, to the team as well. And brilliant, simply brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot that goes on before even lights out to checkered flag, and the relief, the joy, the celebrations that go out to not only for the teams, it's for all of us. Thousands upon thousands of people who work together to make this moment happen, and it's absolute joy for each and every one of us. And it's been an absolute pleasure to have you joining us live on our stream, joining us in person in the Metal. It's been great to have you joining us here. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we certainly do, as Chloe said, look forward to seeing you at the next round of SAES Racing.